days at the stick. From who's got it better than us to brick by brick. It's always the 49ers way, from off-season to game day. Yeah, we talk back. It's the 49ers Cutback.
It's 49ers Cutback podcast time. Welcome to the show, everyone. It's time for rounds 4 through 7. Boy, is this going to be exciting, and I see chat is filling up. Guys are already in here all the way back at 8 a.m. having a good conversation. Glad you guys are all here to join me. Let's have some fun. We're going to talk 49ers. We're going to talk about positions that they need, positions that they're going to address. And Josh, thanks for becoming a member. I appreciate that. 49ers Faithful Forever became a YouTube member. Really appreciate that so much. So thanks for that. And Freddie McDre says, happy draft day 3. Yeah, third day of the NFL draft, and here we go. It's going to be a lot of fun. And the picks are going to come in fast and furious. So if you see a pick live, you might be ahead of me, whatever, go ahead and throw it in chat. Let's just check these things out. Let's have a lot of fun and talk 49ers. What's up, Spy Danger? How's it going? What's up, Shane? Arizona Empire in the house. How's it going? Joel, hashtag TCC. Josh says, hey, Jatavion Sanders is still available for tight end too. He is. It's interesting. 49er-aholic says, only if those are all the top players on their board. They're definitely set up for best player available today. No need to reach for needs. Yeah, they don't have very many needs. They just have a few spots they probably want to address. I would say safety is probably a position they would like to address. I don't know if it matches up for round 4. We'll see. But there are some really good players available that are out there. Josh says, would you like a trade up for Doris? Dorless is a good player. I think it's interesting depending on where you have him. And, he's a lot like some of the guys that they were meeting with and talking with, but he is definitely on their radar. So he could be a guy. I had him ranked in the 4th round. Here we are in round 4. That would make a lot of sense if the 49ers went out and got him. They're going to be picking twice in the next 35 picks. So they have the potential to go get him. They have the extra 5th round pick from the trade. So maybe they could. Good player still on the board. Jatavion Sanders is the number 1 guy on my board, but he's pretty much pigeonholed into what he does. He's not a good blocker right now. So I think that's part of the reason that he's falling. Troy Franklin, wide receiver, Oregon, still available as well. And if I ever say any names that aren't available, let me know. Sometimes it's hard to keep up, but I'm trying to make sure I keep up with these players as we go through, so that way I can get an idea of who's still available and on the board as I go through and find guys that are gone already. So that's just, we're going to work together. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to all the interaction that we're going to have in this episode. So let's just enjoy it. And what's up, Nick? Nick says, good morning. Yesterday was an ant draft. It was a fun one. I enjoyed Bernardo Green. I enjoyed Dominic Puny. Those were both very good picks. They were definitely picks that I like, and it's funny because when you see him come off the board, you can actually see my excitement because they're guys that I really enjoy watching and see play. So I think they're solid fits. The Dominic Puny, I got on him a few weeks ago, maybe even a month ago, but he's a talented player. And I like the fact that they kept bringing up the fact that he's a solid guard now, and they like that he took snaps at center. We're looking for potential players that could elevate themselves to take over for Jake Brendel. Eventually, Puny could be that guy. But 5-position versatility, even though undersized arms, did very well playing tackle last year for Kansas. So, yeah, I like it. So, thanks, Nick. I appreciate it. Lou says, hi, Ant. Day 3, this is our time to shine. 49ers have been hitting day 3 picks for a long time. I mean, just off the top of your head, you can name guys who have had impacts on the 49ers in the 5th round alone, whether that's George Kittle, Deommodore Lenoir, Talanoa Hufanga. Guys are really, really good. So this is the time. And remember, this has been the question mark. Adam Peters had himself a really good draft yesterday. But a lot of people have said, was it the 49ers organization. Was it Adam Peters? I think Adam Peters contributed to it, but I think we got to give credit to the scouts and to the front office personnel, not just Adam Peters, because I guarantee there's a lot of these area scouts that have been doing a very good job of keeping tabs on these players, and they've been finding guys that they can definitely fit. So it's been good. Mark says, since you got all the picks right so far, I'm in. Appreciate that, Mark. I hit on a few. I think there's a lot that is still to be figured out. The draft is very hard to predict. I'm definitely not a guy that can predict the draft. It's crazy, but it's a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do in the second half, and second half of the draft here, the third of the draft. And I think it's going to be interesting to see where they go. Do they double up? I was listening a little bit to the NFL Network coverage. They're talking about Brendan Rice to the 49ers. Could they double up on a position? I think that's a little interesting. I don't know if they will, but they could. I think wide receiver, you got 4 now really solid wide receivers. Wow. But you got a question mark at 5, and we know the 49ers don't always go with 5 wide receivers on their active roster for games, but they could. And so it's an interesting thing to look at. And Josh says, I can see Vaki later. Sione Vaki, most people have him in the 6th round. He met with the 49ers. He's a very interesting player out of Utah because it depends on how you see him. Some teams might value him at linebacker. Some might see him as a big physical safety. And then there's probably a couple of teams that see him as an offensive weapon because he played running back. But he's a big man who runs really fast for his size. But the thing I noticed most about Sione Vaki from Utah was the fact he was always around the ball. And that's a trait that the 49ers love, especially when it comes to safety prospects, is guys who are playmakers and can be around the ball. He would be solid in run fits, very physical at the point of attack. So that's definitely a position they could go. Spidey Danger says, what position do we draft next, Ant? That was interesting. My first thought was safety because of the fact that we need a 4th safety on the team. It's not someone that's going to start, but somebody that could start helping on special teams and then start building towards being a solid backup for Jair Brown and Talanoa Hufanga, especially with Hufanga coming off injury. The 49ers were sniffing around safety the entire free agency. It never quite worked out. They didn't want to pay the money that they were going to have to pay so far. We don't know if they'll do that after the draft. So I started thinking safety was a potential target for the 49ers. But when I started looking at the board, I couldn't really find a safety that's right in this range. That's a pure safety that fits, with the 49ers right now. So it might be something to end up addressing a little bit later when you start getting into some guys that are 5th and 6th round picks. A guy that I like is Trey Taylor out of Air Force. I like him. But there's other guys like Josh mentioned, Sione Vaki, another guy they could address it with late that they feel has upside. So I don't think it's going to be safety early. I could be wrong. But there are other positions they could go with. And edge rush, there's still a lot of very talented edge rushers. Austin Booker, still available. Javon Solomon, still available. Gabriel Murphy, still available. So you've got guys there that are coming up, and Brandon Dorlus as well. So it looks like Carolina just selected Jatavion Sanders. So Sanders goes off the board. That was the number 1 guy left on the board for me, and he's gone. So that's a solid pick right there, a guy that's going to help Bryce Young a lot. And I think we're going to start seeing these guys go off the board really quick. What's up, Jess? How's it going? Jess in chat. Nick B says, any good big defensive tackles, run stuffers available? Yeah, there's still some good defensive tackles. Leonard Taylor still available out of Miami. He's a guy that can get it done on the inside. He's still available. So he's my top rated defensive tackle that's still available. A lot of the good defensive tackles went yesterday during the 3rd round. They kind of started picking those guys apart and grabbing guys that were going to going to be able to be run stoppers and make plays. Mekhi Wingo is a very aggressive defensive tackle. He's still available as well. So there's a couple of guys just to name that are big. Tyler Davis from Clemson, he can get it done as well. So those are the 3 defensive tackles still available on the board right now. Josh says Theo Johnson could be a later pick at tight end. I agree. Now, we just seen Jatavion Sanders go off. Now, that's a different type of player than Theo Johnson. Theo Johnson, more balanced player. He can block. Sanders is a real weapon when it comes to catching the football. Dennis, how's it going? Dennis says, great work, Ant. What about Vaki later? What position? Yeah, so Vaki is definitely on everyone's minds. I like Vaki. I think Vaki would make sense, especially when you get into those late 5th round picks. I don't know if he'll carry to pick 215, but when you get to 173, you picked it from Kansas City, 176. That's your normal pick in the 5th round. Those would make a lot of sense for Vaki, and that could be where you see him go. And Josh is still upset because the Cards got Melton and Robinson. Yeah, they did a good job. You know, the Cardinals did a pretty good job picking substance over flash. So I think those were very good picks, and I knew they were going to make you hurt there, Josh. What's up, Big Papa? How's it going? Says hashtag TC. Thanks for the content, my friend. Appreciate it. Like always, Paul, always enjoy having you come through. So it's been a while since we saw each other, but I hope you're doing well. Jay Ellie, Cutback crew, are you ready? Well, then let's get ready to rumble. It's going to be fun. The Broncos have their selection in. It's about to be announced. So we'll see how it goes. And Josh is right here. Some stud linebackers left. There really is some stud linebackers left. Cedric Gray still available. So we'll see how it goes with who the Niners end up going with. But a linebacker would make sense. There goes Troy Franklin. So the two top guys on the board that I had left, they are both gone. So both these guys are talented. With Franklin, this is a speed demon. He didn't run as fast as I think they thought he was going to run. He only got a 4.41 40-yard dash, but he looked 4.3 on film. He's got the length. You worry about body size. He's only 176 pounds. Is he physically going to be strong enough to be able to get off press coverage and to be able to handle being redirected by linebackers and safeties? I think that's probably the concern of why he dropped. But I think a lot of people were kind of equating him to Xavier Worthy. Now, I think Worthy was a little bit of a better route runner per se, but Franklin's a guy that could stretch the field. So Denver Broncos getting themselves a pretty good wide receiver. It's going to be interesting. David says these next 2 rounds could be huge for this roster. Love this coverage and appreciate it, David. And it is going to be big. 49ers have hit so much in round 3 that we're almost spoiled to the fact that we're probably going to get a starter out of one of these next few picks. Is it fair? No, it's not fair. Because even when they drafted Spencer Burford started that season because Daniel Brunskill was hurt. I know last year he fell off, and I'm curious to see which Spencer Burford we get, the rookie season Burford or the sophomore season Burford. But I'm hoping we're actually going to get a better incarnation that can come in and help this team. But, yeah, the 49ers strike, and they strike pretty good, in this team. And Lou says they're with your crush. I did like Jatavion Sanders for a receiving tight end. I did not know if the 49ers were willing to go that route. We've seen them. I've been saying I wanted them to go balanced tight end for a few years, but the allure of having Sanders in the open field, just creating havoc, was very enticing with the way that you've seen Kyle Shanahan kind of open up the offense at times and go to a wider set. And if you could convince teams personnel-wise that Jatavion Sanders is a tight end, and they would designate him as a tight end and not a receiver, which I think some defenses would, then you could get really good matchups for him, whether it's a safety or linebacker in matchups. So that's why I liked him. But have no fear, because if you're looking for that kind of player, there's other guys available. Jared Wiley, tight end, similar to that, better blocker than Sanders, and Jaheim Bell, who is even further the other way out of Florida State, 6'2", can really move, screen monster, looks a lot like a slot tight end. So those guys are pretty good. So also David brings up Williams from Oregon. Yeah, Williams for Oregon. And thanks so much for Joe for the new subscription. I really appreciate it. Everyone that subscribes, you guys are awesome. I really appreciate you coming through and subscribing. Timothy subscription as well. Really appreciate you. Very cool to have you guys subscribing to the channel. And Josh says tight end run. It could happen. This is the hot spot for tight ends in this draft. You just had, a couple guys go, or one guy go, but now you've got Theo Johnson and Jared Wiley. Those are the next 2 guys I expect to go at the tight end position. Yesterday we had Ben Sinnott go. We had Tip Ryman go. Those were pretty interesting. I think those guys were balanced tight ends, though, so it made sense for what those teams were looking for. Talented individuals at the tight end position. So there's some very solid players still available for the 49ers. And you brought up linebacker earlier, Josh. Cedric Gray still there. Very talented player. I've seen a lot of people mocking Cedric Gray to the 49ers through time. You got Jeremiah Trotter. This is kind of where I thought he was going to go. A lot of people had him up in the 3rd round, but he's still available. And, of course, James Williams, the guy that I like as a transitional guy. Layden Robinson, Texas A&M guard, off the board here. So we're gonna start seeing some guys go. This is where if you have a guy ranked within 2 rounds, it's pretty much anyone's on the board because of how many picks these guys got and who's going to be available. But Layden Robinson, Texas A&M, because of 49er need, I didn't see guard overall without the versatility being something they went with. But here you go. New England Patriots adding to the offensive line. They got to be able to protect Drake May. So good idea. HR says, what's for breakfast? I got nothing. I haven't eaten breakfast. I'm probably not going to eat till after the stream. Maybe a snack here or there, but no breakfast right now. And Freddie McDray says, I like Storm Duck for the last pick. Make him a safety. He plays nasty. I like Storm Duck. I love the speed. Elite trait late. I think when it gets to that part, you just take guys that you feel have a trait that you feel like you can build on. So Storm Duck with one of the all-time names, though, right? I mean, I think that is a pretty good name. Mark says Jaden Hicks, and that's a good choice. I mean, if you're looking for a safety, I think I might have glossed over him. Jaden Hicks, I have him ranked really close to Trey Taylor. So, yeah, those two guys make a lot of sense when you're looking for a safety out of Washington State. Yeah, that's a good call. I did gloss right over him. So thanks, Mark, for pointing that out for sure. Because, that's what you got to look for is guys that you feel like can fit later rounds. Sure, you got to find those guys. I mean, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, this is where you trust your scouts. You got to trust those guys that do this all the time. And, they do a really good job. So HR says, get me a tackle. Here's where it gets interesting, HR, is where do you find the tackle that can make the roster? And I know that there's a lot of, people that are really down on the offensive line. And I think that the 49ers would love to improve it if it fits. I think a lot of the good offensive linemen are off the board. So I'm looking for guys at offensive tackle that could step in and start. So when I'm looking at the board, it's hard to find those guys that could step in and start or could be eventual starters. You got guys that were going to be late round guys like Matt Conclaves. He's already gone. So where finding those guys is going to be the hard part. Now, the scouting department might have a couple of guys that they really like, and maybe that's a possibility. You got the guys like Garrett Greenfield from South Dakota. That would be somebody to take a shot on late. So, I mean, there's a couple guys that can come in and compete, maybe make this roster, but that's going to be, the tough part is finding the guys at this point. It was a good offensive line draft. There's still a lot of interior offensive linemen, but I don't think it was extremely deep once you got past like round 3 for offensive tackles. So finding the gems is going to be something that's really interesting. And David points out, of course, Christian Jones. Yeah, Christian Jones is a good one. Offensive tackle from Texas, not extreme upside, but solid player. So I do like him. That would be a good possibility. He's got some talent. He's got a shot to make the roster. So that's a possibility. Didis says, love Will Shipley as well. Good combo with Mason as backup. Cannot count on Mitchell. Tackle Crum would make the roster. Crum is interesting. I like him. The long blonde hair, the big size, physicality. Crum's an interesting prospect. I could see him being somebody that teams like late in this draft about bringing in. And when it comes to Will Shipley, Shipley fits. If you're looking for a guy that can catch the ball in the backfield, he can definitely do it. He can run the ball. He's not as dynamic as, say, like a Christian McCaffrey or even Elijah Mitchell as far as speed, but he's got enough speed. He's got adequate speed. And you don't always need whole shot touchdowns. You need guys that can turn, a 5-yard run into a 12-yard run with their burst. And he's got that. He's pretty shifty in space. But you're looking for guys that you don't have to completely change your offense to have on your football team. And, that's a guy that he could fit in, he fits. So that would make sense. I kind of like that idea of Will Shipley. He's one of the guys that I think could go in this next part of the round. Cardinals about to announce their pick. And we'll see who that ends up being. Cardinals have had a pretty good draft. The NFC West definitely has been getting better. So we'll see how the NFC West addresses this day. Dadrion Taylor Demerson out of Texas Tech ends up being the pick. So Demerson goes. So here comes a safety. It was hard to find safeties in the fourth round. This is where you go Demerson. That's pretty close to where you expect him to go. Solid player pick. They're building their football team, and the Cardinals are going to get better. They're going to be better this year. I don't know if they're going to make a huge step forward, but they're going to start making it tough on football teams to win games in Arizona. Lou says, why do you want to carry Zakelj on the roster for I would rather have a developmental tackle? I don't know if they're going to carry Zakelj on the roster, to be honest. I don't know what they're going to do with that interior part of the offensive line. Aaron Banks, Jake Brendel, John Feliciano, Spencer Burford are likely making this team. So it's going to be tough for Zakelj or Ben Bartch to make the team, especially with Dominic Puny coming in. So there's a likelihood Nick Zakelj and Ben Bartch, who the 49ers like, could both be gone. So I don't know if they're going to keep Zakelj. I would actually think that right now he's on the outside looking in. I think Jalen Moore has a better potential to make this team. They feel comfortable with him playing left tackle. So we'll see what they do. But, I think right now Ben Bartch and Nick Zakelj got put on notice that you better step up and play really well, or you're probably not going to be on this roster in 2024. There we go. The big tackle from Utah, Lamia. I like him. Solid guy. I think he's going to move inside to guard, physical player at the point of attack. So that could be good. Mark Pfeiffer says Austin Booker, talented edge. Austin Booker would definitely be a target of the San Francisco 49ers. When you're looking for edge guys, Austin Booker's one of the best edge guys that are still left. I would say Austin Booker, Javon Solomon. Those are two guys that are coming up that are pretty good. Gabriel Murphy, Muhammad Kamara. Those guys are all good football players that I really, really like. And I know I'm missing my guy. Where is he at? Because there are some guys. Braden McGregor. I still think Braden McGregor's size, he was a 5-star recruit going into Michigan. I think Braden McGregor could go sooner rather than later because of his length and his size and his ability to play outside and inside. I think he could be a guy that goes here pretty soon too. So some talented guys still available. Josh says this draft has been nothing but versatility for the 49ers. So look for guys that played multiple positions, guys like Sione Vaki, right? Guys that are moving around, guys that can move around. So defensive tackle Justin Obioji from Alabama just went. So defensive tackle goes off the board now. So we haven't really seen runs on guys. We're just seeing, solid football players. Teams are starting to really settle into what they're looking for. So this is a nice selection. Of course, this is the Chargers. These are the kind of guys that Harbaugh loves to get. So so far, I don't think there's been any real surprises yet when it comes to the draft. But pretty good players overall that are going off the board. And we're just going to, keep figuring out how the 49ers look. We're getting closer. 49ers after this, 18 picks away. So just a matter of time. And that 124 pick, Matt Maiocco said they weren't going to make a selection there. It looks like they might. We'll see. They might ultimately trade out, but they didn't want to do the 1-for-1 when it came to Trey Lance. So we'll see if they actually make a pick there. It's going to be interesting. What's up, DJ? Says, what up, Ant? Always appreciate your analysis. Appreciate you coming through. Thanks so much. What's up, Donald? Donald in the house. How's Donald doing today? Always good when Donald comes through. Josh says 49ers like McGregor for sure. I think it's the size, the length. 6'5", 259 pounds. The length is there. I saw enough speed and agility on the inside that he could cause some problems, especially, on late downs, on pass rush downs. So I like him, his length, and he's a little bit different than you get from like Beal or Drake Jackson, who are speed guys off the edge. So I think he would add something else. Mark says TJ Tampa. Yeah, that's interesting with TJ Tampa, because TJ Tampa is a guy that a lot of people are high on. They had him in as high as a 6th round, and then you said, for sure he's going in the 3rd. I had a 3rd round grade on TJ Tampa, but I thought that that's kind of where he was, 3rd or 4th round, and they didn't take him in the 3rd round. So he has the height, he has the weight, he's quick enough. He's definitely an outside corner in my opinion. So we'll see. I think TJ Tampa could have his number called in the next 20 or so picks. I think that would make a lot of sense. I think him and Kalen King from Penn State, those two guys are my top 2 cornerbacks still left on the board. Solid football players. But yeah, TJ Tampa, I think it shocked a lot of people that he's still there. And I bet it shocked some people that Kyrie Jackson and DJ James are still available as well. So 4, corners there that might go off the board in round 4. Interesting prospects. I think that they were all bigger and longer guys besides Kalen King. So that could be a big reason why. And thanks so much for the subscription. I really appreciate it. So we're having a good time here. Let's see. I saw this David Wright. What's up? What's going on, David? Says, hey, Ant, appreciate you coming through. And David says, we need Beal to step up this year. Yeah, I think Bill's going to have an opportunity. He dealt with a little bit of injury during training camp. That kind of hurt his development. He got some pretty significant snaps when he got into the season. So he played a little bit in the playoffs, and that's always good when you get some of those reps. Those are going to help you develop. But he got a full year coaching with Chris Kasarik and Daryl Tapp. And so you expect an improvement for Beal, and we'll see. We'll see how well he does. So Bill, I think they're still expecting some things from him, and that speed hasn't went away. That get off hasn't went away. They just have to maximize it. JL says still good amount of talent. The 49ers still have visits with. Yeah, there's guys still available that are guys the 49ers could definitely get. Jamon says 49ers should get tight end from Penn State. Lots of people like Theo Johnson, and I do too. I like Theo Johnson, balanced tight end, and then size, 6'5", over 250 pounds, physical, but all the testing numbers were through the roof. And this is a guy that can catch. I think he's got receiving upside. I don't think he's as good a receiver as like a Jared Wiley or some of the other guys like Jaheim Bell that we talked about. But when you're talking a complete balance, physical tight end, I think that he's a very good prospect for the 49ers. And if you're looking for people that can compete with Braden Willis and Cameron Latu, I think he would be somebody. So that's a good one. That's a good possibility right there for him to be able to step in. And Mark says Brandon Dorless might be a fit. Yeah, I think Dorless is once again a big guy that could set the edge. But is he going to play outside? Is he going to play in your wide 9 defensive end? He's going to play defensive tackle. He's a little bit of a tweener, so it depends on how you see him. But I do think he's a prospect the 49ers are interested in. And Cedric Gray goes to Tennessee. Shocking, right? Rand Carthon, who's been with the 49ers, is now their GM, and they go get Cedric Gray. Now, they did lose Azeez Al-Shire, so going ahead and getting a guy like Cedric Gray who's got that speed to run sideline to sideline, good tackler. This was somebody that 49er fans had mocked to 49ers a lot. So a pretty good linebacker goes off the board here. And that means that, linebacker could start a run. Jeremiah Trotter is still available. And so we can start seeing some linebackers go off the board. I wonder who takes the chance on James Williams. That's the one I'm going to watch. I want to see where he ends up just because of the physical ability that he has, a 6'5", over 230 pounds, can run a 4.6 sideline to sideline type guy, but he's translating from safety to linebacker. But yeah, that was a good one. Cedric Gray to Tennessee. And the New York Giants pick will be coming up pretty soon. So interesting, very interesting. Paul says, love our prodigy, but I'm kind of getting sick of them stealing. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The more that your tree is out there, the same thing happened with Bill Walsh, George Seifert, and the 49ers. the more that your tree is out there, then eventually what happens is the players that you like, because they fit other systems, start going other places. And so it is tough. Sometimes you got Tennessee, you've got the Jets, you've got Miami, Green Bay, Los Angeles. All these teams are drafting similar players because of the fit, and it makes it tougher and tougher to find your guys. And I think that, that's just the way it goes. When you see something working in the NFL, you want to go ahead and try to go with it. So, yeah, it's tough. It makes it more difficult to find players that you really, really like. And, getting that to happen is tough. JLE says, I'm in on the TCU tight end to the Niners. That would be amazing tight end combo. So that's Jared Wiley. You're talking 6'6", and Theo Johnson just went off the board. So no Theo Johnson for the San Francisco 49ers. That was a really good pick for the Giants. Of course, we should have knew this was coming. Darren Waller retiring. So they had to go with a guy, Theo Johnson, a really good balanced tight end. That was a solid pick for the New York Football Giants. So thanks so much, Tammy, for subscribing. I really appreciate that so much. It's, here's where you're going to start losing guys that you definitely like. And it's tough to see that. But there's some guys, there's some guys still, if you're talking tight end, I still like Jared Wiley, 6'6", over 250 pounds. I think he moves well in space. He blocks adequately right now. I don't think he's a extremely good blocker. He has to get better in that area. But he looks smooth when he's on the field. He catches the ball on the run. He does a good job with that. He's the number one tight end that I have left on the board. And then after that, it starts changing. I mean, some guys that I liked were Ben Sinnott. He's gone. So, I mean, now it starts getting into those guys like Jaheim Bell. He's more of a receiving threat. He's definitely not a good blocker. And, it gets a little bit tougher at the tight end position. Dallin Holker, same thing. More of a receiving threat, not the greatest of blockers. So you're talking Eric All. If you're looking for a balanced tight end, he's a guy that possibly the 49ers could go later. Tanner McLaughlin out of Arizona. Those are some guys, but it definitely got a lot tougher to find a tight end with Theo Johnson going off the board. And with him going off the board, I could see a tight end needy team wanting to come up to get Jared Wiley. So we'll see where Wiley goes, but I think he's the next closest guy on the board. So it could be interesting real quick. And Josh says, all my draft crushes gone except Javon Solomon. That's how it happens. And here goes Kyrie Jackson. So Kyrie Jackson goes to the Minnesota Vikings. Solid player. He wasn't a 49er fit. And I think that was tough for a lot of people to understand. But, he's 6'3". They're not looking for tall corners like that. They like their guys 6'1", and guys that can change direction. But he was a fun player to watch. I think he's a talented player. Minnesota Vikings get a guy that can compete on the outside. They added an edge rush. Now they add a cornerback. I think this is good value for them. And, I had a late third round grade on him. They get him in the early part of the fourth round at pick 108. I think this is a solid move for the Minnesota Vikings. I mean, you don't know how these players are going to work out, but now we're going to see some of those taller cornerbacks come off the board. There's still some good ones left that are still available. DJ James, Kalen King, TJ Tampa. Kalen King, not a guy that's as big. He doesn't have a lot of speed, but, man, he competes on the field. And I like him. So those are some guys that we'll probably see go in this part of the draft. Lou says, Ant, can you take a moment and tell us about our two tight end waste of picks last year? So the two tight ends last year, of course, were Cameron Latu out of Alabama. And Latu's an interesting guy. I had him around fourth or fifth round grade. 49ers took him at the end of the third round with a comp pick. So basically a fourth rounder. What's interesting about it is he's a guy that transitioned from playing defensive end, which he was recruited for, to playing tight end. Now, the 49ers did their due diligence. They felt like he was a guy that could turn into a balanced tight end. What we saw was a guy that thought too much in training camp and struggled to catch the ball. There's nothing you could say other than he struggled to catch the ball. He dropped wide open passes. as the preseason progressed, he got a little bit better and he got injured. It could be a blessing in disguise. The 49ers didn't have to make a decision on him. They were able to redshirt him, and we'll see what he is. We'll see what he becomes. With Braden Willis, he got some significant playing time, including playing in the Super Bowl. He's definitely a better blocker right now than he is a receiver, but he's got receiving upside. I think the 49ers knew last year they needed to get a couple of guys. We can argue whether they got the right guys because Green Bay got some really good, talented tight ends, but we'll see what they do. I think the way the 49ers were addressing free agency, and there goes Brandon Dorless to Atlanta, the way that they're addressing free agency, I think that they definitely believe there's still a need at tight end, or they're not hedging their bets fully on those two tight ends. So we'll see. They've got to address it, and they might have to address it in this draft or even in free agency if there's still guys available. And what's up to traffic? How's it going? So we're going to talk about Brandon Dorless a little bit because he was a 49ers target. He met with the 49ers, edge out of Oregon, big player, physical player, sets a good edge. He's a talented guy. You know, the question marks are, do you play him inside or outside? Atlanta's looking to get some guys. They're excited about it, but they're trying to build their team with athletic defensive linemen. And I think that's why they go this route. So Brandon Dorless, a lot of people liked him for the 49ers. He's off the board. So we're seeing some 49er players that people really like going off the board. I wasn't as sold on Dorless as everybody else, but I understood why people liked him for the San Francisco 49ers. So he's off the board, and we'll see how it goes. It's always tough when you see that. And Thomas says saying the picks from last year is way too early to say. Yeah, I think it is. I think we're going to take a wait and see approach. I'm one of the few that liked Cameron Latu. I thought maybe it was around early, but if you have him graded around early when you get to third, fourth round, it's not really surprising, right? I mean, that could be a difference between 10, 15 picks. It's not really that big of a difference. So I love to wait for these guys to develop. And I think Robert Beal Jr., Cameron Latu, and Braden Willis, I'm curious what they're going to be. Same with Darrell Luter Jr., dealt with the injury, missed a lot of the offseason, but the 49ers had him, available. And another 49er type guy, Javon Baker, off the board. 49ers had met with him, wide receiver from UCF, fun player. So there's guys right now going off the board that a lot of 49er fans are like, man, that was my draft crush. Man, I wanted that guy. But you're right, Thomas. We got to take time and wait on some of the draft picks. I don't think we know for sure, what those guys could be. I think the ones that is starting to get to the end of the road is guys like Nick Zakelj, guys like Danny Gray, because the 49ers now don't know if they can stay healthy. Maybe they haven't reached their potential. Even Drake Jackson, you got to start feeling like we might have to move on if you don't step up. So we're starting to get to the rubber meets the road for the guys that were 2 years ago, but the guys last year, I'm not so sure. So I am curious. Josh says the Eagles have 3 picks this round, and I believe they have 2 in the 5th round as well. They're picking a lot. Green Bay just jumped up. So Green Bay just went up to pick 111 with the trade. So they moved up. I don't think it'll be for tight end, but we'll see what they end up taking. There's still some good players, but there's been a little bit of a run on guys that the 49ers like. So we'll see what Green Bay ends up doing with this pick. I don't think it'll be running back. It could be corner. They need a corner. It could be, a wide receiver as well. No, they don't need wide receiver. I take that back. I would think cornerback would make the most sense, but there's some guys. It could also be linebacker. Maybe a guy like Jeremiah Trotter Jr. potentially. We'll see. It's always interesting when they trade up. Gabriel Murphy, Mark, is a good player. I like this film. I think it was weird seeing what people ranked him because there were some that were really high on Gabriel Murphy, and then there were some that weren't. But seeing him play opposite of Latu, you saw a good first step. You saw a guy that was pretty good with his hands, good technique. I thought he was a solid mid-round guy. So, if you're looking for edge, Gabriel Murphy makes sense. Austin Booker, I think those are 2 of the guys. Of course, I like Brady McGregor a lot, the length, the size. I always kind of go with length when it comes to edge guys. Occasionally, I like guys that are undersized. You're also talking, Solomon, Kamara. Those guys are more undersized. And then, of course, one of my late round guys, a guy that could go undrafted, is Bo Richter. I like him. So there's some guys still coming up that have some some chances and some things here. Jay Ellie says maybe even Las Vegas taking Rice. Yeah, I mean, Brendan Rice is now a pretty hot commodity when you're looking at the board. This is a talented guy. He's him, and as far as wide receiver, him and Johnny Wilson are my top two wide receivers left. And I know a lot of people aren't fans of Johnny Wilson, but I'm all about elite size and the ability to catch the ball at all angles, and that guy can do it. Brendan Rice, though, clean route runner, gets in and out of breaks, plays physical, blocks hard. He's going to be exciting for any single team. Those are the top two wide receivers that I have left on the board, and then we get to Devontae Walker out of North Carolina. So still some talent at the wide receiver position. And then, one person, we haven't seen quarterbacks going off the board. Spencer Rattler still available. Some of those guys. And then a guy that I'm keeping an eye on because of the injury, and I'm wondering where the league sees him, is Jordan Travis, quarterback from Florida State. How high were teams on him pre-injury, and how high are they still on him after injury? I think he's going to be an interesting guy to watch, just see where he comes off the board. I'm curious. It makes a lot of sense. HR says, what happened to Danny Gray? Injury. Danny Gray got healthy sometime during the season after he injured his shoulder during the preseason. In fact, the very first preseason game he played, it was week 2 of preseason. He got the opening kickoff. He ran to the right side. He got tackled, landed wrong on his shoulder. That knocked him out. And I was at training camp. Danny Gray had a very good training camp. He was definitely a lot better than his rookie season. You could tell he had firm control of what he was doing and what he was supposed to be in the offense. The problem is you can't make the roster if you're not available. And so they did, they were able to get him onto the roster and then put him on IR. They elected to not bring him back later on. I don't think they wanted to lose Ronnie Bell or Chris Conley when it got time for him to come back. So we don't know what he's going to become. We really don't. But we'll see. Mark says Drake Jackson was on the ground every other play. It wasn't good. Balance issues all last year. It was definitely a problem. Josh says, I liked Javon Baker as well. Javon Baker was fun. He could go up and get the football, acrobatic, caught the ball in space. He was a player that definitely made sense for the 49ers, especially in this range. If he would have been available at 124, he would have made sense. Now, they did go wide receiver in round 1, so would they go wide receiver now? I don't know, but pre-draft, definitely Javon Baker. I think that's a good pick. I think he's going to be a pretty good pro. I think he's going to make some plays. I think he's going to excite some people with some of the catches that he's able to make. So the Green Bay Packers are about to make their pick. I'm curious where it goes. HR says, why are you wearing straight brim? Yeah, I am. That's how I roll. So Evan Williams, safety, goes off the board here. I like Evan Williams. This is a solid pick. Good selection by the Green Bay Packers. I really liked his film. I think that he's better than people give him credit for. And so that's a solid pick. I thought he was good enough in coverage. He was physical when it came to the run game. So that's why they traded up. They wanted to get Evan Williams. And we talked about safeties. Not a lot of safeties being potentially available that you really like in this range. But they felt Evan Williams was that guy. And so solid pick. I really like that one a lot. That was a good pick. Josh says Drake Jackson is hanging on by a thread at this point. I think he is as well. Thomas says the fact that most of the picks from the last 2 drafts are still on the team is positive. What was interesting is, as good as the 49ers roster was, all 9 draft picks made the team last year. Of course, Cameron Latu, they had to put him on, season-ending IR. That changes this season. He could have been available later, but yeah, I mean, the fact that they are all there is a good sign. What are they going to be? Well, we might need some of them to step up. D. Winters, Jalen Graham. I think there's some promise there. So there's definitely some guys that need to step up. Raiders about to make their pick. DeCameron Richardson from Michigan State. Good selection. So we're starting to get cornerbacks. Here you go. Another 6'2", 188 pound cornerback. So the taller guys are going. This is that range where you're starting to get some of the guys that these are outside corners that you're looking to get. Not really 49er fits, but they're solid players in the league. So Raiders going out there and getting a cornerback, and I'm sure their fan base is going to be happy because I don't know about you guys, but I have Raider fans, and they're always worried about their secondary. So we'll see how he ends up working out. Different philosophy going on in Las Vegas, but a guy that the 49ers wouldn't have been interested in. So I'm all down for that pick. Baltimore's selection is about to come through, and we'll see who they end up going with. JL says, Ant knows, Muhammad Kamara. Giovanni Manu. You know what? I don't even know if I graded Giovanni Manu, to be honest with you, a 49er holic. I'll have to look at my board. I don't remember him off the top of my head. So I tried to watch as many as I could. Devontae Walker just went off the board to Baltimore. He would have been the next wide receiver I had on the board. So, I don't know. I don't see him on my board, so it probably means I didn't get around to him. So I'm sorry about that. It was really hard to watch all the players. There's just so many players, and there's guys that are going to step up that I definitely didn't have a chance to watch, and he's probably one of them. So D. Walker is now tops wide receiver on the board, and you were right at JLE, and he is gone. That didn't take long. That didn't take long. So Devontae Walker out of there. So we got Baltimore trying to get better at the wide receiver position. OBJ gone. Looking to get guys for Lamar on the outside. So let's see. Let me look at the wide receiver. I mean, Baker was gone already. Wide receiver, Brendan Rice still on the board. Johnny Wilson still on the board. Those are two wide receivers that I have, the top two guys on the board right now. And, of course, they're not going to be fits for everyone. Brendan Rice, ex-receiver, he's starting to make a lot of sense for teams right now. When it comes to Johnny Wilson, he's going to be more of an acquired taste with his big physicality. And, a lot of people, I'm sure, are concerned about his drops. So those are some guys that, at the wide receiver position that are still available. But it's starting to get a little bit tougher. There are some wide receivers later in the draft that are fun, especially some smaller guys who have returnability. A guy like Ananias Smith out of Texas A&M could be interesting for some of these teams as they're coming up. I don't know if the 49ers go that way. I think they already addressed it when they got Slick Rick in the first round. The ability of Ricky Pearsall to be able to get some returns is going to be huge. So those are good. Josh says Sam Hartman late. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 49ers go quarterback late. If they hold on to 251, it's a possibility they go quarterback, even with 215, because, why not take a flyer, bring a fourth guy in, let him compete? I think they're content with the quarterback room, but it's never a bad idea, especially if it's a guy you feel you can't get as a UDFA. You can't sign them. You feel like they might go somewhere else. You go ahead and use a draft pick on them. If they don't make your roster, you try to get them to your practice squad. I think that Hartman makes some sense there. Austin Reed from Western Kentucky, Leary from Kentucky. I think those guys are possible, especially Leary played a similar kind of offense because, he's been around the 49ers offense. That's what they've been running over there in Kentucky. What's up, John? How's it going? Says, I blame the content creators for putting Roger Rosengarten name out there. That breaking news made Baltimore pick him just in front of us. Yeah, I mean, I think the 49ers like Roger Rosengarten. Were they going to take him with that pick? I don't know. I will never know. But the fact that they traded back right after that, John Lynch said he didn't know who the Chiefs were going to take, but it was pretty well known that they were going to get an offensive tackle there. So with Roger Rosengarten gone, Kingsley Suamatia made a lot of sense for them. They came up. I do like that the Niners went ahead and got another draft pick, but yeah, they could have been a swerve. They could have wanted to get Roger Rosengarten, and they didn't get it. So interesting. And David says, as a Notre Dame fan, I don't want Hartman. Well, that's fair enough, right? Josh says, what do we do with Kalia Davis? That's interesting. Kalia Davis was a guy transitioning from playing linebacker to defensive tackle. And he's got that speed first step. They said he reminded them of DJ Jones, which is high praise. I think that's why they're not really wanting to do comps anymore. but he's got something there. We just haven't been able to see it consistently because he's always injured. He was injured in year 1, but they knew that when they took him with the 6th-round comp pick. Last year, he got injured again. And the one thing I worried about him was balance because he is built a little top heavy. And that is a lot of it because he put on weight that is not normally there because he was linebacker before that. So we'll see. If he can learn to play balance and under himself, he can compete. But it's going to be hard to make this team. And if the 49ers address defensive tackle again, he might not make this team at all. But they're 4 strong ahead of him. And so I don't know what we're going to get, with Kalia Davis. Josh says TJ Tampa have an issue we didn't know. I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything about TJ Tampa having any sort of issues. I had him 3rd round, so this doesn't surprise me a whole lot that here he is in the 4th round. I think the people that had him in round 2 are really shocked. But I think it's some of it's just the tape, the way he fits certain systems. There's enough of the defenses now looking for guys who are better lateral quickness than TJ Tampa. But he's a solid player. Someone's going to get a good pick here, but I didn't hear anything. HR says, can we get an edge? Yeah, there's edge guys available. There's guys you can get right now. Austin Booker available would be my top edge available. He's there. But, right behind there, you got Javon Solomon. He's available. Both those guys got a lot of talent. Muhammad Kamara available. So it depends on what you want. When you're looking for the size and everything, Austin Booker has the more NFL-ready size. But when you're looking for guys undersized that do some things, you're talking Solomon, you're talking Kamara. And then, of course, Braden McGregor is a guy that I like, too, because I like his length. So those are some guys that are available still. So if you're looking for edge, those are guys you can definitely get. Nico, a Raider fan, he's happy about getting a cornerback. That's what you have to do. You have to build it. And they need to make sure they continue to add on defense, especially cornerbacks, when you're in a division that has a team like Kansas City. Now, the tough part is you're preparing for Kansas City and all these receivers and all the speed. And then now you've got the Chargers who are going to build this on the run game and on offensive line and on 2 tight ends. So you're going to have 2 different defensive types when you play them. That makes it really tough. So that division is going to be a lot of fun here pretty soon. I'm very curious when it comes through. Javon Foster, tackle, Missouri, goes to Jacksonville. Another guy that 49er fans high on. I've seen some guys on Twitter today saying, hey, we want Javon Foster. And so Javon Foster goes off the board. I think this is one of the better one of the better tackles that was still available. Tackle is kind of a tough spot right now to be able to find a guy. So solid pick here. I think that they're going to be very happy getting him. He's going to need some development. He's going to need some work. But they get a player that they like. I don't know if the 49ers would have went Foster as an offensive tackle at this point. I'm not sure he would have made the team. But Eric All, tight end Iowa. So we're talking about balanced tight ends. Eric All comes off the board to Cincinnati. Makes sense. I don't think he's as good a blocker as you expect from an Iowa tight end. That was one of the reasons I had him a little bit further down my board. But he's a guy that is adequate. And he's a guy that has receiving ability. So Eric All goes off the board now. And Lou says, what does it cost to move up for a cornerback? It won't cost a lot now. Now you're getting to the point where you can move up and down the board pretty much at will. You have plenty of draft capital. It doesn't take a lot to move up and down, and teams do it a lot. So it wouldn't take a lot to get up and get a cornerback or safety if the 49ers really felt they needed to. So far, the board has been playing out the way the 49ers have wanted it to play out. So, and Jordan Jefferson goes off the board, defensive tackle, LSU. So Jordan Jefferson is gone. He goes to Jacksonville. So Jacksonville Jaguars getting themselves, some players that can help. Gotta love that. So right now the draft is moving along very, very nice. And that's the fun part about day 3. The picks come in, they come in fast, they come in hot and heavy, and you just get to see players' dreams come true real fast. So it's going to move pretty good. So you had Javon Foster at 114, and then 2 picks later, Jacksonville Jaguars traded up to get Jordan Jefferson. So they picked twice, 114 and 116. Eric All is sandwiched in between. So the Colts pick is in, and Seattle is on the clock. We'll see what the Colts pick ends up being, but Jacksonville, like Jefferson, didn't want to miss out. 6'4", 317. That's a big dude. That's a big dude that just went off the board. Donald says Jerry Rice had drop problem when he first came out. He needs to take his son and have him catch bricks like he did. Yeah, that was interesting. The way his dad was a bricklayer, and he spent a lot of times catching bricks as a young guy. But I think Brendan Rice is a solid player. I think he's going to do just fine. JLE says Washington from Virginia wide receiver on the board. Yeah, he's still available. None of those guys have went. It's been kind of slow with the wide receivers so far. We had a couple go, but not the run like we got in the second round yesterday. Yesterday there was a nice second round. Josh says Solomon had 16 sacks last year. He's a fun player because even though you see the production, there's still some projection because of the position that he played. And so you wonder if he can play outside and be able to be an edge defender consistently in a wide 9. I like the player, undersized, but I mean, tremendous strength. I mean, the dude is put together. The guy is pretty good. Mark says, I've watched both teams my whole life. Ooh, like that. Glass City says, there goes Eric All. Yeah, I mean, if you were in on Eric All, he's gone. Glass City says they have to draft another safety and tight end, right? I think that those are probably positions they're looking to address. I think everyone was right when they said wide receiver, corner, and offensive line, and the 49ers did that. And so I do think that safety would be a position they would like to address, and there are some pretty good safeties still available. We know they met with Sione Vaki a lot. So I think safety would be a position that right now we have 3 solid safeties. They have Taylor Hawkins, who they had on the practice squad. They brought him up on the main roster, but he got hurt. He's a little bit undersized. I think they would be looking for a guy that they could develop that could help on special teams. So I think safety is a target, but if it doesn't line up, there's still some guys in free agency available that they could go and get. And then when it comes to tight end, it all depends on how they feel about Cameron Latu or Braden Willis. But to me, I think they should bring in somebody to compete. There's still some good tight ends available. Jared Wiley still available. So, those are 2 positions I think the 49ers could address. They could also address edge, defensive tackle, just mainly because those are positions you can always address every single year. Running back, you have 3 solid ones on your roster. You signed a fringe roster guy. Do you bring in somebody to be a 4th guy? Maybe when you get later in the draft, that's a potential, but they don't really have to address that position. They don't have to address quarterback. So now it's starting to get down to where they don't really have to address too many positions. So I think safety and tight end probably the most likely, and then throw linebacker in there depending on what they know about Dre Greenlaw. So those are some guys, in positions that they could still target. David said we currently have a ton of cornerbacks on our roster. I could see a safety for sure, though. Yeah, cornerback, I don't think that's very likely with the amount of depth. They're already going to have to move on from a really good corner or 2 really good corners, probably 2, or at least guys, maybe not good corners, but guys that they were high on. They drafted guys like Sam Womack and Ambry Thomas could be potentially, on the cutting block. Even Darrell Luter Jr., even though he's only, been here for a little bit. So you got to remember that. Now, Tanner Bortolini just went off the board, center from Wisconsin. He goes to Indianapolis. So center, if you were looking for center, there's still some left. But Tanner Bortolini, one of the better centers that is still left on the board, and he goes. So I know 49er fans are really looking at, guys that they could go at the center position. Tanner Bortolini would have been one of the best. Bo Limmer, of course, still available. So those guys, are there. Those guys are system fits probably a little bit later in the draft. Hunter Nerzod as well from Penn State. Those are the guys that are still left. So Tanner Bortolini off the board for the Colts. And then Tyrese Knight, linebacker out of UTEP, goes to Seattle. So the Seattle Seahawks getting a speed linebacker in Tyrese Knight. He was my 136th player. Here he goes at 118. Good player. I like Tyrese Knight. He's athletic. They know, that's the thing. New defensive coordinator. He loves linebackers. He went defensive line to heat guys off his linebackers. Now he's getting a guy that flies around athletically, shows speed, impressive at a UTEP. So this is a guy with the traits. He's got the abilities. He needs some development. He needs some technique work. But in this range, you got to feel like you're getting a pretty solid player at the position. So good pick with Tyrese Knight there. Luke says, and I would love to spend good capital on Ashton Genty next year and like Tory hosting as well. I think next year is going to be fun. I just, it's one of those things where I haven't even thought about next year yet. But next year is going to be a lot of fun, to see those guys go. Coach Chart says, don't know much about Stover. Can he block? Is he better overall than Wiley? Is Holker best athlete? That's the thing when you're talking about Stover. Stover is a complete tight end. That was my problem with him. He doesn't look extremely athletic in space. When he catches the ball, not a lot of movement there, but he's a balanced guy. He can block. He can catch the ball, possession type tight end. There are moments where he gets loose and he makes plays. I liked him. I thought he was a solid prospect. When it comes to Wiley, I like Wiley because he's a smooth operator in space. He's very fluid, 6'6" frame, has the ability to block, could get better at blocking. So I like him. And Holker, I don't know if he's the best athlete. He's the best in short area quickness. Him and Jaheim Bell are probably the best athletes at the position still left. Both of them lack a little bit when it comes to blocking. Jaheim Bell lacks a lot when it comes to blocking, but those two guys are pretty good. Good question, Coach. Let's see what else we got going on here. Thanks so much, David Ness, for subscribing. I really appreciate it. So always enjoy when we get the subscriptions. And if you're a public profile, it will tell me when you subscribe. So I really appreciate it. Let's see, tight end or edge here from Jamie. Yeah, I mean, tight end or edge would make a lot of sense. There's some guys that are available. We're coming up. We're getting pretty close to the 49ers picking. We're about 5 picks away, and there's still a lot of guys available. And Nick B says, hey, Niners tried to sign the safety from the Colts. Pretty sure we're about to draft a safety soon. Yeah, Blackman. They tried to get Blackman, tried to bring Blackman in. Of course, Blackman went back and got a pretty good contract from the Colts. So that makes sense why he went back. So I understand that. But you're right. Safety is still a position the 49ers need to address because, I mean, they really legitimately have 3 guys on the roster. And Hufanga is coming off a knee injury. I think they would love to insulate themselves. That's why they had all the rumors about Justin Simmons. They're definitely looking to address the position. That is for sure. So I wouldn't be shocked. Steelers pick is coming in right now, and they take Mason McCormick, the offensive lineman out of San Diego State. So Mason McCormick is a guy that I liked. He was jumping up my boards. Very good. I know Jay Ellie liked Mason McCormick as well. 6'4", 309 pounds. He's a good player. Plays with good leverage. Is good at getting his hips around, being able to move people. So, yeah, I mean, I think he would have been a target for the 49ers before they went with Dominic Puny yesterday, which, I liked Puny more than McCormick, but McCormick was a good player. So that's a nice selection right there. Miami Dolphins are now on the clock. In fact, their pick is in. And so we're actually Seahawks are up at 121. So we'll see what happens. Miami Dolphins traded up apparently. So they're jumping up. Seahawks, it looks like everything is traded. We'll see. I see a trade next to the 49ers emblem. Did the 49ers trade out? What is going on? Or is that? Oh, no, that's probably from the Cowboys. My fault. Originally from the Cowboys. I got ahead of myself. I seen a bunch of trade things. So it's pretty interesting. And yeah, JLE says Pittsburgh's O-line is looking rough. They did a good job. They've got some guys they've added to that offensive line. They got to be able to protect, Russell Wilson. I mean, how's he gonna, let it ride up there in Pittsburgh if he doesn't have that? So they're doing a pretty good job. Luke says, I like Vaki, the other 2 Utah studs off the board. Yeah, Vaki's a good player. I think that there were some guys from Utah that were really good. I mean, when it came to safety, Cole Bishop was a stud. I mean, I really enjoyed his film. I liked him, for the 49ers at some point, but when were you going to go safety? You knew how much the 49ers valued, and your value for wide receiver, your value for cornerback and offensive line were definitely above what you valued safety. So Cole Bishop wasn't going to match up where the 49ers selected. But yeah, he was a really good player. And there's still some good players out there, but we'll see what happens. Miami's pick is in. They're on commercial, so they're not announcing it yet. Seattle will be next, then Chicago, then Philadelphia, and then the 49ers. So we're getting real close to seeing who the 49ers go ahead and snag and grab. And this is the interesting part is where are they going to go? A lot of people didn't think they were going to pick 124. In fact, when they traded up to 86 for Dominic Puny, most people thought that would be 124 that was attached. It wasn't. It was 132. So the next two picks the 49ers have, I believe, are the Trey Lance pick that was traded, that they got for Trey Lance from Dallas, and the comp pick they got from Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So that's pretty interesting. Jamie says Johnny Wilson would be a sneaky pick here to convert to tight end. They had a 30 visit. Yeah, Johnny Wilson is a guy that I watched every single game that he played, and he's a transfer in to Florida State. But when you're talking about catch radius, he's an all-time guy when it comes to catch radius. My problem with Johnny Wilson would be at tight end. I don't know if he could block as well as a tight end. I think Jared Wiley, same size, would make more sense as a tight end. But Johnny Wilson did me with the 49ers. We know they like big wide receivers at times. Having a guy with extreme catch radius could make it easier for Brock Purdy when it came to red zone. Now, would they stack Pearsall and Johnny Wilson together? I think at some point Wilson's going to come off the board because there's tremendous value with his size. He creates more separation than most guys his size. He's not one of the elite wide receivers in this draft, but he's a possession guy who can catch the ball. He converts a lot of first downs. So that's interesting. I didn't think about him transitioning. I would think Jared Wiley would be higher than him, but I don't know if he could play inline. He could be a move tight end. He could be a power slot. Interesting thought process there, Jamie, for sure. And HR says, draft Bronny James. That would be interesting. Good old Bronny. Doors fan. What's up, Doors fan? Says, Austin Booker or Christian Jones be my picks. Good players. And Christian Jones would have a chance to compete. Could he beat out Jalen Moore? I think that's the question. And if you believe he can, then that's a solid pick. I don't know how Chris Verser feels about the depth. I thought that the depth needed to improve. I know a lot of people are looking at the starters needing to improve, and that's always the goal. But picking at 31, I didn't know if that was going to be a possibility to improve your starters this season. So could you improve your depth? Christian Jones might be a guy that could do that. You might feel more comfortable than Jalen Moore. The question mark is how comfortable is Jalen Moore in the offense, and how comfortable could Christian Jones get in the offense? Could be interesting, but Austin Booker, another fun guy, the 49ers could go and grab. So here we are. We're still at pick 120, waiting for them to announce the Miami pick, and then we'll get inch closer to the 49ers. But we're 49ers picking at 124. We're almost there, and there are some really good guys on the board. I have some guys that I had ranked in the third round that are still available. And some fourth round guys, but I mean, it's pretty much picked over. Besides that, the guys that were high early on coming in, Jatavion Sanders, Troy Franklin, those guys went the first two selections. So Jalen Wright, running back, Tennessee, comes off the board. Miami goes running back again, and a very similar running back to the style that they want. So, this one makes sense. I like Jalen Wright. He fits. He's got speed. He's got athleticism. They just love stockpiling running backs. That is for sure. Wow. So interesting. I like Jalen Wright a lot. I like the way he was running. He was one of those guys that could catch the ball in space. He had good vision, good burst, good balance. This is a nice selection for them. They add him to Raheem Mostert, Devin Achane. When you're talking about similarities at running back, they're stockpiling talent of guys who are similar. Value at the running back position for Miami. So Mike McDaniel can't help himself. Everyone talks about the fact that Kyle Shanahan likes running backs. Mike McDaniel likes running backs as well. But this is a good pick. I'm curious what everyone thinks. Jay Ellie says that is a Dolphins type pick. It is. It's a Dolphin types pick. I mean, 124 would have been an interesting spot for Jalen Wright to be a 49er pick. So, I mean, I never would have said it was off the board, but it's interesting. And Jaylee says some people had him in the top 3 running backs for 49ers fit for sure. I mean, the guy's got a lot of talent, so that makes sense. DJ says, what do you think about Demo signing an early season extension a la Greenlaw? I'm thinking especially if Green shows a lot early, they might want to get Demo extended early for cheaper. I think it makes a lot of sense to still address Demo before you get to the regular season or before you get to training camp even. I think after the draft, things settle down, the 49ers will look to potentially get him under contract, especially because right now he plays nickel corner. Your value when you go to him is a little bit lower. If they play him on the outside, if Bernardo Green's able to step in and all of a sudden you play Demo on the outside consistently, his price tag goes up. So getting him done early definitely makes sense for the 49ers, but could be a reason why Demo waits a little bit. We'll see. AJ Barner, the draft pick for Seattle, tight end AJ Barner from Michigan goes off the board. So, there was some movement there. They lost Will Dissly. I believe he went down to Los Angeles. So AJ Barner, a pick. They needed to add tight end. You're getting the more balanced tight ends that are going. Not a lot of the teams are taking the guys that are those big-time athletes who are more the receiving type. We haven't seen them go. And we've seen Jatavion Sanders, who was number 1 at the position, drop a little bit. So this is kind of what teams are looking for right now, more balanced than those athletic guys. It's going to be interesting, as we move forward to see what the 49ers do. But a little bit surprised a guy like Jared Wiley gets passed up, but it's something specific that they're looking for, and they're going ahead and getting him. So AJ Barner goes off the board with that pick, and we'll see how things go. So Jalen Wright, AJ Barner, Chicago is on the their pick is in. Philadelphia is on the clock, and then we're gonna have the 49ers at 124. So we're almost there. We're almost to the 49ers' first pick. Of course, they will also pick at pick 135. So 2 picks coming up here very soon. Bears are about to announce their selection, and we'll see who it ends up being. Very excited to see the Niners pick. So hoping one of the guys that we're looking at doesn't go off. Torrey Taylor, punter from Iowa, goes off the board here. So the Bears do their best 49ers impersonation and take punter in the 4th round. I think this is going to surprise a lot of fans. Very interesting to see what happens. Wow. It's fun. It's fun. So we get the punter that goes off the board. Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. Everyone, let me know who you think it's going to be. Who are the 49ers going to take? And thanks, Noel, for the subscription. Who do you think is going to be the pick when the 49ers pick here at a couple of picks? Who's it going to be? I think there's some talented guys on the board. Just looking at my board, I mean, I think my first thought would be, Houston Texans just jumped up, guys. So Houston Texans just jumped up in front of the 49ers. Could the Houston Texans jump up and take one of the 49ers targets? A Brendan Rice, a Johnny Wilson, a Jared Wiley. This is going to be interesting to see what happens. I'm very, very curious to see what happens now. Wow. Houston making a move ahead of the 49ers. Their pick is in. 49ers are on the clock. We see people saying, I hope for an edge. Edge, please. Solomon, Kamara. Luke says, what is it just me? There's 87 watching, only 44 likes. Yeah, if you have a chance, go ahead and give it a like. 49ers are going to be picking here pretty quick. Lou says, hopefully a safety. Mark says the Texans jumped us. Yeah, Texans are coming up. That's the thing. People have an idea of what Kyle's going to be looking for at the position. Houston Texans got Cade Stover, tight end from Ohio State. So there you go. And thanks so much for the subscription. Really appreciate. Or actually, who is that? Is that my guy, KDR or KNDR? KNDR's in the house. That was a subscription, but it's actually using his membership benefits. Thanks so much. KNDR says we need tight end 2, and McCringleberry is right there. Oh, very solid. And thank you so much, KNDR, for being a subscriber or a member for 31 months. Absolutely impressive. I appreciate that so much. So Cade Stover ends up being the pick. Yeah, I don't know if that they needed to jump in front of the 49ers to get Stover. I think that pick wasn't like a big thing for me. Stover is an interesting prospect. It was like one of those things where good film, not great film. But this is a range for tight ends, and he's a guy that's deemed to be more balanced as a tight end, physical blocker. So we'll see. So according to CBS, the best fits right now for the 49ers, Jaden Hicks, Christian Jones, and Leonard Taylor, defensive linemen. I think those are all guys that we've talked about today. Very interesting that's what CBS has as well as far as fits for the 49ers. Right now, the pick isn't in yet, so we're waiting on the 49ers to make their selection. Pretty interesting, though, that it's Cade Stover that ends up being the selection. I kind of thought they were jumping up to get Wiley, but they didn't. So that's interesting. Holker is who Coach Chart thinks it's going to be. Josh says, hey, milking the clock. They might have stole our guy. Maybe they did. Josh. If the 49ers maybe are looking to go back, we'll see what happens. But right now, the Niners pick is in, so we'll see who the Niners pick ends up being. They've got a pick now and then 11 picks later. So we'll see who the 49ers select. And if it is tight end, maybe they did get our guy. That would be interesting. But, I mean, if anyone's going to know, it's going to be teams that are familiar with Kyle Shanahan and the way he goes about business. D'Amico Ryans, and that group. And then also, Miami jumped up to get Jalen Wright. Could they have thought the 49ers were going to do it? It's interesting to see, when these teams are competing for similar players. And, we're in commercial break right now, but at some point it's going to be interesting. And I see a lot of people, Booker, my guest from Doors, HR says if they take a tackle, I'm lighting up. I think that the main tackle, right, it's got to be Christian Jones. I think most people believe Christian Jones is the most obvious offensive tackle, for them to take. And he is the number 1 offensive tackle on my board. He's the number 2 offensive lineman on my board. So I think if they were going to go offensive tackle, it would make sense for it to be Christian Jones. Later on, there's other guys that they could go that are more developmental, but that makes sense. If they're going tight end, you got Jared Wiley. He's still available. And, we talked about Austin Booker at the edge position. Those 2 guys are still highly ranked guys that are available. And, yeah, I think that, they make sense. If they go safety, it could get a little bit more interesting. So this is going to be a fun pick. It's going to give us a kind of a clear direction on where the 49ers go and kind of how this thing starts shaking out. But we're just waiting for this commercial break to end so we have an idea. And Joel says this is the Lance pick. It is. This is the Trey Lance pick. So they're actually making the pick. A lot of people thought this one was going to be traded, but it's not. Glass City says safety has to be. So right now, some people are saying edge, some people are saying tight end, some people are saying safety, some people are saying offensive line. Pretty split as far as what everyone thinks it's going to be. JLE says your final guess, Ant. I'm gonna go tight end. I think that this is going to be Jared Wiley, but I gotta admit I don't feel extremely comfortable with the fact that that's who it's gonna be. Because this seems like a spot where the 49ers normally go with the trenches and normally go with an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman. So I think defensive line could be a possibility here. But I'm going to go with Jared Wiley just because I feel that he would make a lot of sense for the 49ers. But I wouldn't count defensive line out. That's for sure. It's an interesting one. I definitely don't feel as confident on this one as I have on some of the other ones. That's for sure. HR says Shanny will go O line or D line. I mean, it's always a possibility if they have a guy that they really like. Bobo says it's going to be a QB. Well, we're going to find out what it is here in a second. The 49ers selection's about to come through, and then we'll know exactly who the 49ers went with at pick 124, the Trey Lance pick that they got from Dallas. Let's see what they turn it into. I mean, if you go defensive line, you're definitely not gonna, it's not gonna be a comparable 1-for-1 type thing with Trey Lance. So unfortunately, this pick is gonna get compared to that because you gave up so much for Trey Lance and then you traded him away for a 4th round pick. So whoever the 49ers give with this pick, that's going to be something that's with them. And they go cornerback Malik Mustafa. Safety Malik Mustafa. So if you said safety, you were right. Well done to the people that were saying safety in chat. Malik Mustafa goes off the board. So they do go safety. They go with a physical safety and a guy that brings the wood. I had him ranked as my number 102nd prospect, round 4 grade. So he was up there. And, this is, in fact, let me look at my board real quick. Malik Mustafa was ranked as the number 1 safety that I had left on the board. He was right ahead of Bo Braid, safety from Maryland. So, they're getting a guy that they feel valuable about. 49ers go in safety here. So they do address one of their needs that they had to get. We talked about it coming in. Safety made a lot of sense. Where were they going to find a safety in this range? They found a safety in this range. I'm curious what everyone thinks about it. Josh says they met with him. Yeah. And then there goes Bucky Irving, running back that I had talked about. It's one of my diamonds. He just went off the board, but let's just stay on Malik Mustafa. I think Malik Mustafa is a guy that you like for special teams right away. He's got the 49ers size you're looking for, 6'2", 207. He's got plenty of speed, athletic. He's going to fit in really nice behind the guys the 49ers have. You're adding him to a room. He's going to help on special teams right away. That's a good one. I like Malik Mustafa. I think it caught me off guard a little bit just because of the fact that Malik Mustafa, for whatever reason, I'm grazing over him when I'm looking for picks, and I'm not thinking about Malik Mustafa. But let's go ahead and look up, Malik Mustafa. Let's go over, what kind of player he is. 5'10", 209 is a solid guy. And the 49ers are always looking for guys that are kind of in that build that are going to be able to help out, that's what you want. You want guys that fit a particular set of skills. He ran a 4.5, 240. So he's 5'10". He's 209 pounds. He's got 30 and an 1/8 inch arms. He was, athletically a 41-inch vertical leap. So he's got the athleticism, the strength, 22 reps in the bench, the broad jump. He was 81%. Dude is got some ability there. So let's look at some of the strengths, that we're looking at. He's got those athletic ability strengths that you're looking at, including Bruce Feldman had him in his freaks list because he hit 23 miles per hour on the GPS in a game. That's really impressive. And, we talked about him earlier, physical and run support. That's something you have to have when you're a 49ers defensive player. And a guy that's known for how he plays in zone coverage, the size, the strength, the speed, compact physicality. He's got the good short area quickness that allows him to be able to drive on footballs and lock on to guys. So this is a guy that was a team captain. And so, he's a guy that's got versatility. He can play both safety spots, could possibly slide into the nickel on occasion. So if you're looking for a guy because of matchup that can go ahead and step into that role, he can do that. So he's a good player. Of course, he's not going to be a man-to-man coverage guy in the NFL. And then sometimes, like a lot of the guys we talk about that are 49ers, he's very aggressive, can sometimes be over aggressive. And so he's a guy that's going to have to learn patience because of that aggressiveness, can sometimes leave zones uncovered. But yeah, really, really solid pick for the 49ers here, going for the safety. We had a feeling it had to be one of those positions. They go safety, and gotta like that. So Josh said they met with them. Jamie loves the pick. David says, I think we brought him in for a 30 visit. It was hard to keep up on the 30 visits. You know, who else was going to be there? But it's there. And Jayla says, was Hicks Tampa still available? Yeah. TJ Tampa still available. Hicks still available. I'll have to catch up on who went off the board because we're talking, about our guy. But yeah, those guys were still there. Kane says Kuno Mustafa today, Dirty Dom yesterday, 49ers with the WWE draft. That's pretty solid right there. HAR says led team in tackles. Good player. You know what I mean? Malik Mustafa. I mean, the fact that you're getting a guy, that's a pretty talented guy, 4th round grade. I wonder where the 49ers had him. But I had him 102 overall. You're getting him at 124. That's pretty good. So they're adding guys that have substance. And that's exactly what they're looking for. Guys who are leaders on their team, guys who have good football IQ, guys that are good tacklers, or, in the offensive side of the ball, guys who are tough. They have a particular mold that they're looking for. Malik Mustafa fits that mold. And now the 49ers got some depth at the safety position. They have, a pretty good group now. You have the 2 starters, Jair Brown, they went and got last year, Talanoa Funga, the All-Pro, coming back from injury. And then you have Odom, and now you have Malik Mustafa. I think they're feeling a lot better about that safety room just in case. And they were talking to Blackman. They were talking, potentially interested in Simmons. So they've been trying to address the safety room for a little bit, and they do it here. And we're not that far away from them picking again. We're at pick 126. So Malik Mustafa, then Bucky Irving, and then Detroit's pick is in, and then Philadelphia is on the clock at 127. So 49ers go ahead and what were the positions they needed to address in this draft that most people believed? Wide receiver, cornerback, offensive line, safety, and they've addressed them in their first 4 picks. So where it's probably more than likely the way they did it is need where need meets best player available, and they hit that. And this is where they're going with Mustafa. I think edge rusher would have also been a potential spot because they went wide receiver in round 1. They probably weren't willing to go wide receiver there. Now we'll see what they do at 135, which is coming up pretty soon. Still a lot of really good football players left on this board. So it's been a fun, interesting draft so far. I think that the 49ers are getting guys that probably haven't been, talked about enough or as much, but very, very solid players when you go ahead and you look at who these guys are. So Detroit pick is about to get announced. We'll see who Detroit goes with. And then I'm going to get back to some of the comments and just see how you guys are feeling about Malik Mustafa, physical player at 5'11" and over 200 pounds, compact, physical athlete, brings the boom. You got to be physical. You got to be tough to play for the 49ers. That's what they're adding. Every single one of the guys they got are guys who work hard and play physical. So kind of interesting. Let's see what the Lions do. They've addressed cornerback and potentially safety in a big way in this draft. They've been going after guys in the secondary, and we'll see where Detroit goes next and see if they can get another player to help them as they try to narrow the gap on 49ers. 49ers go ahead and take care of them last year. So pretty interesting. So let's see what's going on in the chat. Team being Wake. Yeah, Wake Forest. Pretty good. I like this from Josh. Got a killer name as well. He does have a good name. Malik Mustafa. I mean, that just sounds like a stud. I like that. I mean, I don't know if it reaches Storm Duck abilities, but it's pretty good. I do like that name. It's very interesting. I like Malik Mustafa. Giovanni Manu. So there you go. So I was asked about him earlier. Hadn't really got, any breakdown on him out of British Columbia. So this is a pick that I wasn't too familiar with. 6'8", 350 pounds, but ran a 4.9. You're talking athleticism at the tackle position. That's pretty impressive. I'm watching some highlights of him now. This is the first time I've actually really saw him play. He wasn't someone I broke down I mean, looks like a good enough athlete. Little plays a little high, but I mean, in this position, you're looking for someone you can develop. He definitely doesn't move like a 350 pounder. So interesting pick, Giovanni Manu. So interesting guy for sure. Lou says, it looks like it's going to be Dwelly. Dwelly's not even on the roster right now. The 49ers don't have him on the roster. So we'll see. I don't know what's going to happen with Ross Dwelly and whether he's going to be a guy that they end up bringing in, but he's not, a guy that they have right now. And Jaylee says high pads. Yeah, that's what I noticed as well. He looked like a guy that was playing high. Philadelphia just picked Will Shipley. So Will Shipley goes off the board. A solid pick. Will Shipley was a running back that was fun to watch. And you're talking a guy that can create in space, can catch the ball. He fits what they're going to do there in Philadelphia. So now Philadelphia has Saquon Barkley and they have Will Shipley. Good, solid selection. A guy that can create out of the backfield, can run, good vision, good explosiveness. I think that was a solid pick. Not my top running back I had left on the board, but he was right there. Him and Jalen Wright I had ranked almost equally. The only guy I had ranked higher was Ray Davis, and because I really like Ray Davis running style. He's not as good at pass catcher as the other two, but I liked him running the ball. I thought he was very good between the tackles, but a good pick there for Philadelphia. The Bills are selecting right now. We'll see who they end up taking, but right now there hasn't been a run on any position. It's kind of just been going back and forth between positions, and there goes Ray Davis, running back, Buffalo. Wow, that's a good selection. That's a good selection. He's a good football player. So all those guys, all those running backs, Ray Davis, Will Shipley, Jalen Wright, all ranked within 6-7 picks on the big board altogether. Davis's vision, explosiveness, he's something. He's something special. I think that was a really good selection. They're going to have a nice 1-2 punch. So this is a very solid pick for the Buffalo Bills. New York Jets are on the board. Here comes another 49er-like team as the 49ers are waiting. The Jets are going to pick twice. The Chiefs are going to pick twice before the 49ers pick at 135. So 49ers have a little bit of time left before we get there. But, David says we've traded up. I haven't seen it come through yet, but let me see. You're right. 49ers are on the clock right now. So who's it going to be, guys? 49ers just jumped up to get someone. We just had a run on running backs. I don't know. I'm looking to see, is it a running back? I don't see one of those guys that makes sense for me at running back, but they're coming up. Interesting. I mean, Jared Wiley's still on the board. You got the edge rushers, Austin Booker still on the board. Brendan Rice, wide receiver, still on the board. Those guys are all there. I don't think they would double up on corner. So Chow Smith-Wade's out of the picture, but you got Javon Solomon. We know it won't be safety now. So offensive tackle Christian Jones still available. Who do you guys think it's going to be? Put it in chat. We'll go through these real quick. 49ers on the clock, so they like somebody. We'll see what they ended up trading. I'll try to get an idea of what they traded to move up, because I don't think they would have to give up a lot to be able to go up and make a move. This is that time that you don't really have to worry about it. San Francisco up to 129. They deal with the Jets, so let's see. 49ers got 129, and the Jets got 173 and 176. So the 49ers did not trade 135. They're going to make 2 picks here. So they traded up, but they used their 2 fifth-round picks to do it. So interesting. 49ers are going to make 2 picks right now, basically got the value that they had traded earlier back. So 49ers are on the clock at 129, and then they're going to be at the clock at 135. And then after that, they only have pick 211 and pick 251. So they have taken themselves all the way out of the 5th round to be able to make this pick. So real interesting that the 49ers just did that. How excited are you guys that they're jumping up potentially to get a couple of guys? And JL says, you know who Ant. So he's one in Kamara right there. It could be. So for those of you guys who are wondering, I see 406 to Rice. Just to recap what they gave up 173 that they picked up from Kansas City yesterday for moving back one spot. They give up their normal 5th round pick at 176. So they give up those 2 picks to the Jets to go to 129. So they still have 135. So basically what they did was yesterday, they did a little bit of a pick swap and with Kansas City to move back one spot, and they picked up an extra 5th, and now they've coupled those 5ths to go up into the 4th. They talked about this not being as deep a draft, and now what they've done is got multiple picks in the top 50. We thought that they weren't going to have one of these 4th round picks, but they still do. So this is a very interesting move for the 49ers, and I like it a lot. Doors fan says Braylon Allen, running back Wisconsin, another favorite. Yeah. Lou says, here comes that Shanahan pick out of left field. It could be. Traded both 5ths. That's the truth. That is what happened. And, this is what Luke said. Running back, mini run. There is a run on running backs right there. You had him go. Jalen Wright. You've had Ray Davis. You had Will Shipley. All those guys have went in the last 10 picks. Actually, shorter than that, like the last 7 picks. So 49ers are coming up. They're going to make a move. They're on the clock. And Thomas doesn't like it, says, hey, they gave up too much. A lot of people really like those 2 5ths for a 4th. But, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. It depends on what they're getting, because now they're going to get 2 players here. It's more than I was expecting them to get, but it's interesting. We'll see who the 49ers get here. Should be a fun player to talk about. Oh, it is the running back, Isaac Garnito out of Louisville. So they did go running back. Here's your run on running back. 49ers had met with him. This one was definitely something that people thought. I am curious to see, what everyone thinks about this picks. Yeah, it's interesting. Josh says 49ers got the running back they wanted. They were really high on him. It's interesting with him because the speed, right? I mean, you talk about the speed. He's a 4.3 guy, HR. He's a one-cut go guy. I just didn't see him break a lot of tackles. It felt like when he got hit, there wasn't a lot of shiftiness and contact. So he was an interesting guy, but they liked him a lot. And you're looking to eventually replace Elijah Mitchell. This is the kind of guy that you get. He's built in that sort of manner. He's big, he's fast, one cut and go guy. And Nick B says, why a running back? I mean, they're planning for the future. And this is one thing you got to balance now and the future. But 49ers now had a roster spot potentially available for a running back, and now they filled it. So that's interesting. And JLE says didn't need to trade up for him. It looks like they got spooked a little bit. You've seen the run on running backs. You've seen Ray Davis. You've seen some of the other guys. They didn't want to lose out on their guy. So they traded 2 5th-round picks as TJ Tampa just goes off the board to the Baltimore Ravens. So, it's like one of those things where you're seeing a good player in TJ Tampa go. But, interesting pick for the 49ers. We'll get to Isaac so we can go through, who he is and what he's about at the running back position. Because I think this is an interesting pick. I think a lot of people would have felt more comfortable with Jalen Wright, with Ray Davis, with Will Shipley. I think those were all guys 49er fans felt more comfortable with. The 49ers were definitely high on Isaac Garnito, though. He's a guy that's fast, 6 foot, 221 pounds, big running back. He ran a 4.33. That's a lot of speed, a lot of straight ahead speed. So he's a talented guy there. His vertical was 41-inch vertical leap. He's gonna get your attention. His broad jump, 129, which is 97th percentile. 3 cone, 6.94. Change of direction, speed, all there. Bench press, a little bit underwhelming. Only 17 bench press reps for such a big guy. But you're talking about a guy with a 10-yard split out, 74% at 1.55. Pretty impressive as far as his stats go. Some of the things to like about him when you're talking about his acceleration, the speed is something that shows up on film. You can see the speed, especially if he gets in the open field. He's a guy that's able to create in the open space. Good blocker. And so if you're looking to have him block ahead of Deebo Samuel or some of the wide receivers, he can do that as well. I think one of the things that's going to stand out to everybody is how physically demanding he looks. He's got that. My question is going to be, how well is he going to look in the open field? And how good is he going to do in open spaces compared to some of the other 49ers guys that they have on the roster? But the 49ers have decided they like big running backs that are not named Christian McCaffrey. Elijah Mitchell got a lot of size, his speed ability. You got Jordan Mason, a lot of size there with Jordan Mason, and now Isaac Guaranito, another guy that has a lot of size. He's a one cut and go guy. He gets physical, gets up the field fast, and he explodes when he goes. I think that some of the things that you're wondering can he do is, can he make the change of direction? And that's something that I didn't see on film. I didn't see him being able to consistently change direction fast. He's a guy when he's on the open field and he's running straight ahead, he's a problem to stop, and he's a guy that can outrun you to the end zone. But when it came to change of direction, I didn't see it. He's definitely a one cut and go guy. He's not going to make people miss in the open field too often. I think those are some things that he needs to work on. He also sometimes would bounce plays outside instead of hitting the unnecessary hole, which we know is very important. But Bobby Turner is going to be all over him. And Elijah Mitchell learned real quick. The guys who learn, they develop and they come into the system and they work. Guys who don't end up being like Trey Sermon and have to go. But this is kind of the fit. This is kind of what the 49ers end up going with, guys that kind of fit that type of mold at the running back position. Very interesting. And Fred says change of pace for McCaffrey. He's definitely a change of pace. William brings it up right here. Mitchell on the last year of his contract. And Josh says they definitely got nervous, overpaid a little bit. Yeah, that was interesting. I thought they were going to get somebody that was going to come in and make a big play right there. And look at the Chiefs going out and getting Jared Wiley tight end there. So Wiley goes off the board. The Chiefs going out there and getting more weapons for Patrick Mahomes. I'm sure he's replacing Blake Bell. That's a solid pick for them. So interesting. Jamie says, head scratcher to me. I really thought we would go tight end 2 there. Maybe they have a UDFA commitment. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing at tight end. Like Thomas said, this is a great athlete. I think, I think that he is a great athlete. The straight ahead speed is there. The one cut ability is there. Some of the vision problems is something he has to work on. And then also him in space. I mean, he's not one of those guys that's going to make someone miss in space. The quick cut ability is not there. He's more of a slasher compared to that. So those are some things that I think that he needs to get going on. But he can catch the ball. He's a pretty good job catching the ball, and he's good in pass protection. That's one of the things, right? They had to move on from TDP. He wasn't a great pass protector. There's been question marks about Jordan Mason. I feel like Jordan Mason's gotten better. But you're getting a good pass protector here. So some of the things that we know that the 49ers have been looking for at running back, they get here. The question is, and I think this is what everyone's going to wonder, is did you have to give up 2 fifth-round picks, to move up to 129? I mean, of course, if you're not going from 135 to 129, but you're going all the way up, you're going to have to give up the draft capital to make it happen. And that's exactly what they did here. So, interesting pick. I don't hate it. I definitely, I got to get more used to the pick. I want to do even more study on him than I did because I want to get comfortable with the pick. But 49ers go running back. It wasn't 3rd round. It was 4th round. So Mr. Corey says happy with Puny, but preferred Kingsley Suamatia. What do you say, Ant? I think it's where you're looking. I thought Kingsley has a lot of development. I think Puny is more ready to go right now, more developed. I think Kingsley has a lot of development that still has to happen. I don't know if he would have helped the 49ers in 2024. There's huge upside potential with Kingsley. There is. There's a lot to like about him as an athlete and as a player, but I think that there's a lot to like about Puny and potentially what he could do on the inside, especially with the fact Banks could be a free agent, and then eventually you have to find a replacement for Brendel. I don't know which one Puny's going to be. but he could be one of those. And so I like him on the inside, that's for sure. Let's see. Juanito says, I'm liking these draft picks so far. Awesome. I'm glad Juanito's liking it. William Baker says, can Isaac block a juice replacement next year? He can block. I don't know if they're going to move him to fullback, though. I think they see him as a running back. I think they see him as eventually being Elijah Mitchell's replacement. Probably not going to be able to replace Elijah Mitchell re-sign him. And he's always got some injury concerns. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to stay healthy. I love the player, but, that's a real problem. And here goes Sione Vaki, guys. So Sione Vaki just went off the board. Interesting. He goes pretty early here. So he goes to Detroit. Detroit continues to address the secondary. And Sione Vaki, he definitely seems like a Detroit guy. So that makes sense. Some people not very happy. Josh says, didn't like Kingsley personally. I didn't like him. What are the 49ers were going to pick? I understood why they passed on him, and went with Dominic Puny, but I'm a Puny guy. So that's something that, I'm always looking for. So for sure. Let's see what we got going. And so let's see who we got on the board still. I got to check. I got to get updated. Wiley, Vaki, and now Hicks. So we've seen since the 49ers picked, Wiley, Vaki, and Hicks all thought to be potentially 49ers type players, all go off the board. And we're moving through this draft pretty expeditiously at this point. But yeah, that's Jaden Hicks goes off the board, solid player. 49ers had already gotten their guy in Malik Mustafa at safety. So now 49ers go running back. I don't know. Where do they go next? They have a pick coming up here pretty soon. 49ers are going to be picking in a couple picks. New York Jets are on the clock right now. Their pick is in. In fact, 49ers are on the clock. So where do you guys think they go next? They went running back. What's up, Ernest? How's it going? Ernest in the chat. Always good to see you. For whatever reason, there you go. My mouse wasn't working, but always good to have you in the chat, Ernest. How's it going? Logic says, do we have 2 5th-round picks? Not anymore. We traded the 2 5th-round picks for pick 129 that we used to take Isaac Garanito. So no, we no longer have 2 5th-round picks. In fact, once the 49ers pick at 135, they don't pick again until 211. So it's about to be a long ways before the 49ers pick. I don't even think they can couple 211 and 251 and move up very far at all. So it's going to be a while before the 49ers pick again. So it's going to be interesting. Let's see. Nick B says, if I can get this, want to see 49ers get stronger in the trenches, D-line, O-line, please. So far, they haven't been willing to go ahead and address it any more than they already have. So we're getting close, though. Braylon Allen just went off the board, running back. Wisconsin goes off the board. So now the 49ers are officially about to pick. Braylon Allen was talked about in chat earlier, 6'2", 245 pounds. You're talking about a big physical running back. That's exactly who Braylon Allen is. So he goes off the board. And now the 49ers are on the clock. We know it's not going to be a running back, right? So we got that going for us. But what position are they going to go with? Go ahead and put in chat who you think it's going to be that the 49ers end up taking. The pick is in, so it's going to come up here pretty soon of who the 49ers selected. So I'm curious what you all think. The edge, maybe linebacker. Tyler Davis, defensive tackle with our next pick for David Marazzo. Potentially, that could make sense there, that they could go that direction. So, yeah. It has to be D-line or tight end, linebacker or tight end. Everyone's kind of hoping who it's going to be. Let's see. Waiting on it to see what happens, who the 49ers are going to select with this pick. See if 49ers go running back. It's going to be a little bit interesting. Still waiting, and I was hoping they were going to say it, but they haven't said it yet. Christian Jones from Big Papa, potentially a guy. Others are saying maybe it's Jeremiah Trotter. We'll find out here in a second. It's going to get announced. Got our guy up there. Jacob Cowing, wide receiver from Arizona. So 49ers met with him as well. Here talking speed, but undersized. 5'8", 168 pounds. You're talking about a dude that is a mover and shaker in space. This is an interesting one. 49ers, they're betting on the wide receiver position, aren't they? They went wide receiver, but they didn't go with, some of the guys that people thought they were going to go with. But this one, I mean, Jacob Cowing was all over the 49ers radar. 49ers had been meeting with him, and he was somebody that they were interested in. So let's talk about Jacob Cowing a little bit. 23 years old. He ran a 4.3 840. He's 5'8", 168 pounds. His vertical, 36-inch vertical. His 3-cone, actually, with that speed, not that great. A 7. He overall, his stats aren't exactly tremendous. His wingspan is one of the lowest at 1% with the 5'8", 168. He was an interesting guy because he's completely undersized, but you're thinking of him in the same regard as you would think of Calvin Austin or Rondell Moore. He shows the ability to play in the slot. I mean, that's what he's going to be. He's a yard after the catch guy. He's got the ability to run all kinds of routes. So you could definitely get him involved in all that. Good ball skills, catches the ball pretty good at securing catches, even when it's contested catch area. So that's a 49ers must. You must be able to catch the ball when you're about to be hit. And then he brings a lot of value when it comes to return duties. 49ers doubling down on potentially getting guys that can help with the returns. The question marks are going to be, how's his body going to, hold up? Now, he broke tackles in college. It looked like he was a guy that can make some things happen after the catch, even after contact. But how will that translate to the NFL when you're starting to go against bigger, more physical players every single time? So he's a guy that definitely can sit down in zone coverage. He's good at finding holes. So he's good with that. Let's talk about some of the weaknesses. Because of his size, he's going to play a slot in the NFL. Of course, 49ers could find some unique ways to get him the ball in space, but he's also going to lack the ability to beat press coverage. That's why he has to play in the slot so he can get a free release. He cannot play out at the X receiver spot and get bodied. So that would be a little bit of a problem for him. And because of his lack of wingspan, he's not going to be able to win consistently with contested catches. He can catch the ball in traffic and take hits, but contested catches could be a problem for him. And then when it comes to being a blocker, he's not very good in that light. He's just not a good blocker right now. So that's someone they're going to have to work on, and we'll see how he handles it. I'm worried that he's going to first contact go down. Let me know what you guys think about it. I'm sure you guys are filling up chat right now. I'm going to try to go through them and see what everyone's thinking. Lou says no, so Lou not enjoying the pick. JLE says kick returner, punt returner. That's exactly what he could, and a lot of people saying no. David Morazzo says, I love this player. Will fit right in. So you're talking about the wide receiver position. Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, Jawan Jennings. Then you go get Slick Rick, Ricky Pearsall. Those are your top 4 guys. Pearsall thought to fit the Ray McLeod, role by me. So you have him go off you have those top 4. Then you have Danny Gray, Ronnie Bell, Chris Conley, and now you add Jacob Cowing. So this is a very loaded wide receiver room. There were probably question marks after you got past wide receiver 3 And now you've got guys that are going to come in and compete. It's very, very interesting. And Josh is not happy because Javon Solomon is probably lost in his opportunities to be able to get an edge defender. And it doesn't look like they're planning on going edge defender, letting all these guys go. And Paul says, kick or punt return possibility. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things he does. He's electric in space. So him and Pearsall bring returnability. So both of those guys could be guys that they have. And David Morazzo says Danny Gray had better show up in camp. Yeah, he better. Danny Gray, Ronnie Bell, Chris Conley, they're on notice. We've loaded up this wide receiver position. You have to step up. You have to come in and make plays. So it's interesting. You know, Freddie McDre doesn't like the pick. You know, I've seen this one a lot, you know, being mocked to the 49ers. So this one didn't surprise me. I wouldn't say that I traditionally like the smaller guys when it comes to the wide receiver position. They haven't really worked out. I even forgot Trent Taylor. He's on the 49ers roster as well. So interesting. Lou says, I'm done. I knew Kyle couldn't keep it together for the whole draft. Kyle being Kyle. Thanks, Ant. Lou, have a good day. I hope you recover from it. Nick says 49ers have struggled to draft small, speedy receivers. Danny Gray, Pettis, AJ Jenkins. What's interesting, too, is Danny Gray and Pettis are not even really that small. I mean, this is the smaller of the receivers at 5'8", 165 pounds. Danny Gray's over 6 foot tall. Same with Pettis. I mean, they were more slight framed, but they were at least taller. And Mark says, hey, 5'8"? Yeah, he's 5'8". Josh is not a fan of this pick. I think that's going to be a lot of people's feelings on this. This, of course, is I don't mind the wide receivers. Debo and Jennings are gone in 2025, plus Gray and Bell have shown nothing. Yeah, I mean, the deep part of the roster, yes. The question marks are going to be with who is still on the board. That's going to be the question marks because you still had some really good wide receivers on the board, potentially a guy like Brendan Rice that you didn't go with. So maybe that's it. I don't know. And Josh says absolutely no D-line this draft when we have a bunch of Band-Aids at the moment. It seems like they feel more comfortable with it than most. You know, I mean, they are 4 deep when it comes to solid players. And then Kalia Davis on top of that, they're probably still high on him. Yeah, we'll see. Glass City says, not sure if I like this pick. I don't think he'll last past a year. Yeah, we're going to find out. It's interesting. Do the 49ers get any compensation if Juwan Jennings leaves? Yeah, next year, if he decided to leave in free agency, depending on the contract that he gets, the 49ers could get a comp pick. Now, of course, you don't know what's going to happen with your own signings. You would think the 49ers would have more guys go out than more guys then come in. So you would think you would get some sort of a comp pick for him. But we'll see. I mean, we don't know how that's going to play out. I think the 49ers would like to get Juwan Jennings signed. But, I mean, that wide receiver room's getting full now, guys. The wide receiver room is definitely full. Mr. Corey says they watched Detroit running circles around them with all of that speed. I mean, it's never a bad thing to have speed. Speed kills. So it's always a good thing to have speed. But, you know, it's interesting. You're getting, you know, Jacob Cowing here. That's what he's predicated on, speed. If he's in the open field and, you know, and he's out in the open field with no one around him, he's dangerous. He can make things happen. He can make contested catches, you know, or catches in traffic, but contested catches, things like that, that's where he's going to struggle. And then I wonder how many tackles he's actually going to be able to break. That's the difference between him and most of the players the 49ers have on the roster right now. They break tackles. Jacob Cowing's not that. So this is an interesting one for sure. You know, I mean, the 49ers definitely, you know, went ahead and went with the guy that they feel good about. But, you know, he's off the board now. I wanted to see what else happened right after that. We had Naheem Pritchett go cornerback Auburn to Seattle. Deep Still cornerback Maryland. Those were the 2 next picks right after the 49ers. So, you know, it didn't go wide receiver. It was guys that, you know, were a different position, but 49ers felt they needed to get this guy. Now they don't pick again until the 6th round. So they probably thought they couldn't get him in the 5th round if they really liked him. They must've really liked him. And so they went ahead and got him. And there's lots of good players on the board. You even had, Malik Washington out of Virginia, which was a similar type of player. He was available. But 49ers like him. So that's what they do. The 49ers they kind of do their own thing. They get guys that they like, and they liked Jacob Cowing. And so now he's going to be a 49er, but I think a lot of people are going to question 5'8", 165 pounds. And is he going to be able to block to the level that they need him to block if he's on the field? I think that is a question mark that we're going to have to see if he can handle. If he can, then, the dude's tremendously athletic. So, with athleticism, the last two guys that they went with, they have the athleticism for sure. They've got guys who got extreme athleticism, 2-4-3 guys when it comes to speed. And, we always know that that's important, finding those guys that have speed, that can make plays. And the 49ers addressed speed for sure in the last two picks. But interesting that they went with a smaller type wide receiver here. Jamie says Kyle loves having a small weapon. He has had one in years before in San Francisco. Gray hasn't panned out. Yeah, that's true. Danny Gray hasn't, panned out. And, they're definitely, Danny Gray was a 3rd-round pick. They were high on him. He's going to have to show up and show out, and he's got to stay healthy if he wants to make the roster. Davis says our roster is stronger on offense for sure. Haven't been able to say that in a long time. Yeah, they're getting there. Peanut Jeff says, where's the D-line? They haven't been willing to address it. It was an interesting draft when it came to D-line. I felt like when it came to interior defensive line that there were some guys in the top 3 rounds that were really enticing to go get. And then I felt like after that, it was a little bit less depth that you were going to have at the defensive tackle position where you could just take someone later. And so that might be what it is. But right now they only have pick 215 and pick 251 left. These are really late round guys. They did not address the edge, and most of the edges that, are really talented that are still available, they're probably, not going to be around when the 49ers pick again at 215. So with who's left, who came in, we struggle to stop the run next year. Yeah, it could be. The good thing is they did get a nickel corner that could help stop the run. But they're definitely building to stopping the pass a little bit more than the run with the type of guys they got. Now, Jordan Elliott is a good defensive run stopper at defensive tackle. So they have him in that second rotation. He'll do a good job, but most of the other guys are built on speed, athleticism, getting past. So yeah, they're not addressing D-line when it comes to big guys. Luke says Danny Gray isn't going to make it on this team. He hasn't shown anything. At least Bell has shown he can make plays, but Gray hasn't, and he is injured all the time. Bell just needs to be a better blocker. Now, you're right. From what we've seen on the field, in games, you're right. Ronnie Bell has done more. I will tell you this, in training camp, before Danny Gray got hurt, he was way ahead of Ronnie Bell. He was having himself a pretty good camp. He looked good. Unfortunately, he got hurt, and you got to stay healthy. I think that one's going to be a real battle. I really do. And now it's become even more complicated because you added Cowing to it. You added Chris Conley to it. There's going to be some interesting conversation about it for sure. Mark says John Chapman says about him, puts more effort into blocking than most 200-pound wide receivers in this class. Yes, he puts a lot of effort into it. The problem is he doesn't always get it done. But John's right. He puts a lot of effort, and effort is important. You want guys that are going to give will, but Ronnie Bell puts a lot of effort into blocking as well, but they're just not able to get it done. And sometimes it's a lot easier in college. Now you're going against the top 1%. So I worry about him blocking there, but it's not going to be for lack of effort. That's why he's a 49ers guy. 49ers guys, they work at that. They try. They're guys who are willing blockers, and he's definitely a willing blocker. I just worry about him being able to block consistently. And I think some of that is the PTSD from Ronnie Bell last year. But Ronnie Bell's another guy that tries hard. He works as hard as he possibly can to make plays. Jamie says, I think they have some D-line lined up as UDFAs. They had a lot of combine and virtual meetings with D-line. I'm sure they do. They always address defensive line. They get some guys that You end up watching, you're like, hey, what's up with these guys? Jordan McGee goes off the board at pick 139, linebacker Temple, another athletic guy goes to Washington. So you see what they're doing there with, Adam Peters. He's getting guys that fit the system. So that's another really good player that goes off the board, solid athlete at the linebacker position. 49ers did not address linebacker. Maybe they will in the later rounds, but yeah, they haven't really been willing to address linebacker. And maybe that's good news for how they feel about the linebacker room and how they feel about those young guys. It could go ahead and show, how comfortable they feel with their 6th and 7th round picks last year, that they're willing to kind of ignore linebacker. So is that good news that you're going to get Drake Greenlaw right away? Or is that good news that, the young guys are going to step up? It could be a little bit of both. So at least we've seen that, and they could also go with a guy later, but guys are moving off the boards pretty hot and heavy. Pretty good stuff so far. Looking at the board, there's still a lot of talented players available. I'm going to have to catch up at some point on who went. Let's go ahead and see who went. We had Pritchett, we had Taheeb Steele, Xavier Thomas out of Clemson to Arizona. And that was Xavier Thomas was a guy that I was high on, but then I heard he had some off the field type issues that may make him not on the 49ers board. And so even though I had him at number 148 overall, a lot of it was I dropped him because of, some of those concerns, but explosive edge, 6'2", quick first step, a lot of speed and athleticism off the outside. That's a good pick. Arizona continues to do their thing. Chargers are on the clock at 140. And it's going to be a long wait for the San Francisco 49ers to pick again. They traded out. I thought 5th round was going to be spicy as well, having 173 and 176. But the 49ers decided that wasn't it. And Mr. Corey says, another year of Colt McKivitz. Yeah, I think that was always something that was going to happen. I think at best they were going to draft an offensive tackle that was going to compete with Colt McKivitz, that was going to push Colt McKivitz. But outright beating him out was going to be difficult. The rookie offensive lineman starting is tough. I would have loved to have seen them be able to get a guy, if one of those guys would have fell, that you could have plug and play day one. But that would have had to have been 1st round. I don't think you could get one after that. That was plug and play right there. Daryl says, while 90% of the attention will be on BA, Debo, Kittle, and CMC, the guy will operate in space where he thrives. They complement each other, which I'm sure is Kyle's thought. Yeah, it's always about certain things. Like I can tell you that I'm sure Kyle sees a thank you for the comment too, that sees a specific role. And that's what we're going to try to figure out over the next, several weeks, is figuring out the role and how the 49ers envision it. But in the short term, you could find certain things, added elements to your offense that you think he can help dynamically. And that's what you're doing with Ricky Pearsall as well. You find certain things that you like that you can add to your top 3 wide receivers and elements that you need from them. Also, that way, in case one of those guys go down, you have an element that you don't lose from missing them. But we know the 49ers wanted to address it. They got a couple of fast guys in the last couple picks. So you're right. I think that there's ways that he's going to look for, means to use them. He's got some sort of vision for them. As an offense coordinator, you always have to have a vision for your players and how you can put them in the best situations to be successful. So I'm sure he does. You don't sign off on a draft pick unless you have a real clear idea of how they fit your system and how you're going to use them. So they think he has a fit. I think you're just looking at the question marks and wondering how they feel he's going to overcome those question marks. But let's be honest, here we are in round 4 and round 5, and you're going to have guys who are going to have question marks. That's why they're in round 4 and round 5. So some of these guys, those question marks are going to be answered. They're going to be able to overcome those, and they're going to be good NFL football players. And then some of them, those are going to be what hinders them. But you're right. They're definitely going to have something for, them to do. Luke says, Ant, they're having fun in Washington. You got to be happy for Adam and the Washington fans. The franchise had suffered from bad ownership for too long, and they just improved that team drastically. Yeah, they're getting better. I mean, you knew Adam Peters going there. The philosophy change was going to help a lot. and they're having a pretty good draft. They're bringing in guys that, as John Lynch says, are made of the right stuff. So I think they're doing a pretty good job, and I'm excited for them to see what's happening. BV50 says, Ants, what's happening? Do you expect a tight end to be drafted? How's it going, BV50? First off, when it comes to tight end, it's getting less and less likely as we go through the board. Let me look at my tight end board. The tight ends are very much picked over at this point when it comes to tight end. So let's see. I mean, the 49ers could always decide to get a tight end. There'll be some guys late. Jaheim Bell still on the board, at least as of the last I saw. He is. Cam Hart went off the board. So Jaheim Bell, but pure receiving threat. And I think that's what's hurting him and making him drop is that. So he's on the board. Let me look for my other tight ends. Tanner McLaughlin out of Arizona is still available. Of course, Dallin Holker out of Colorado State, another guy that's really a receiving threat. Those two guys are probably the top two guys left on my board as far as receiving threat tight ends. And then that's where you get down to Tanner McLaughlin. But I mean, tight end position wasn't deep in this draft, and it is pretty much running its course with guys that are probably going to get drafted. And another guy, that I like that's a receiving threat is Devin Culp. I think Devin Culp is an interesting prospect out of Washington. I think he's went overlooked, but he runs a 4.40. Doesn't have ideal, speed. Ideal size. Not really the best blocker, but the dude's, fantastic with the ball in his hand. So he's another guy late. If you're looking for a receiving tight end, that would make a lot of sense. But yeah, tight end, it doesn't look like it's going to happen in this draft. It could be somebody, later, potentially. And Mr. Corey says, I wanted Sennett. Yeah, I think a lot of people did. I think Sennett went earlier probably than some teams thought he was going to go. But Washington targeted their guy, and they weren't going to let him go. And, they got the guy that they really like. So it's possible. And, yeah, the Tennessee tight end late. Oh, yeah. Oh, where's he at? I'm forgetting his name. It was like McCastles, or he was the guy that was at UC Davis, and then he transferred to Tennessee. I can't remember exactly where I have him ranked. I remember I watched him pretty extensively. McCallum Castles is the guy you're referring to. And I watched him when I watched some of his UC Davis film, and then I watched him at Tennessee. So yeah, that he's an interesting late guy as we see Cedric Von Prong go, a center goes from Florida. So we're starting to see some of the interior offensive linemen, the centers go. I think he was a solid player. Good fit for Buffalo. Buffalo adding some offensive line help for Josh Allen. So we still have some pretty good players, the top players available on my board. I know that TJ Tampa got drafted. I wasn't able to mark him earlier, but Kalen King, I think his speed is what's keeping him on the board because he ran a 4.6. Christian Mahogany still available. Brendan Rice still available, I believe. So that's interesting that Brendan Rice is still there. I thought he had pretty good tape. Cam Hart just got drafted as well. And so that's interesting to me that you're getting guys that are getting drafted, a little bit higher than some of the other guys. It always happens. It's interesting. I was just like, look at it and evaluate it like, hey, I wonder what, I was missing there. It's kind of interesting to me. So I'm always looking at team fit too, and trying to get an idea of what their team fit is. But yeah, cool stuff. Cam Hart off the board, catching up on my board here as we go through, marking them off so I can try to keep updated on who's still available. And you got Chris Abrams Drain still available. Jeremiah Trotter, a lot of people had him all the way in the second round, third round. He's still available as well. I had a fourth round grade on him, so he's there. There's still some interesting prospects, but I don't know what's going to be available when the 49ers pick next. Here, Glass City says, why did the 49ers choose Mustafa over Hicks? I think that's an interesting one. I think they probably liked Mustafa's physicality. I like Hicks as well. But when you look at Mustafa and him as a run supporter, I think he's a little bit better than Hicks in that area. And then I think that they believe he has the necessary ability to pull the trigger and jump on routes. I think those guys are really close. I did have Mustafa ranked slightly ahead of Hicks, I believe. I'm going to go ahead and look to see where I had Hicks. I did have him slightly ahead. I had him Mustafa with a 4th round grade, and I had Hicks with a 5th round grade. So I did value them for his 49ers view a little bit more for Mustafa compared to Hicks. But, I mean, both were really good talent. I didn't think there was a big discrepancy between the two. And so yeah, I think it's just, they like his compact body. They like his physicality, his position versatility. He's a guy that can step into nickel occasionally and play there. Plus, he's going to help on special teams right away. I'm guessing those are probably the main reasons why they went to him. So the Colts are about to pick, and we'll go ahead and check that out. Jamie says Isaac Rex from BYU may also be a tight end UDFA. I think that's a solid option there, Jamie. Good call. Yeah, it could be a possibility, a player that, would make sense as a UDFA. And that's one of the interesting things. There's lots of UDFAs that are pretty talented. And, a couple of those guys that you rank as UDFAs, I mean, sometimes they get drafted. In fact, there'll probably be a lot of those guys that get drafted that, you think are going to be UDFA. So you're trying to work to make sure that you have a potential to get those guys. But there's a lot of tight ends that could be UDFAs that the 49ers could be interested in, and some guys that are big and physical, but this wasn't a deep tight end draft when it came to the actual draft. Anthony Gold, wide receiver, Oregon State, goes to Indy. So another one of those quick guys. It's got a lot of, versatility as far as space to be able to run and create. He goes off the board. So Gold, that was a pretty good pick as well. So I think we're seeing the smaller, faster, wide receivers who were able to do things in space, kind of going off the board. And I think the 49ers kind of started that trend when they made their selection. And now it's just going to keep going because there's other guys available in that same kind of manner, like Ananias Smith from Texas A&M. He's another guy that will come off at some point that's got that extreme athletic ability at the wide receiver position, but a slot receiver, a smaller receiver. But none of those edge rushers, guys, that we were talking about have went off the board. I mean, guys that, we saw going in the 3rd or 4th round, they're all still available. Muhammad Kamara is still available. Austin Booker still available. And Javon Solomon. So there are guys available. Even Braden McGregor had a 5th round grade on him. He's still available. So edge rush talent is still available. No one's been really willing to go ahead and get those guys. So Atlanta Falcons, their pick is in, then Buffalo. We've got a long ways to go until the 49ers pick again. So it's going to be a lot of waiting around for the Niners on this one. Luke says Kamara, Dallin Holker, Torrey Horton. I love watching from Colorado State. Kamara is a fun player to watch, and I like Holker. And Holker's interesting because you don't think he's going to be, but he's really good at changing direction. He's one of those guys that when he gets the ball in the open field, he can change direction and make somebody miss, and you don't expect it from when you first see him. So he's got a good elusiveness, and he's got quick change of direction, which I liked about him. Good receiving tight end, especially late in this draft. And then when you're talking about Kamara, that elite speed is fantastic. So he's been doing that. Glass City brings up a pattern I noticed is that our draft picks are all old for rookies. The Niners seem to be looking for players that are ready to go. Most of our picks will be 24 this season. No core project players. Yeah, most of these guys, right, are 5th or 6th year seniors and guys that are going to be 24 years old and more experienced. Lots of games played in college. They're putting a lot of value on guys that were showing and modeling consistency over an entire career. Guys they felt weren't boom or bust type guys, but guys that you felt confident in what they could be. And you're right, that could probably step in and handle a role if needed. So early on, the 49ers would draft guys that were more boom or bust type guys. You get guys with tremendous upside, and now they're getting guys where they know who they're going to be. Yeah, they still have room for improvement. They still have ability to reach a higher ceiling, but you know what they're going to get consistency-wise. You know what you're going to get rep in and rep out. And I think that's important when you're talking about how they're drafting. They've definitely changed their philosophy over the last couple of years. So it's interesting, but I think it is a clear thing for the 49ers how they're going about it. Ant, has Jack Westover been drafted? If you like Culp's hands, Westover was highly regarded as strong go-to clutch guy for the guy to have at third down, similar to Kittle. No, I haven't seen Jack Westover drafted. I've been trying to keep up on my big board as much as possible, but I haven't seen anything from Jack Westover. In fact, I don't know if I broke down Jack Westover, to be honest with you. So let me see if I have him in one of my. I might not even have him listed on my list as guys that I even caught a little bit of. There was just so many guys that were tough to get to. The only reason I got familiar with Culp is he kept getting brought up by Brian Culp and Kenny Culp. They kept bringing him up, so I actually checked him out because of that. But no, I don't think I got to him. So I don't believe he's been drafted, but also he wasn't one of the guys that I was able to break down. And unfortunately, as we move through this draft, there's going to be guys that, I just wasn't able to lay my eyes on. Just way too many guys to be able to do that. I tried to do it as much as I could. And, but no, I don't see, him on there. So I'll have to keep an eye out. I'll have to take a look. Jack Westover. I haven't seen him come off the board, that's for sure. But I didn't have a chance to look at him, but that's interesting. I'll have to take a look. I think that'll be one of the things I do is I'll look at some guys that, get drafted. So we had JD Bertrand from Notre Dame, the linebacker, just got drafted by the Chicago Bears. He was a guy that was, moving up some people's boards. They were excited about him. He was a guy that I watched. I thought he was a pretty decent athlete and needed some work, but, pretty good player overall. So JD Bertrand goes off the board to the Chicago Bears, and we're cruising through the fifth round. We're at pick 144 of the NFL draft. So continuing to try to monitor my board and go through and update as we go so we can keep an update on which guys are still available. And this is going to be a long time through, but this is the fun part of the NFL draft, going through these names, these guys that you hear now, and you're like, man, who is that guy? And then eventually they end up stepping up and being a big time player. It's always a fun thing to see when it comes to the draft. Chicago on the board right now. So was Bertrand going to the Falcons? I'm sorry, I misspoke. He went to the Falcons. Chicago Bears are on the clock right now at pick 144, and 49ers don't pick again until the 6th round, and it's the end of the 6th round, one of the comp picks. So it's going to be a long wait till we see the 49ers make a move. Charles says Westover was Washington's number one tight end, very clutch. Oh, you know what? I did see a little bit of him when I was watching some of the other guys. Now that you bring it up, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, I mean, he was one of those number one guys. I didn't focus on him at all. I didn't watch any film at all on him per se. I just saw him from time to time when I was watching other guys. So I do remember that. So Mark says, I'm here until 1:48 and then you're out. That's how it's going to be. I'm sure people are going to come in and out through the stream as we go through. Makes a lot of sense. It's a long wait, especially with the 49ers not coming up for a little bit. I understand why some people are going to kind of come in and out as we go, because it's a long process getting through these drafts. And now the 49ers have a long wait. I mean, we have a long wait to go, and we're going to see a lot of really good football players go off the board before the 49ers pick again. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So Raiders next pick. JLE says, till the end, and I appreciate that, JLE. JLE's going to ride with me the entire way. Raiders are going to be making a pick pretty soon. Forktail, what's up? Says, who did the Niners get in the 4th? Just checked in. So they traded up in the 4th round. So first off, the pick 124. Trying to remember, they went with safety Malik Mustafa out of Wake Forest. And then they traded up. They traded both 5th round picks, pick 173 and 176, to move up to 129, and they selected running back Isaac Giordano from Louisville, and that was the pick at 129. And then at 135, they just selected Jacob Cowing, wide receiver from Arizona, quick scat back slot type receiver. Those are the 3 picks they went with. A lot of people not happy that they traded the 2 fifth-round picks to go to 129 to draft the running back. That was probably the one that the most people got worked up with. So, yeah, it wasn't always the best. Austin Booker just went off the board to the Chicago Bears. So Booker, one of the better edge rushers in this draft, goes off the board. And, he definitely went all the way to the 5th round. But when you're looking at him, he's got some ability to him. He's an athletic dude off the edge. So that was a good pick. And we're getting close to getting rid of all, any guys I had with 3rd round grades. And here we are in the 5th. Just shows, you can't be right all the time. That's for sure. David said, we put a lot of stock on durability with our picks this draft. 5-year starters with tons of tape. You're right. Every one of them have started a lot of football games, and the 49ers love guys who are available and able to play. So you're right. I mean, that's definitely really big. And Chris Abrams-Drain just got drafted right here. So Abrams-Drain goes off the board. Solid player, 4th round grade, and Denver Broncos know they need to get guys that can help in the secondary to go against Kansas City Chiefs. And Ernest has said, hey, I'll ride with you till the end, and I appreciate that as well. Thank you for sure. Terrell said, hopefully Kyle isn't neglecting Washington because of Pettis, haha, but I can see his arrogance causing him to be that way. I don't think he's avoiding them for any reason. I mean, John Lynch, and Chris Foerster went up to Washington personally to watch the talent there. There was a lot of talent at Washington. It's definitely the Pettis thing that the cat man definitely leaves a bad taste in your mouth, but there's a lot of good players from Washington. So that wouldn't be smart to do that. Grandma boy style. Love that. We've got, let's see, we've got some good players still available on the board. Let's see who goes next. Who's picking next? The Tennessee Titans. So Rand Carthon, I think they've had a pretty good draft, but they've had a lot of holes that they've had to fill. So we'll see what they go next. See if they can get a very solid player with this next pick. Fortel says, I like Giordano. I think he can replace Mitchell when the time is right. Him and CMC will be dynamic duo, but would have preferred an O-line, but I don't hate it. I think that, you're right. Body style, speed. I think it fits the Elijah Mitchell. The one cut and go. He definitely fits that style. I think the question marks is he's not as elusive in space as Elijah Mitchell. So I wonder what's there. But, when it comes to running backs, Bobby Turner's done a pretty good job of finding guys. Now, there has been misses, right? Some of the other guys didn't work out, but I'm gonna wait and kind of see how this guy looks, especially, when it gets to training camp. But overall size, speed, I just, what's he going to look like in open space? Is he going to be able to make anyone miss? I feel like there was too many times he was just running straight ahead and he would just get tackled. And it wasn't no really attempt to make anyone miss in the open field. And of course, those are things you could get better at. It's just something I didn't see on film that I'd like to see him get better at. But I'm talking about a 4th round running back. With Elijah Mitchell, you were talking about a 6th round running back. So it wasn't a high price. You did use 2 5th round picks to jump up. A lot of people thought, hey, you probably could have got him in the 5th round, but there was a lot of movement when it came to the draft with running backs. So that's probably why they felt like they had to make a move. David says, I have to bounce, Ant. Love all the coverage. Much appreciated. Yeah, thanks so much, David. You've been, writing on John's channel, then writing here. I really appreciate it. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate you so much. And, it's always nice when you guys come through and have conversations. I love having the conversations with people as we're going through the draft. It's a lot of fun. Tennessee Titans are on the clock and it's on commercial. And so we got that going. Mizzou cornerback. Yeah, that's who went. It was Abrams-Drain that went. That was a good selection right there. So they just came back from commercial. Tennessee Titans are up and ready to pick. And, You know what, guys? I'm going to go on a quick little break. I'll be right back. And then we'll get right back to it, but I'll be back in just a moment. All right, guys. Thanks for waiting momentarily. Needed to take a quick little break. So thanks for hanging in there with me. And I appreciate it. Josh said, I'm back. Did my dig into draft picks. Nice. I'm ready for the conversation for sure. Carlos says, appreciate the great insight on players that we pick. Thank you. Appreciate you, Carlos. So thank you for being here and checking in. Always appreciate it when they come through. Terrell says, assuming they don't get any additional picks, how many UDFAs do you think they'll sign? Well, I think they could sign, even more than their roster would allow, because they could move on for some of the guys right now that they have on their roster that are fringe guys. So they always have the potential that they've signed guys that they could release to sign other undrafted free agents that they like. I think somewhere between 5 to 8 undrafted free agents seems very realistic for me. I think that would be a kind of a spot that they would go, but it also depends on which guys want to come to San Francisco, because the 49ers have so much depth on their roster. Sometimes undrafted free agents want to go to the path that's a little bit easier, path of least resistance for an opportunity to get on the field. So that will be interesting to see how they do. But I would say 5 to 8 probably makes the most sense for me. And Jay Ellie says 2 more selections left, our 90-man roster. Yeah, there's training camp depth, that's for sure. BB50 says the drum track is cool. I tried to put on something a little bit interesting there. I didn't know how long I was gonna have to take my break, but glad you are digging it. Luke says be interesting to see who we dump off our roster as far as guys that have been there. Yeah, there's probably a couple guys, and there were some guys they signed, kind of late in free agency, that I'm not sure they're super high on, that could potentially get moved if they find the undrafted free agents that they like more. We know John Lynch said that the scouts and personnel staff are working on those names right now. They're going to have some contact, especially as this draft continues with the undrafted free agents trying to find out, hey, we want you to be drafted. We're hoping you're going to be drafted. But if you're not, we would like to get you, to Santa Clara. That is, like he said, that's a difficult conversation to have because you have to tell someone that their dream of being drafted in the NFL might not happen. Now, we do know once it gets to the 7th round, some players change their mindset from I want to be drafted to I don't want to be drafted. Because if you're not drafted, then a lot of times you get a little bit of a bigger initial bonus. But the real main reason is you get to pick wherever you want to go. A lot of teams, you'll have several interests from 10 to 15 teams. So instead of having to go one particular area, you can go ahead and get the guy that you want. Now, one interesting thing is there were 7 running backs drafted in the 4th round. So that could have been another reason why the 49ers went ahead and went running back in the 4th. Just a little bit of a note. Josh says 98th percentile in 40, 99th percentile in vertical, and 97th percentile in broad jump for Isaac. Yeah, you see all that athleticism for sure. It's the change of direction in the open field. That's the problem for me. Everything else is fantastic. So, I mean, I get it. I get it. And Mark says, okay, off for some lunch and blitz chess. Pleasure chatting with you all. And a very excellent coverage. And see you all later. Yeah, have a good one, Mark. Enjoy yourself. Blitz chess. That sounds fun. Lunch and blitz chess. Yeah, enjoy yourself. Enjoy your Saturday. Have a good one, and we'll talk again soon. So, we're gonna hang right here. I'm gonna try to catch up. Jarvis Brownlee went to the Tennessee Titans. I missed that while I was gone. So I almost marked him off my board earlier, thinking he got drafted, but he hadn't. So Jarvis Brownlee goes and mark him off my board. We also have Audric Estime. He's gone. He went to the Denver Broncos, so he's gone. Audric off the table. Going to go ahead and find him on my board. So a few selections happen that they've been moving pretty well. We haven't seen too many people taking up too much time, but we haven't seen any quarterbacks. Right? Spencer Rattler still there. Michael Pratt still there. That's interesting. I think a lot of people thought that they were going to go after what happened in day one. Tommy Eichenberg goes linebacker to the Raiders. So Raiders get Eichenberg. I liked him. I liked Eichenberg overall. I had a 5th round grade on him, a late 5. And so Raiders get a linebacker out of Ohio State. So I think we're all caught up. I'll just make sure. Cincinnati Bengals pick is in. That means New Orleans Saints are on the clock at pick 150. So 49ers still, 65 picks away. It's going to be a little bit before they pick again. Josh said about Granado, but he did have a hammy injury in 2020, only played 1 game. And then Liz Frank in 2021 only played 4 games. Wow. So this is a guy that had some injury concerns. Interesting. And that's always something that's interesting when you're talking about 49ers, how much. Now, hammy, that's a little bit different, right, than something more structural like an ACL, even with the Liz Frank. So that's interesting. I didn't look too much into his injury history, to be honest with you. So thanks, Josh, for sharing those in chat. Those are interesting stats that are coming through. So we're going to have Josh Newton, cornerback, TCU, goes off the board to the Cincinnati Bengals. So another cornerback goes here. Let's see. New Orleans Saints are up next. At pick 150. So almost 150 picks in. You normally want to get guys in the top 150. So this is a spot that a lot of teams would like to be. Picking, guys in the top 50 is always a key. So interesting that we're there. We're over halfway through the draft now. Some of these guys are going to be interesting selections. Still a lot of players available that I thought were going to be off the board a little bit earlier. So, what made them drop? I think is always an interesting thing to see. Some of these guys, it makes sense. They're either tweeners, changing positions, those type of things. Guys who are undersized that have high upside. Guys that are pigeonholed into certain positions. But still, a lot of really good talent out there on the board. So. I mean, it gets a little bit thinner as you go through, and it's definitely harder to find those guys that are 49er fits as you go through. But yeah, pretty interesting group of guys that are available, and I'm always curious to see how each team values each guy. Mustafa had a torn ACL in 2021, so that's a long time removed from ACL, and I think it seems like pretty much everyone has an ACL. At this point, I think it's pretty interesting that people come out of high school and college with ACLs all the time now, which is, I used to never see ACL injuries. When I was playing in high school, we didn't have anyone that tore ACLs. It was just not a thing. But now it's more common. I see, high school players that tear ACLs, college players. We know Bosa, tore ACL when he was in high school. He tore one, in the NFL. So it's something that happens. And Josh says, Ambry Thomas have a shot at making this team. I think he has a shot. The 49ers invested in Ambry Thomas with a draft pick, but I think they've done everything they can to give him competition. And Isaac Yedem, it seems better than Ambry Thomas as far as his skills, his technique, his length. And then they doubled down and got Rock Ya-Sin as well. I think it's going to be tough for Ambry Thomas to make the team overall. And Spencer Rattler just went off the board to the New Orleans Saints. So Rattler, some people had him going all the way into the second round. Spencer Rattler doesn't come off the board until round 5, pick 150. Of course, if you watched QB1, Spencer Rattler, when he went to high school in Arizona, was featured on that show. I think it was season 2 or season 3. And a lot of people not a huge fan of who he was, but he was heavily recruited coming out of high school. And, he went to Oklahoma, had mixed results in Oklahoma, but when he went to South Carolina, he figured it out and he had some big time plays. So, Spencer Rattler goes off the board here. And maybe we'll see a couple more of the quarterbacks go off the board. We still have, some guys that could potentially go here. And Michael Pratt would probably be a guy that I could see going at some point. We'll see here in the next, 50 picks. And then I'm curious what Jordan Travis is, suffered that bad leg injury last season. And, it's going to take someone willing to take a shot. But Jordan Travis was having a tremendous season last season and could be a late round guy where you get a guy that has a lot of ability and skills. But Spencer Rattler to the New Orleans Saints, very interesting. Fortel says, what happens with Luter and Womack now, in your opinion? I think Luter Jr. has a better chance to make this team than Womack. The reason being, they just drafted Luter Jr. And Luter Jr. is a little bit more bigger, a little bit more physical. He does have the ability to play inside if needed. I think that when they drafted Sam Womack, they saw him as a player that could move inside and play nickel. And we've seen them do that at the beginning of the season of his rookie year. Move him inside. He played, week 1 and week 2. And in week 2, I felt like it was real clear he got exposed in the run game. And they attacked him pretty much. And the 49ers had to make a change and go Diamond to Lenore. And Lenore was doing a very good job at the nickel until Emmanuel Mosley got hurt. Then he had to move outside. But since then, the 49ers have been reluctant to give Womack more reps in the nickel. Jimmy Ward came out and said on a podcast that Womack couldn't do it in the run fits. And That's why they had to keep him outside. I think last year, the fact that he was inactive, even though he's a tremendous special teams player for the end of the season, kind of makes you believe what they feel about his coverage skills. So it's going to be tough for Womack. Luter Jr., they might give more time because of his size and length. But I think it's going to be really tough for Womack and Ambry Thomas this year. I mean, they've got competition all over that room. 49ers were not messing around with the cornerback position. 2 free agents, Isaac Yedem, Rock Yasen, and now a draft pick. So they're making sure they're getting guys they feel can help out. 49er Gal says 1 special team guy off bet. The fan base is not happy. I think there's a couple of special teams guys that they got, in this draft that are guys that are going to help special teams. I think number 1 is Slick Ricky Pearsall could help as far as a punt returner. Jacob Cowan could help as a kick returner, punt returner. Those two both definitely have that ability. Then you look at Renardo Green. He's played all kinds of special teams. He could help as a gunner. He's another guy that's very physical at the point of attack and tackle really well. He makes sense on special teams. And then Malik Mustafa, the safety pick, he's going to be asked to play special teams right away as a backup safety. Safeties and linebackers have to be willing to play special teams. They're needed big time. So I think those guys are all special teams potential players for the 49ers as they look to work themselves into being solid backups and eventual starters if they're able to develop enough. So let's see. Who did the Colts pick? I missed. The Colts just picked Jalen Carleys. Okay, so this one's interesting for me. So when it comes to Jalen Carleys, he was a guy that, I got onto him probably, I think it was last week. It was like last week and a half where I saw him. And to me, he was a little bit of a guy that struggled when it came to playing safety consistently. I thought that he had some struggles with coverage. He had some struggles with recognizing where he's supposed to be in zone. He would get lost at times. So to me, he was a guy that I seen as somebody that could translate to linebacker. And so he was one of the guys that I put as a linebacker translation guy. But Jalen Carleys is an interesting guy. Let me bring up, what I had written up on him, because I had just put him into my guys to talk about my draft diamonds. It was interesting to see. Let me see. That's my big board. Draft gems on defense. So I know I had put him in there, but I couldn't remember exactly what I wrote on him to the T, because I liked him and James Williams, and they were both kind of the same thing. So he ran a 4.5. Seems fast enough, but there were some struggles with some of his stuff. But let's talk about the things that he did well. He had good instincts and anticipation. He had good discipline. So those were things. Very physical, good physical guy, blows up screens, good ball skills, can make interceptions. He had a pretty good back pedal and good closing speed and coverage. Very good against the run when it came to run support. He plays like he has a linebacker mentality. That's why I felt like he could be a transitional play. He's very tall at 6'3", long frame, and he's got room to put on more size. So he's good there. Here's where my struggles were with him. He needs to have a better understanding of route combinations and his overall vision. And also, you worry about his recovery speed. The way Mustafa is able to have recovery speed and change direction really quickly, you don't see that from Carleys. And then he has poor recognition skills when facing zone coverage. When it's play action and zone coverage, sometimes he struggles there. He needs to get a little bit better with his recognition skills. So that's kind of what I thought about him, but not a bad selection, especially at this point in the draft. I mean, he's a big guy, and JLE, yeah, I could see him move to outside linebacker. That would definitely be a potential for me. That's what I saw on film. This is the kind of guy that the 49ers would grab and do that with. I don't know if the Colts will, but maybe they will. He's big enough to do it. I mean, put on a little bit more size on his frame, and he's definitely one of these new age style linebackers. He plays with that mentality. So, yeah, that would make sense. Luke says, Slick Ricky better have more of a role than special teams, and he's too good to just be playing special teams. Oh, no, I didn't mean it that he was just a special teams guy. I just meant that they were going to have they were also going to help on special teams. I think that Ricky Pearsall is going to get a lot of snaps, not a ton, of course, because he's not one of the top 3 wide receivers, but I think he's going to get a lot of snaps at wide receiver, and he's going to make catches. So, no, that wasn't what I was trying to imply. So I'm sorry. Thanks for asking that question so it could be clarified. But no, I just think that the guys that you draft, young guys, are expected to help on special teams. So I think Pearsall will help as a punt returner, but I think he's going to catch passes for this team. I don't know how many, but I think he's going to be a part of the offense. Kyle has a specific plan for him. You don't use a first-round pick on a wide receiver and not use them in some way, shape, or form. So glad I got to kind of, clarify that a little bit. Josh says, so Cowing is basically Calvin Austin. Yeah, I think that's how people see him. Size, speed, weight, all very similar. Athleticism in the open field. I think that's a really good comp when you're talking about Cowing. And we know that the 49ers were interested in Calvin Austin as well. So Ananias Smith just went off the board. Another one of those kind of players. He goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. He was another one of my guys that was a draft gem that I thought the 49ers could target in the later rounds because of his athleticism and space. They ended up going with Cowing instead, but Ananias Smith was one of those guys who made sense, for the 49ers with that particular way that he plays. So you got another guy that goes off to the Eagles, and he's a fun player too. 53 catches, 795 yards receiving last year. Luke says, yeah, I just hope Kyle doesn't hold Pearsall back because of blocking. Let the kid go and win, and Purdy to Pearsall will be a lethal combo. I actually think Pearsall is going to be a pretty good blocker. Just seeing him on film and seeing the way he stock blocks with his base, his technique, it's not bad. You could tell that he's definitely repped it a lot. And I think it's something that when you get a mindset, especially with the players around, he's going to be more in tune with it. I think he's going to be above average blocker in year one. I think he'll just get better and better with the technique. So I think he'll be okay. And plus, if he is wide receiver 4, you're only asked to block in usually a lot of screen situations. I think he's going to run a lot more routes this year. They'll be, protective of what he does, but they're going to ask him to block because there's going to be times he's going to be the second or third wide receiver on the field. So I think he'll be okay. Justin, I'll be right back. Got to go. I'll go pick up the boss, aka the wife. Ella will be back in 15 to 20. No problem, Josh. Be careful and have a good time picking up your wife. And we'll be here. We'll be here when you get back. So we've seen Jalen Carley's go, Ananias Smith, and now DeAndre Price, cornerback from Mississippi, just went to Jacksonville. DeAndre Price is off the board as I'm looking for him in my big board to see where he is, because some of these guys that are going now, of course, I ranked a little bit lower because of the size and speed, that they fit the 49ers, and that's okay. But DeAndre Price off the board, and there's still, players available. I mean, we got some guys that are dropping. That's pretty interesting. But yeah, this is pretty. We're at pick 154. A lot of guys love Christian Jones. He's still available. DJ James, cornerback Auburn, still available. Dwight McGlovern, all available right now. The Rams pick is in at 154, and then it'll be the Colts. Colts just went and got a safety, so we'll see what they do next. When you're looking at the board, some players that are still available: Kalen King, cornerback, Penn State. Leonard Taylor, defensive tackle, Miami. Johnny Wilson, wide receiver, Florida State, fell big time. So inconsistencies catching the football have definitely caught up to Johnny Wilson, and people don't like it. Christian Mahogany, some people had second-round grades on him. Christian Mahogany, offensive guard from Boston College, still available. Brendan Rice, wide receiver, USC, still there. And then we just talked about DJ James, still available. Other notable players still available: Jeremiah Trotter Jr., linebacker from Clemson; Kalen Carson, quarterback, Wake Forest; James Williams, linebacker transition player, played safety at Miami, switching positions in the NFL. Around 49er circles, a guy who made a visit to the 49ers, Chow Smith-Wade, cornerback, Washington State, available; Bo Brady, safety, Maryland; Javon Solomon, edge from Troy; Gabriel Murphy, edge, UCLA; Jordan Travis, quarterback, Florida State, Muhammad Kamara, edge, Colorado State, and Christian Jones, offensive tackle, Texas. Those are the guys that I have as the top prospects still available. So there's still some names that are definitely out there. Brennan Jackson, linebacker, Washington State, is the pick. Big guy, 6'4", 264 pounds. He's going to be bringing some help off the edge as an outside linebacker. So, they run the 3-4 there in Los Angeles. And I think we've seen that the NFC West is doing their best to get guys that can help contend and stop what the 49ers do. They're looking for guys that are going to help in that area. And I think, this is another guy that's going to be able to set the edge in the run game. Big and physical guy on the edge. And they got Jared Verse, they got Braden Fisk, and now they add another, defensive lineman to that mix. Of course, when you're trying to replace a player like Aaron Donald, it's going to be hard, and it's going to take multiple players to do it. But they're working on it, that's for sure. So Brennan Jackson goes off the board here. Philadelphia is now on the clock at 155. So, we've seen each one of the NFC West teams work defensive line. This has been one of their keys. And then you see the 49ers not work defensive line at all in this draft so far. I think it's interesting. It's interesting. I think the 49ers have addressed defensive line so much, in years past, but over the last couple of years, and not as much. They have taken edge rushers, but when it comes to defensive tackle, it hasn't been a position where they've really been interested in consistently going with. So at some point, people think that right now the guys they got are Band-Aids. At some point, they're probably going to have to start addressing it again. But we'll see what the Eagles do here with their next pick. So Brennan Jackson to the Rams, and then Philadelphia is about to be announced right now. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. So Trotter Jr. goes off the board. That's going to make a lot of people very excited in Philadelphia. They'll love this pick in Philadelphia. This guy's a run stuffer, a guy that can come up and hit you and be physical. So that's a pretty good one. Yeah, JLE. Luke Luna says Rams have done well this draft. I wish they go back to F them picks. They've done a pretty good job. Arizona's even had a pretty good draft, and we've seen the change last year when they brought in the new coaching staff, that there was definitely a different mentality and type of player that they were looking for. The days of Cliff Kingsbury messing everything up have definitely changed. They're going out and they're getting some pretty solid players. And I think we're seeing a division that they know they have to try to slow up the San Francisco 49ers. The Rams have a pretty good quarterback, and they have the best opportunity because they have the quarterback. They have a good running game, and they've added to that running game. I think when you look at the other teams, Seattle Seahawks have done a very good job with their defensive line. I think the question marks come in when you get to the offensive side of the ball and you have Geno Smith. Last year they added Jackson Smith and Jigba. They lose Will Disley. And so they're trying to add to that talent, but Geno Smith is probably going to hinder them to some point. Good running game, like their running game. Can they keep their guys healthy? I think is going to be a big question mark. So, I think the NFC West is getting better. 49ers are doing their best to get better and stay ahead, but everyone's trying to catch up and everyone's trying to build their team to stop the San Francisco 49ers. Nick says, based on this draft, the offense definitely got better. They addressed defense very heavily in the free agency. So offense looked to be where they were probably going to address it the most. They still were able to get Renardo Green, which is a huge pickup. Malik Mustafa, a backup safety to help. So a couple of defensive players in the secondary, but you're right. A lot of offensive attention. They go a couple wide receivers, running back, offensive line, and Dominic Puny. That's what they're doing. And Phil says, and what's up, Phil? How's it going? Says 49ers address defense in free agency Exactly right. And Jay Ellie says both Murphys from UCLA. Yeah, both of them. I mean, definitely Gabriel Murphy's a lot more talented. He's higher up, but both of them still available and on the board right now. So, Cleveland Browns pick is in at 156, and then the Carolina Panthers are on after that. So, Carolina Panthers are looking to make their picks, and let's update the big board now that we know that Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is off the board. We'll go ahead and look to see who the best linebacker looks like it could be on the board. James Williams is the guy that I have. Of course, he's translating to linebacker, so a lot of teams might not see him as a fit. But when you're 6'5" and you run a 4.6 40 and you have the length and coverage ability he has, could be a guy that could cover tight ends if you're looking for one of those interesting players there. I think he's a top linebacker prospect that's still on the board. We've seen linebackers be going. Guys like Tommy Eichenberg is gone. So there's linebackers definitely later on in this draft. There'll still be some more guys I like Nathaniel Watson. He's still available. Omar Spates from LSU. He'll be a guy that goes later. So linebackers getting a little thin, in the next couple, rounds. But as far as players that definitely jump out as guys that I'm a little surprised to see are still available, Kalen King, the cornerback from Penn State, he surprises me a little bit. Same with Kalen Carson out of Wake Forest. I think those two guys are surprising to me that they're still available. Some of the other teams decided they were going to go with the bigger, longer corners that fit their system, and that's usually how it goes. And there's still some players available at key positions, but yeah, we're starting to get through it. We're getting to the guys that are tremendously more upside. You're hoping you're going to get something out of them. It's a little bit different. Now you're drafting for an elite trait, but I mean, look at the edge rushers still available. Muhammad Kamara, Gabriel Murphy, Javon Solomon, all those guys still available that, most people had pretty high grades on. So those guys have fallen. Braden McGregor has fallen. I know a lot of people didn't see him till later anyways, but Jamari Thrash goes to the Cleveland Browns. So Jamari Thrash off the board. He goes at pick 156, and he was my 155th player on my board. So one of the times that it actually matches up. It doesn't usually do that, but it definitely matched up there. Pretty interesting. BB50 says, Ant, that catch of the year Ricky made last year was just awesome. Also, I heard Ricky and Brock's high school teams played each other. Brock passed for over 400 yards and a victory. And Brock Purdy's team won by 70. Yeah, they won by 70. But yeah, that catch is unbelievable. The one-handed catch, that shows the strength in the hands, the big enough hands to be able to make that catch. That means contested catches are something he's going to be good at. And he showed it. I mean, he showed contested catches. He showed catches in traffic where he knew he was going to take a hit, acrobatic catches where he's still able to get his feet down. That's why you got to like the prospect. Like I said, you might question where he went. You don't question the player. Like, you like the player. It's just wherever you had him on the board. Some had him in 40s. Some people had him in 50s. But none of that matters. 49ers knew they wanted to get him, and they knew they couldn't get him at 63, so they went ahead and got him. And they might have had a first-round grade on him. I don't know. But, I mean, when you watch the film, you see a player you like. The route running's there, contested catches, the strong hands, the physicality, the ability to create after the catch, the punt return ability, and it starts adding up. And you're like, that's a really good player, and I'm glad he's on the football team. Nick says, yeah, they did address defense and free agency, but I feel like that side of the ball has a potential weakness, stopping the run, waiting for health. Yeah, I think stopping the run is a concern, and it started to become a concern again. 2019, it was a concern. They gave up a lot of yards, over 112 yards on the ground per game in 2019. And then you've seen them kind of shift. They traded Buckner. Buckner wasn't the best run stopper, and they were hoping that Javon Kinlaw was going to be that. Kinlaw ultimately had too many injuries, never really developed into that premier run stopper. But they brought in defensive tackles who were also big run stoppers that they could use. And guys got hurt, didn't work out. So that has been a problem. And so, yes, the one guy that they really brought in is Jordan Elliott. He's the one guy they brought in that's going to be a run stuffer for this football team. The rest of the guys win with athleticism, win with speed, and they've got to be able to split double teams using their technique to be able to do it. So it is a concern. And especially if Dre Greenlaw's not ready early, that could be a concern. Now, Devondre Campbell, he will help. If he's Sam Backer, he will help as far as when we're in 4-3 defense stopping the run. Renardo Green could help tremendously when we're in nickel packages stop the run. So, and I love this from JL. He's still holding out hope for Camaro. I mean, the fact he's still there, you never know. You know, the closer we get, maybe the 49ers couple of picks come up into the 190s if he's still available. I had seen him mock there before. What's up, Marvin? How's it going? Long time no talk. Pearsall will need to spend more time in the weight room, but he is good. Yeah, I think a lot of guys, you know, I mean, the strength level you have to get being in the NFL is different. And these guys learn that it goes from what you do in college to this being a job. And in college, a lot of guys put in effort and a lot of guys work hard. And there goes Chow Smith-Wade to Carolina. But there's a different level to it in the NFL. You're going to have premier things. Now you watch everything that goes in your body. There's a lot of attention to detail that comes from it because, let's be honest, you want to make a lot of money. And the way you make a lot of money is you play really well. So, yeah, he's definitely got to get a little bit better in that area. Strength-wise is important. But, I mean, he can definitely do that. So this is an interesting one here from Diamond. Diamond D says, Pearsall first-round pick, how many targets week 1? A couple. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a big target number for him. I think you still got Ayuk, Debo, Juwan Jennings. They're going to get the most, you know, they'll get the most targets to the wide receiver position. You still have Kittle. You still have McCaffrey. I think you dial up a couple of situations, a couple of plays that he really fits in that you can try to get him the ball in space where he can operate. And you're just trying to ease him in. I think through the first part of the season, you're really trying to ease him in, give him a couple of looks here and there, find matchups that work out for him where you get him matched up on a corner or safety that he can beat, and you use his great route running to be able to create separation for that. But I think it's going to be really limited as they work him in potentially. So I think that's how it starts. And then eventually it'll, you know, he'll develop into getting more looks. But I mean, in year 1, there are just so many options still. I mean, I could see him having, you know, some effect when he gets the ball. I just don't know how much he's going to get the ball. But yeah, he's going to get some. Oh, there goes Muhammad Kamara to the Miami Dolphins. They definitely needed a need, or they had a need at edge rush. They've tried to address it, and now they address it with more speed. That doesn't surprise me at all. What are the Dolphins like? Speed. And they just added another speed element off the edge. Muhammad Kamara headed to the Miami Dolphins, 6'1", almost 6'2", 248 pounds, and runs a 4.5 40. And I'm sure that hurt Jay Ellie a lot. Sorry, Jay Ellie. Jay Ellie just says, welp. Diamond says, crazy, you need to have a vision for a first rounder day 1. I think they have a vision for him, but it's to work him in. You know, I mean, that's the thing. It's like you're going to have a particular set of plays that are a package that are for him. Yeah, you're planning on getting the football in a couple of areas, but a couple of targets, maybe even a carry on a reverse or something like that. But there's not a lot of targets and touches to go around. And I know he's a first-round draft pick, but you're going to work him in. Once you get to week 8 and he's really understands this offense, he understands emotions, where he's supposed to be, the blocking, then he can even become more eligible to be involved in the offense. But it's going to be a process. But I definitely like him. I think that Kyle's got a plan for him. Kyle would have drafted him if he didn't have a plan for him. Nick says, will be interesting to see how Kyle uses Ricky and Cowing in the slot. Juwan is such a beast, but now we got more speed and flexibility in 3 wide receiver sets. I would say it's extremely interesting to see how he uses Cowing because we don't know exactly how he's going to play physically. One of the reasons I liked Ananias Smith was because he was 190 pounds at 5'9". With Jacob Cowing, he's 165. He'll probably end up being 170 pounds. So it's interesting to see because you do have both those guys that can play the slot. We know Kyle said that Ricky can play at X2. We'll see. But, I mean, that is interesting to see who's going to get the reps playing in the slot. Juwan plays a lot of slot. And then you also have those guys, and then Debo plays the slot. So it seems like you got a lot of talent there at the position. It could be interesting. Luke says, hope Pearsall kills it in preseason and Kyle sticks with the momentum. Well, Kyle, if you kill it in the preseason, he's gonna ride it out with you. And I think Ricky Pearsall's got the ability to translate to the NFL quickly. He played 5 years in college, and he's pretty refined as far as his route running and skills. So I think he's got the best chance of the wide receivers the 49ers have beyond Jawan Jennings to be able to translate to the game really fast. So yeah, Coach Chart says Kamara just went. That is tough. And Coach says, isn't Gross Matos a good run defender? He is. He's going to be good out on the edge in the run defense, and then on obvious pass downs, he's going to move inside and rush the passer from there. So yeah, he helps there. I think most of the run conversation when it comes to struggles with the run game has revolved around the defensive tackles because Javon Hargrave, though he's a tremendous pass rusher, is not the best run defender at defensive tackle. And then they traded for Malik Collins, and Malik Collins isn't exactly known for his run defense either. Effort-wise, he's there, but you lost Eric Armstead, who was your best run defender from the inside, and then you replaced him with a guy like Malik Collins. The thing is, though, Jordan Elliott is. So you're right, though. Gross Matos, he does a good job on the outside as a run defender. So he'll definitely help the defense when it comes to stopping the run when he's out on the field, the same way that you got last year from Cleveland Farrell, which is important. If outlook of the team wasn't as good as it is, Pearsall would be a lock starter. Look at our team. He's ready 100%. I would have rather had Kamara than Cowing, but let's see. Yeah, I mean, the Cowing pick I think people are going to talk about because of the size. I'm interested to see what the speed looks like on the field against NFL players in training camp. What's he going to look like when he lines up against some of those guys? Could we get some fun matchups in the slot with him and Renardo Green? And Renardo Green, physicality wise, is one of the toughest cornerbacks in this draft. So I'm really interested to see that matchup. It could be fun. Rookie minicamp could be fun watching some of those one-on-ones. Maybe we'll get some videos that sneak out there and let us see. No, I think they learned that from Diameter Lenore. They're probably not going to let that happen. But Chow Smith-Wade, Muhammad Kamara, Hunter Nerzod went to Kansas City. So Kansas City has been addressing offensive line again. And we know Andy Reid, he does pretty good job when it comes to offensive line. Hunter Nerzod, 6'3", 320 pounds from Penn State. He's a center, could play guard, but they went ahead and got a couple of guys. And then the Buffalo Bills get one of the guys that's toughest name to say, linebacker from Washington, Edufon Fashio. I know I'm butchering his name, and I apologize, but he is one of the toughest names to pronounce. 6'1", 236-pound linebacker from Washington goes to the Buffalo Bills. So the Buffalo Bills traded back a lot early, and now they're kind of starting to make some of their picks with some of the draft capital that they picked up. We know that they had some positions that they needed to take advantage of, but they've done a pretty good job lately. They're going offensive line a little bit, trying to help out their quarterback. So now they go linebacker. And we were looking at the board. I was kind of surprised they went with that particular linebacker right now. But, like I said, at this point, you're guys who fit your system. You're just going ahead and going with them. And that's what these teams are doing. So he comes off the board, and we're sitting at pick 162 because Washington just selected Dominique Hampton, safety from Washington, 6'3", 220 pounds. So, I mean, guys, here we go. We're about 50 picks away from the 49ers selecting again. And, it's still a lot of really talented players on the board. How many guys will the 49ers ultimately select? Will they make both selections that they have left? I think that's a big question mark as I'm updating my board here with a couple of guys. So I keep finding, a couple of guys here and there that I miss. So I'm trying to update my board so I can make it the most realistic that I had. And Dominic Hampton is the guy that I'm looking to update now. Finally getting updated with some of the guys. So that way I don't talk about them when we're going through as guys that still need to be drafted. But I mean, it's a good board. Still available. I mean, some guys, that 49er fans really like. I mean, there's a couple guys that I loved, so they're in red for me. A lot of my red players, the guys that I have star player awards for are gone. Those are guys that I really liked. They fit the 49ers, and then they had elite traits that I liked, so they were complete fits, the star players for me. There's a couple of those guys still left. It's in the 5th round. There was 3 of them, and the 49ers have no, 5th round picks, so we'll see if they even get to them. But what's up, Tommy? How's it going? Tommy's in the house. Welcome. Let's see. Josh says, I'm back. Did Solomon go yet? No, Muhammad Kamara did. Muhammad Kamara went just recently. He's off the board. BB50 says, CJ Stroud was heartbroken before they drafted Ricky. He really wanted him. Yeah, he did. That was a fun interview to watch. His reaction, and then the pushback. You got they're like, hey, he struggles with press man coverage. Oh, no, he's good at press man too. Good releases. Like, he was defending Ricky Pearsall. He really liked that pick. And it was interesting because CJ Stroud was very high on Tank Dell last year. They went Tank Dell. Tank Dell was showing up and showing out. So he, for whatever reason, I mean, we haven't got a long sample size of CJ Stroud breaking down wide receivers, but the one that he did so far was pretty good. John Chapman kind of said that, Ricky Pearsall reminded him of Jackson Smith and Jigba, like the poor man's version, and that CJ Stroud played with Jackson Smith and Jigba at Ohio State. So it could be something there. So Josh says we need to find a way to get Solomon. Can they use every draft pick they have left to jump up potential? Thomas says, I'm hearing talk of Isaac at fullback. I don't know. I mean, he's got size, he's got speed. I think they see him as a running back. I think they see him as the eventual replacement for Elijah Mitchell. There was a couple of guys in this draft that I saw as potential guys that were big running backs who could be fullback type. When it comes to Isaac, he does block good. So, I mean, never count it out, but I mean, I don't know that. I haven't listened to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan talk about him. So I don't know what they envision for him. So I don't want to rule that out, but I mean, I think they drafted him to play running back. I mean, they're 4 deep right now. So Coach Chart says defensive line rotation. Does Elliott start and Collins come in pass situation, or does Collins start? I think they're going to start Collins. I think they're going to go with Hargrave and Collins starting. I think they're going to rotate Jordan Elliott. I think he's going to come in. So they got they got Givens as well. I think that's going to be the 4-man rotation with Kalia Davis battling. I think that's the guys that they're going to go with, the same way they kind of have done with some of their run stoppers before. They're more their second unit guys. But I mean, if they needed to get a run stop on early downs, I mean, Elliott would be that one of those guys, especially when you're playing teams, from those teams that run the football a lot. It's possible. John Franklin Myers traded to Denver for a 6th. Interesting. So we're getting some more picks. I know I went away from the picks for a second. Sorry, guys. Christian Jones off the board to the Arizona Cardinals. So the Arizona Cardinals, they pretty much just listened to whatever, was going on in 49ers land and just started drafting all those guys, because it's like they found a mock of who the 49ers were being mocked. And we're like, oh yeah, let's just get all those guys. But Christian Jones is great value here in the 5th round. I had a late 4th round grade on him, and here he is in the 5th round. That's a solid selection for them. So I mean, once again, there you go with the Arizona Cardinals getting better, NFC West getting better. Buffalo Bills are on the clock right now, but it keeps going. Luke says, Ant, let's hear your remaining star players. Okay, my remaining star players are Trey Taylor, safety at Arizona. Liked him. Miller Bradford, probably the guy I'm the highest on that's left. So he's a safety from TCU, but I see him as a nickel corner in the NFL. I don't know if he'd be a potential player for the 49ers now because of Renardo Green. Very similar type player, but he only gave up 56% of receptions when targeted, and he got better every single year. Another guy that was a fifth-year senior, very talented, very aggressive tackler, good in run fits, 5'10", 190 pounds. Renardo Green light, basically. I mean, that's who he is. So 4.4 speed. He's that kind of guy, and I liked him a lot. And, I just happened to stumble upon him, and I was a fan. Played over 600 snaps last year for TCU, so I liked him. Braden McGregor, and I just think that the length and the size, the Yetur Gross-Matos type role, playing outside, setting the edge, really good against the run, and then moving inside and being able to play on obvious pass downs where he's quicker than offensive guards. It's got the elite length, 6'5", over 260 pounds. I think he's a guy that I really like. And then Bub Means, and, of course I do some for every single round. And Bub Means, when you're talking about athletic profile, fit, what the 49ers do, yards after the catch, that sort of thing. So I liked him, but, I don't think he's a possibility now. 49ers went 2 wide receivers already, but those were some guys that I like that are still available. Most of my other guys, were gone, and they were gone quick. Guys like Dominic Puny went to the Niners, so he was one of my guys. Theo Johnson went, Tyke Smith went. Those guys all went in the 3rd round. But, the guys the 49ers got that were on my list, Renardo Green, Dominic Puny, both those guys were star players for me. And, they got them. So the 49ers did hit a couple of those star players. They might be done hitting those star players because they already addressed safety. They already addressed nickel corner. And I don't know if Braden will be there in the 6th round. If he was, I'd be down with that. But those were the guys I was kind of going with. But good question, Luke. Tommy says, Ant, the 1st round is for day 1 starters. Slick Rick, nope. I mean, yeah, it is normally. But the 49ers are not your typical team. They have 3 guys at the wide receiver position ahead of Slick Rick. This was a play to get a player that they feel can help in some sort of a package that can ensure, in case you have one of those top 3 guys get hurt, but also ensure if next year Deebo Samuel or Jawan Jennings aren't there, he is a day 1 starter next year. So you do get a 5-year potential contract, 4 years, of course, with a 5th-year option. So I think they look for him to make plays in his rookie season and help this football team win a Super Bowl. But I think it's also not just for this year, but for next year as well, where it'll be really important. And Josh is 100% right. Arizona, they looked at your board. So Josh, you got a keystroker problem. They are all over your computer. They know what's going on. They got you. So it's pretty interesting. And Josh says, trade the house for Solomon. I think a lot of people would be okay with that. And what's your favorite pick so far? I think my favorite pick, I mean, it's tough for me because I really loved Renardo Green and Dominic Puny. Those were my 2 favorite picks, for the 49ers, of course, because they were 2 guys that, I targeted that I really thought that fit the 49er system, and then I'm huge fans of the way they play. So I liked both of those. I think Renardo Green comes from Florida State, and I like him. I like his physicality, and I like what he's going to be able to do at the nickel position. And so I think he's going to be a very good player for the 49ers. So I'm probably going to lean towards Renardo Green, but a close second's Dominic Puny because he's going to be able to anchor on the inside. And the 49ers need offensive linemen that are like Aaron Banks and John Feliciano that can anchor and not allow push towards them. Now, the thing about Puny compared to those 2 guys, he has more lateral quickness to be able to stop the faster pass rusher. So we're going to have an interior offensive lineman that can anchor and move laterally quick enough to stop defensive linemen. This is exactly what you need when it comes to getting an interior offensive lineman. So I really, really did like the pick. BB50 says, Ant, what grade do you give the 49ers so far? I don't know. I think that they've done a very good job of picking their guys. So I don't know. I really want to wait and kind of evaluate what I think of what happened in round 4. And take a look at these players and how I feel like they fit before I'm ready to kind of broach that conversation. But I think they've done a pretty good job. I think they're hitting on guys. I want to hear what their plans are. For a Jacob Cowling, I want to hear what their plans are for Isaac Guaranito. I want to hear, what they're thinking for like a guy like Malik Mustafa. But I did like the Malik Mustafa pick. I thought their top 4 have been really solid picks. I thought it got a little bit more interesting after that. I think it makes sense with the running back as far as how he fits in the system and his build and everything. And eventually Elijah Mitchell's gone. But I wonder, did you have to trade up? Now, I know there was a run on running back, so maybe you did, but it's interesting. And Josh says, I agree, Ant. Loved the green pick a lot. Yeah, that one got a fist pump out of me. I enjoyed that. The Dominic Puny one got a double fist out of it because I've been high on Puny for a while. So those guys I liked, and they fit the 49ers system. The 49ers nailed it. Josh says, no chance Puny plays tackle for us, more of a guard or center. I don't rule out tackle, but my feelings was he was an interior offensive lineman just from watching film. And then when I started listening to Lynch last night, I went ahead and listened to what he had to say about Dominic Puny. It really sounded like they see him as an interior offensive lineman too. He has the necessary length, like Colton McKivitz, to play tackle, but I think his position where he's going to be strong is going to be inside. I think when it comes to speed, even though he didn't give up any sacks last year, when it comes to speed on the edge, I worry about him holding up consistently against edge rushers in the NFL that have the combination of speed and power that are tough to deal with. And I think you'd be able to handle them as far as anchoring with power, but the speed element, being able to get upfield in his slide fast enough, could be a problem. Or if you throw him on the inside, he's more than fast enough to handle quicker defensive tackles and got enough lead in his pants to be able to anchor down and handle big defensive tackle. So to me, he's a really good interior offensive lineman and an average offensive tackle. So you could always see him potentially, playing on the outside in a pinch if they needed it. And I don't think he's worried about that. He's a very confident player. I just think that his best position is going to be on the inside. So I like that. Luke says, let's get this interior lineman battle going like yesterday. Let's get the right guard brawl going. Right guard's going to be interesting because do you see Dominic Puny as a right guard? If you do, then you've got your 4th round pick from 2 years ago in Spencer Burford. You've got your free agent signing in John Feliciano at right guard already. And at left guard, you've got Aaron Banks, who is going into the last year of his contract, and he took over for Laken Tomlinson, who they let his contract expire and leave. So that's all interesting. I think day one, they probably put Puny at left guard with Burford and Feliciano at right guard. But I think that Puny is going to see snaps at center. Now, the interesting part is now they have 3 potential centers. Now, they might abandon Nick Zakel's attempt to play center at all. We know that hasn't worked out to transition at all. So it might just be Ben Barch. But I expect Dominic Puny to get some of those snaps because if Feliciano starts at right guard, you need to have a guy that can step in and you don't lose Feliciano at right guard. It's a lot better if you don't have to adjust to moving Feliciano to center and putting Spencer Burford up. But if you can just keep some consistency, but it's going to be interesting. And Josh says that Puny didn't give up a sack in high school either. He's been good, and he's got hands. He's got heavy hands, for an offensive lineman. I liked it. It was like instant impact. That initial contact has to be good, and he would set guys back, and that's what you want. That initial hit needs to set guys back on their heels in the run game especially, and he did that, and he stopped a lot of momentum in the pass rush. He's very good. Ali running back to Baltimore, Jay Ellie says, yeah, I liked him too. I was going to look. I know I had him. I just broke him down recently. He was a guy that I was a fan of. Rasheen Ali, running back, Marshall. I had a 6th-round grade on him, but I did like him. I thought he was a solid prospect. Good vision. I think the worry is the speed, but good vision, physicality. He runs hard, so that was a good pick for the Baltimore Ravens and kind of goes to it. Jacob Monk went to the Green Bay Packers from Duke. He's going to play offensive guard in the NFL. I think that's a good one. I liked Jacob Monk as well. I thought he was moving up boards, and I figured a lot of teams would end up liking Monk at some point in this draft, and the Green Bay Packers went ahead and got him. Now, I did think he was a lower draft pick but definitely a guy with some talent that, fit the system of what the 49ers do and ultimately what the Green Bay Packers do. So Jacob Monk goes off the board as well. I'm going to have to, update my list in a second. Jalen Simpson, safety from Auburn to the Indianapolis Colts. And, of course, Rasheen Ali, who we were just talking about, running back from Marshall. So we're now on pick 166. That pick is in. Jacksonville will be on the clock next at 167. So Jacob Monk, interior offensive lineman, off the board. And it's going to see where I had him. I know I had him late because he's kind of jumping up boards lately, and enough that I got a little bit of film on him, but not enough to be tremendously excited about him going to the 49ers. I thought they were going to address it a little bit earlier, which they have. So Josh says, Puny, the swing guard, possibly. Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility. You had Nick Zakelj, who you were hoping was going to eventually become a starter, but at least could play both guards and center. And then he wasn't really working out. Then he got hurt. Then you traded or picked up Ben Bartch. I think you signed him off the practice squad of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now you re-signed him, but he's a guy with the same sort of thing. He played tackle. Now he's a guard / center. Position versatility. Bartch, our Firster likes Bartch at center. Thinks he's going to get better there. So I think those three guys are probably battling for one position. And we know Firster's high on Bartch. Does that mean that Zakel's completely fallen out of love? We're going to find out. I think originally the 49ers thought Nick Zakelj and Brock Purdy marrying them together was a good idea. He would eventually be Brock Purdy's center. That hasn't materialized. And so now they might be trying to figure out a different guy. And imagine if they could get Dominic Puny and they could put him with Brock Purdy over the next few years. If he could develop into the center that takes over for Jake Brendel, it would make sense. So it's a possibility. And, like Josh said, until year 2, he becomes a starter. Yeah, I think by year 2, he's for sure a starter. I do. I think Dominic Puny pushes this year, and I think by year 2, he's probably a starter. Jelly says, thoughts on Christian Mahogany, interior offensive lineman from Boston College. It's interesting. Like, I watched Mahogany, and I couldn't really get into his film very much. Like, I wasn't a huge fan of his film. I'm surprised he's still on the board because I thought there'd be a lot of teams I would really like him, but I didn't like him for the 49ers. I didn't spend a lot of time on Mahogany. I thought he was a nice prospect, and I thought he would get picked up by some team, but I don't know what the medical looks like and why he's falling so much, so that's a little bit of a surprise. But I didn't really like him for the 49ers, so I didn't spend a lot of time on him, to be honest with you. So the fact that he's still available is, a little bit surprising. What's up, Mark? How's it going? Mark's in the house. And Ant, you've done some great work in the draft. Really appreciate that. Hope, Mark, you're having a good Saturday, enjoying a little bit of draft, hanging out. And I appreciate the compliment. Means a lot. We're going to have a lot to talk about when we do the Red and Bold show Wednesday, 2 p.m. You can check it out. If you guys haven't already, go check out 49ers Camelot. Like and subscribe to all the stuff he does. Subscribe to his channel. Mark's a great guy. He writes for 49ers Web Zone. He has good takes on 49ers football. And we do a show every week, Red and Bold Show, 2 p.m. Pacific time, right here on 49ers Cutback or on 49ers Camelot. You can watch either place. And they do we like working together. We do a good job together. We've been working together we'll be coming up on a year pretty soon. So it's a lot of fun. Luke says, I do think Puny will take the left guard spot when we can't afford to pay Banks, but Banks probably holds it down this year unless he gets banged up. Then Puny will step in. You're absolutely right. I mean, Aaron Banks, he's well established within this offense. I think Trent Williams really feels comfortable playing with him. And I think that he probably holds down that position for this season. I think that we're looking at, an eventual replacement. I mean, the thing with Banks was he played injured so much last year that I don't know if he can stay healthy the whole season. So the 49ers are ensuring that they got a guy that can step in. And a great situation for them would be if Dominic Puny could play left guard and center and Spencer Burford could play right guard in case John Feliciano had some sort of an injury. You would feel really balanced along your offensive line. You throw in the fact Burford, Puny, Jalen Moore can all play tackle in a pinch. You potentially have your offensive line figured out with a lot of versatility when it comes to your backup guys, because your depth pieces have to be able to play multiple positions
So you don't have to do like last year where you held on to 2 tackles. But if you could have guys that can kind of be swing guys, it would be important. So, yeah, I mean, I think you're right when it comes to that. Diamond says, do you have any Kittles available? Little college production, but great measurables late in the draft, guys. Yeah, I mean, I do. I think that there was a couple of guys. Let me see. I do have my draft gems up from the defensive side of the ball, and there was a couple of guys, that were kind of like flying under the radar that I liked that had measurables. James Williams, linebacker, Miami. He plays safety in college, but he runs a 4.6. He's only 21 years old, and he's switching positions, so that's the question mark. But I think, he could be a guy, but no one knows what he's going to be, as a player in the NFL. And then the other one is Bo Richter. Bo Richter's from Air Force, but Bo Richter ran a 4.5 with a 40-inch vertical leap, had 26 bench press reps. Now, he is all over a few guys' radars, or a few teams. I know Philadelphia was all over him. Baltimore was all over him. But he's undersized, 6'1", 248 pounds. But, I mean, dude had a 23% pass rush win rate, closing speed through the roof. He's an effective push-pull defender, wins with his initial quickness, that GTFO type thing. He's got a non-stop motor. It's fantastic. He's got coverage ability. 3-4 teams, that's why they probably like him so much. But if you wanted to drop him off, he's got that ability. And then he's got alignment and role versatility. You can move him around. You can give different looks. So to me, he was a guy that I liked that is definitely flying under everyone's radar that they could go ahead and get. And I can look at my big board, some guys that probably aren't being talked about, but that could have, some success in the NFL. I think another guy, a tight end, Tanner McLaughlin, from Arizona. I liked him a lot. I liked his film, and I think he's somebody. And then when it comes to cornerback, I don't know if the 49ers will look at cornerback, but Micah Abram, cornerback, Marshall, was another guy that I ended up really liking. Just the way he operated, his smooth quickness. He's not fast, but he's quick. He's able to stay on top of guys when it comes to routes. So those would be a couple guys. So Monk went, let's see, Tyrone Tracy, running back from Purdue. He went to New York. And then Keelan Robinson, running back, Texas, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So now we're on pick 168. So 3 running backs in a row go here. So we're on a run of running backs, Ali, Tracy, and Robinson. So those guys just went. Running back is always in the mid to late rounds, always a high priority for teams because they know they can get a lot of value with running backs that end up falling down the board. And that's what they're getting here. Tyrone Tracy from Purdue, pretty good size running back going to New York. Of course, they got to replace Saquon Barkley. They're going to need more than just him, but definitely, a guy that's pretty good. And then, you got more running backs going after that. So interesting so far that we have not seen some of the bigger name guys that a lot of people thought were going to go. We still haven't seen Brendan Rice. I mean, here we are, the late in the 5th round, and we haven't seen. Now, Javon Solomon just went to the Buffalo Bills. So the Bills strike on Javon Solomon, and now Josh is going to be dealing with it. Unfortunately, sorry, Josh. Okay, and Agent 49er, thank you for this. Christian Mahogany has a medical issue with ACL. Thanks for pointing that out. I appreciate that. 49er faithful forever. Josh says Nelson Caesar is a sneaky edge. 49ers met with him at the Senior Bowl. Yeah, I did watch some of him. Some good stuff. And, that's definitely, one of the things. And then Luke says, you think we take a swing at tight end, linebacker, or D-line next? I don't know. I don't know what's going to be on the board. That's the thing. We're so far away. I mean, we're at pick 160 or 169, and the 49ers don't pick till 215. So once we get closer, like around 10 picks, we'll get an idea of what's still on the board, and we'll have a better idea what they swing at. But I mean, it really does depend on what's available. I think linebackers potential, but I don't know which one of the linebackers is going to be available there. Agent 49er also says Bo Limmer is a stud at center. I would love to grab him. Bo Limmer's a good player. When you're looking at the board when it comes to interior offensive line. I think he's one of my top guys that's left. He is my top interior offensive lineman. In fact, he's my top offensive lineman left, Bo Limmer. Yeah, he's a pretty good prospect. I mean, Hunter Nerzon already went. We already seen Tanner Bornolini go. Those guys are off the board. Depending on how you see Garrett Greenfield, you see him tackle interior offensive line. Both those guys are available. So those guys are potential players, here. And then you tackle, to completely developmental. Tilling Grable out of the offensive tackle, UCF, 6'6", but didn't have, the long arms that you're expecting for a guy that height. He reminded me of, some guys the 49ers have tried to use as projects before, but I think that, he's a late 6 for me. And I could easily see a lot of people ranking him into the 7th. So I think offensive line is going to be a little bit harder. Another guy could be flying under the radar that the 49ers really liked and met with that could be a target for them in 215 or 251. Trent Jones, offensive tackle from Michigan, was absolutely great with some of the stuff that he did in college. And so let me bring up my draft gems from offensive side of the football. And Trent Jones was one of those guys, of course, Mason McCormick, but he already went. Trent Jones ran at 5'1", 40, which we know it doesn't always measure that way. But Trent Jones, his pass blocking percentage rate of win against other prospects in the draft, 87%, and in run blocking, 75%. So when he went against the other guys in this draft, he did really well. Good burst and strength. I liked it. He got off the ball very quickly, showed his athleticism as a blocker. He was a great run blocker and did good at reach blocks and getting to second-level defenders, check for 49ers. He can play in multiple blocking schemes and has a huge football IQ. 49ers guy, he's a high character individual, and he was a guy that didn't play. He was a 6th offensive lineman for Michigan, so he's got a great lower body, good, strong in down blocks and in double teams. He does a good job there. The fact that he transitions so well to second level is what makes him really good. And that's what I liked about him as well. He's also got a good job in his pass rush because of his strong punch, and he has great hand movement, so he can stop that initial momentum, which is always important. And then he's got good foundational skills, so he's really established in his set, and he does a good job neutralizing pass rush. The problem is he wasn't an extensive starter in college. He was a 6th man, and that's why he's a late-round draft pick. And he also struggles when he goes against really big guys. I mean, he struggles to anchor some. He needs to get a little bit better with his pass protection, consistent technique. Consistent technique is something you always need, and that's why you're a late-round pick. But I like him because even though he sometimes struggles with this, he's over-aggressive, and he has missteps and penalties. He'll grab, he'll pull, but the aggressiveness is something I like. And Bub Means just went off the board to the New Orleans Saints. I said that's one of my guys, one of my star players, and he goes off the board right now. So Bub Means gone, and I had him ranked 175. He goes 170. Another one of those ones where it actually works out, and I was actually pretty close. But yeah, I really like Trent Jones a lot. And so he would be someone I could see the 49ers go with late in this draft. Josh's Leonard Taylor. I liked Leonard Taylor. I actually thought that he was going to go already. I put a 5th round grade. Wait, the wrong Taylor. I had a 4th round grade on him. So, I thought he would go, already have went in the last 40 picks or so, but he's still there. So don't know why. There's some of these guys, I knew Kalen King, the speed issues, Johnny Wilson, drop issues. We found out about Mahogany. Thank you so much for putting that in chat about the knee issue. Some of these guys, but, guys what about Brendan Rice? Still on the board and available? I did not see that. I thought he would be a 4th round pick. I really did. So it's kind of interesting that he said that. Jay Ellie says Greenfield would be a great project. Yeah, I like Greenfield as well. I think he would be a nice project. The Jets have just traded up. We'll see who they go ahead and take. Hugo G, what's up? Hugo says, oh, hell yeah. What's up, TCC? Only 18 weeks away. Any word on UDFA might be available? yeah, I haven't heard, about UDFAs. I have lots of guys potentially listed as UDFAs on my list, but when it comes to this, we just don't know who's going to go undrafted. If some of these guys go undrafted, like a couple of guys the 49ers brought in right off the top, I just talked about Trent Jones, the offensive tackle, Michigan. I think he would be a possibility. Kalen DeLoach from Florida State, also Tatum Bethune from Florida State. Both of them 49ers showed interest in. They could be guys that the 49ers potentially bring in. I've talked a lot about Bo Richter. I think he would be someone that the 49ers could bring in because of the elite speed. But it all depends on who ends up falling. And if some of those guys fall, another guy, linebacker Deontre Hunter from Georgia State, is another guy that I have kind of earmarked as someone that if they're undrafted free agent, the 49ers could be interested. Also, a couple quarterbacks, Austin Reed, potentially Devin Leary from Kentucky. Both those guys could be undrafted free agents for the 49ers. If you're looking for a home talent, like someone that comes from our backyard, Cal Berkeley safety Patrick McMorris is another guy that I've kind of said, hey, could be an undrafted free agent the 49ers would possibly go for. And then guys, that you think these guys could be guys that you take a shot on because of, maybe the skills that they had. A guy like DeCorian Clark, who's had so many injuries, but he could be someone, Frank Gore Jr., if he went undrafted. Devier Levelston, I thought he had a great swim move, but he's a potential undrafted guy. And then Tariq Owens, right? Undrafted free agent. We'll see what happens there. But we'll see who the Jets go with right here. Jordan Travis. So someone finally jumped up and got Jordan Travis. And I'm glad for Jordan Travis. Jordan Travis is a good quarterback. I like that. He's going to get to sit behind Aaron Rodgers and develop. Very, very good move. And I'm happy that, he got drafted. I would have liked to have seen him go higher. I think he deserved it. But of course, the injury makes him fall to the 5th round. And I think that they got him, got a really good player. Athleticism, being able to move in the pocket, but also keeps his eyes downfield to throw the ball. He's developed a lot over the last couple of years. He's going to need even more development. But now he's in a situation where there's no rush. He gets to develop, and he's at least a solid backup in this league, and hopefully even more. And I've seen other guys that also went that I missed when we were talking. Keaton Oladapo, who was brought up to me recently, he went to the Green Bay Packers, 6'1", 217 pounds, out of Oregon State. He's a Jaden Hicks type player. So he goes, I was asked if he was a convert possibility to linebacker. I don't know, but Green Bay's got themselves a hard-hitting safety, and they've been trying to build their secondary. So they're adding talent to the secondary right now. But Jordan Travis, I like that. So congratulations to Jordan Travis, JLE. One of our guys, Gore is going to be a UDFA. I agree. Let's see. Agent 49 says, like Greenfield a lot. Limmer also led all offensive linemen at combine with 39 reps at the bench. I think he steps in day one, center over Brendel, in my opinion. Oh, if you're talking like speed, strength, athleticism, he could do it. The problem with translating straight into starting day one is less to do with physical traits and more to do with mental. It's so hard to pick up Kyle Shanahan's system. And the reason I say that is Alex Mack, who had played for Kyle in Cleveland, when he came to the 49ers from Atlanta, struggled to pick up the protections, and he was so smart and so used to Kyle's system already. He said it took him almost the entire year to get everything down, and still he made mistakes. I worry about a young player being able to step in day one. They might have the physical traits, the more talent. I'm not going to argue that. But I wonder if mentally they can handle what Jake Brendel handles from day to day. Now, does Brendel make mistakes? Absolutely. I just don't know if the 49ers are ready to cut it loose with an offensive lineman at center to be able to start day one because of the mental. If Brock Purdy had been in the league and been with Kyle Shanahan for 5 years and could handle protection calls, it might be a little bit different story, right? That's why you get a Creed Humphrey that can step in day one for Andy Reid, because Patrick Mahomes can handle all that stuff. So I think Brock Purdy's going to get there. I just don't think he's there yet. So I think talent-wise, I think you're right. I think other ways, it's a little bit more different. So Yeah, I like this from JLE. Null alert. Yeah, we got a nice null there. And hello to Lee. Tell her I said hello. I appreciate that. Yeah, me and Lee had some nice emails back and forth. And BB50, I hope you enjoy your mug. I was glad that we were able to send it to you. So, yeah, tell her I said hello. And Tommy says Brendel is booty. And look, I'm not going to argue some of the things that Brendel does, right? I mean, he can't anchor well in the passing game. That's a real struggle. And also when he makes blocks in the running game, he does well at initial contact and then loses contact. Those are some things he struggles with. That is for sure. The part of the game that he has that the other guys have to get is the mental. And one of the things that's so important for coaches, especially, is they want you to be at the right place at the right time, and they want you to make the right calls if you're handling protections. That is something Jake Brendel can do. He handles protections pretty well. He makes mistakes, but he gets from point A to point B. The problem is when he's at point B, he doesn't do well enough. That's something that's never going to change. So you're right. An eventual upgrade is something they need. But I just don't know if they can get a guy, and I wish they could, that could step in day one and understand the mental and be better at getting from point A to point B and holding up in that block. I just don't know if it's that easy to hold up on protections. It's tough. And Josh says Rice to Dallas would suck, especially since the 49ers traded up, right, to get Jerry Rice in that draft. That would suck. I don't want to see Brendan Rice in Dallas at all. So that would be tough. So we got Taylor Keegan, interior offensive lineman from Michigan that just went to Philadelphia. So Taylor Keegan is off the board, an interior offensive lineman. And, they had a couple of good offensive linemen there. And, I liked them. I like the offensive linemen from Michigan. I thought they played a style that was fun to watch. So Keegan off the board, and the board is slowly diminishing as we were close. This is the Jets are picking what would have been the 49ers pick that they got from the Kansas City Chiefs. When they went from 63 to 64, they picked up 173. Of course, they took 173 and 176 and sent it to the Jets so they can move up to 129, where they selected their running back, Isaac Guaranito. So Keegan was the last pick. Jets pick is in. Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. Wide receiver could definitely be an option for them. And, of course, Brendan Rice is sitting there. I could definitely see that happening. And, boy, could Jerry Rice wear Dallas Cowboys gear to watch his son play? Oh, boy. Oh, boy, that might get interesting. Yeah, Josh says right here, Brendel knows the playbook, very intelligent. It's his strength. Yeah, exactly. The playbook's there. The angles on getting to the second level's there. His reach blocks, all that's there. Technique initially good. Holding up, not good. He can't withstand. He can't hold up to those blocks. And that makes plays that should go for 5 or 6 yards in the run game go for 2 or 3 sometimes. And that's one of the big issues with Brendel. Josh says he struggles to sustain blocks, and that's 100% true. So 173, 49ers pick next at 215. So a little bit of a ways to go. Isaiah Davis, running back, off the board, South Dakota State. So running back goes here. So 49ers trade up to get a running back. Jets take a running back in Isaiah Davis out of South Dakota State. So that's interesting. Both picks went for a running back. They just went for different running backs. But I mean, that's a good spot where he was. I had him ranked pretty close to that. I had him 161 and he went to pick 173. Now, of course, you got to remember, I don't have a lot of quarterbacks on my list. I took off all the top, 4-round quarterbacks. I only have late round guys, including Jordan Travis, who got drafted just a little bit ago. But I took those guys off my board because, the 49ers weren't drafting a quarterback early. So there was no reason to have them on my board. So remember, that's reflected in a lot of things. Of course, there's guys that are drafted all over the place. It's so fun to see when teams take guys that you just didn't see it. And then you wonder, like, hey, man, is that guy going to be a guy? And if he is, that's pretty cool. So I always love when that happens, when you see guys that you didn't expect to go early, and what they could be. And like earlier, a guy get drafted that I never even looked at from British Columbia, never even evaluated. Manu, I can't remember his name, but to me, that stuff is so cool. I hope that, these guys work out, and I'm glad that they were able to impress somebody enough to get drafted. And now, that now they get to try to prove that they believe or belong in the league. I think it's really cool. So Dallas is on the board. DJ James is still available, but do they need a cornerback? Maybe. Bo Limmer, they need offensive line help, even though they have addressed it a little bit. And then, they got other guys as well, but potentially we could see them go that direction. I mean, I don't know if they go defensive line again. Leonard Taylor is still available. I just hope this is one of those ones I don't normally hope it's not anyone, but I kind of hope it's not Brendan Rice. JLE says, Davis running back to the Jets. Yep, he's gone. For Wingo dropping quite a bit. No, let me see where I had Wingo. I remember I wasn't as high on Wingo as everybody else. So I had Mekhi Wingo in the 5th round. We're in the 5th round right now. So for me, it wasn't that big of a drop. I had him as my 130 ranked player. And so this isn't as big a drop as it might seem for some. I don't know where everyone else had him. I didn't see going into this, but that's where I had him. I think the guys who have dropped the most for me would probably be like Leonard Taylor and Kalen King. I was pretty high on both of those guys. Of course, Johnny Wilson, I was high on, but he's still available. Christian Mahogany, we found out, who knows what the medical looks like if it's an ACL. But Brendan Rice, DJ James, those are the guys those 5 guys to me are 6 guys, I'm sorry, that I expected to be drafted already that are still available. And, teams don't like him. I had DJ James right there with the 4th round grade. So, and I expected Brendan Rice to go in the 4th round. So, we're not too far off, but we're almost to the 6th round, and these guys are still available. For whatever reason, they weren't there. So for players, some players you see it, and then some players you don't. And these teams are drafting a particular way. Bo Limmer still available. Now I had him in the middle of the 5th round, so not too far off for him. Another defensive tackle, Tyler Davis, a 5th round grade. So those guys are still available. The pick is in for Dallas, but they're at commercial. Jaden Crumity, defensive tackle, Mississippi State. He was actually the first defensive tackle I watched. I can't remember why he was the first one that I watched. I was like, but I remember that I watched him first, and I know that he's a guy that he got my attention. I think he's a late round guy. I do think he's going to go around 6 or 7. Pick 215, 251. If he was still available, that would make sense. So to me, I liked him. I couldn't quite figure out exactly what I thought he was. If he was a defensive end that was going to stop the run, or if he's a defensive tackle that's a little undersized. That was part of the reason I dropped him. I thought he was a tweener, but ultimately I like him. He's a interesting player. And like Josh said, at this point, Johnny Wilson is worth a flyer. Somebody's going to take a flyer on him with the elite length, and ability to catch the ball. I don't know. 49ers brought him in for a 30 visit, so they thought high enough of him for that. But here we are. He's still available. Teams did not like something that he did, some of his film. Maybe there's something else that we don't know about. You know what I mean? You never know what kind of information these guys are getting. Mark Graves, what's up? Says, so having a bloodline doesn't help you in the draft, Rice, Gore. It helped McCaffrey because McCaffrey went earlier than he was supposed to. He went at the end of the 3rd round. But you're right. Rice, Gore, Tariq Owens, Ron Stone Jr., even Jeremiah Trotter fell. I mean, he got drafted now, but the bloodline thing didn't help any of those guys, really. Luke said, I'm surprised Luke McCaffrey went as high as he did, but I did have him ahead of Rice, at least for us, and the kind of player that he would have been in San Francisco. Yeah, I think as soon as the 49ers went with Ricky Pearsall, it became very unlikely that the 49ers would draft Luke McCaffrey. So it was just hoping McCaffrey's going to end up in a good situation. I do like that he ends up in a good situation. So I liked McCaffrey. I had a late 4, early 5 on him. I probably would have seen him more as a 5th round pick. So to me, it was a little surprising, but I'm glad it happened. And I didn't think it was like a shocking development. Like, he's a guy developing to the position because he's played quarterback for so long and only 1 year at wide receiver. There's a lot of developmental. So if you project him to get better and better, which I think he will, then that didn't surprise me at all. Like, that made sense to go with the upside. Floyd the Barber says, how about Malik Washington still there? Yeah, he's still there. And a lot of people super high on him. And we've seen other guys with similar skill sets already go. He's one of the last ones that are there. I had him ranked above, guys like Anthony Gold and guys like that. But, he's still available. We'll see where he ends up going. But, yeah, I had him a 5th round grade on him, pick 135 or ranked 135, and he's still there. But we've seen guys go like Ananias Smith. I had him ranked, pretty close to each other, but, he's definitely still available. And so something there, that teams liked more than others. Josh says Adam Peters was getting Luke regardless. Got to get you a McCaffrey. Got to get one. And I do think McCaffrey's a good player. Kalen Carson goes off the board to the Dallas Cowboys, so they do go cornerback. And Kalen Carson was one of my best players still available on the board. I had him at 99 overall. I thought he was a good player. So I think Dallas is actually doing pretty good overall. But he was a guy that I saw with some potential, especially in the slot. So a solid pick for them. And it's not normal to say about Dallas Cowboys that they're having solid picks, but 6 foot 195. When you're talking about, size, it's the 49er type frame. But, good player there. New Orleans is on the clock. And then the Jets will be making the last pick of the 5th round. And it's the pick they got from the 49ers. So Jets we know they went running back earlier with Isaiah Davis with one of the picks they got from the 49ers. So running back, the difference there. 49ers go with Isaac Arenado and they go with Isaiah Davis. But now the Jets, will have another pick. New Orleans Saints pick is in. Jets are on the clock, so we'll wait and see what those do as they're in commercial. And I love this. Let's see. Floyd says they would have drafted Luke over Cowing for sure. That's possible. The speed of Cowing is crazy. I can't remember who got BB. I don't remember for sure. I think he went in the 3rd round. Let me see if I can look it up real quick and see where he went. So we had Corley. Yeah, he did. Yeah, they did get BB. So yeah, you're right, Josh. They got BB. They've been tried to address offensive line some in this draft. Here we are at the end of the 5th now, but yeah, I was really glad that they did not just draft Brendan Rice. So Jelly says, hate to say it, but I agreed. Cowgirls doing well. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's a little bit different. You're kind of expecting them to go a little off. They started a little funny with the some of the trades that they made early, and you're like, what are they doing? But I think they've started to hit it. Floyd says, Ant, why are they letting O-line slide like this? 2 years from now, they're going to need a left tackle, right tackle, and swing tackle, plus interior offensive lineman. It's definitely something that they're going to have to address. I think that the offensive line, the way that it broke in this draft, was going to be difficult to get an offensive tackle that you felt was going to be a starter day one initially. I think in the 2nd round, there was a potential for Roger Rosengarten. I don't know if that was the target or if they always intended on going with a Renardo Green or Andrew Phillips. They said they liked a couple of players. They even said they liked Roger Rosengarten. They didn't get him. And so I don't know if that was the one that they were going to attempt to address offensive tackle with, but they went with Dominic Puny now. So you're right. No offensive lineman really last year. They spent draft capital on Spencer Burford the year before. They haven't really been willing to go very high with their draft picks. At some point, they're going to have to figure it out because you're right. Left tackle is going to be a problem. They're going to have to. They don't have a left tackle on this roster of the future. Trent Williams, once his contract is up, or once he decides to retire and hang him up, they're going to have a left tackle problem. Now, we don't know what internally Trent's told them. Has he told them he's playing out his contract? He's going to play till he's 40? That we don't know. That insight might help a lot in determining how we feel about left tackle. But they're going to have upgrades. Maybe they upgraded at center with Dominic Puny, or at least potentially him stepping into a guard spot. But yeah, question marks for the 49ers at offensive line that they're going to have to address. They just felt it didn't match up for them to address this year besides Dominic Puny. Nick says, which position do you think Niners address next? This is one of those interesting ones because I don't know what's going to be on the board. You know, I mean, like we're at pick 175 right now, and you know we got a long ways to go. We've got 40 picks, over 40 picks before the 49ers pick. There's going to be a lot of these talented guys that go off the board. And I think that, like Josh said, you're getting to the point now where if you get to 215 and this is a comp pick in the 6th round and you have a guy that you have a really high grade on, you just take a flyer on him. So I want to see who's there. Jalen Ford just went off the board, linebacker from Texas. So he's gone. And you're just wondering who's going to be on the board. So I could sit here and try to tell you that I know which position, group they would target, but I think it's honestly going to be what the board looks like. Because I think when they look at their team now, they wanted to upgrade wide receiver behind Juwan Jennings. Done. Depth-wise, done. Him and, whether you're going with Cowing and you're going with Pearsall, you have 2. You've done that. If you're looking at offensive line, you feel like you got Dominic Puny. That helps on the interior with some of the question marks there. Maybe tight end is a position you still haven't addressed, but if you're high on Latu and Braden Willis still, you might not feel that's a need. Or you have a couple veteran tight ends on the open market. Maybe you'll go get now. They don't work against your compensatory formula. That's a possibility. You look on defense. They got defensive line. They're 5 deep on interior defensive line. They've got young guys at the edge rush position. Edge rush is always a position they could go with. But I think when they look at their roster and the way that they filled holes, Malik Mustafa at safety, you don't think they feel like there's a glaring need. So it's just finding a guy you feel is the best at the time. And so I don't think it'll be running back. I can throw that out there. I don't think it'll be wide receiver, even though, I mean, there's probably, a couple talented guys here that should go. It'll be hard if you get to 215, and you got a guy like you met with Johnny Wilson still available. You're loaded, though. Is he going to make the team? Brendan Rice, you want to bring him into that situation where he's not really getting any playing time. I don't think you do that. So I think some of the teams or some of the spots are getting a little bit worked out. A guy, if he's there, that I would like to see them try to get is a guy like James Williams, who's a developmental 6'5" linebacker type. Could be interesting. You also have tight end Jaheim Bell. If you're looking for a guy that can make plays in the open field as a tight end, he would be interesting. So those are kind of guys. We know that Bo Limmer's been brought up. We still have 3 guys that I have star players for. Trey Taylor, safety out of out of Air Force. Miller Bradford, but he's kind of the Renardo Green, so I don't think that's a duplicate type pick. I no longer think he's an option. If he was an undrafted free agent, I would definitely sign him. And then Braden McGregor, edge from Michigan, size, speed, didn't really live up to expectations at Michigan as a 5-star guy. But, yeah, it's hard. I think we're going to figure this thing out, but it's going to take a little bit of time. BB50 says, speaking about bloodline, do you think Marvin Harrison Jr. has a chance of being a first father and son in the Hall of Fame? You never know. I mean, that dude is a absolute stud. So it could be. And Josh says we're going to need Trent to play till he's 40. Yeah, we might need it. Kyle might have told him, hey, man, you're playing till you're 40 now. You got to do it. So could be. Lou says had to take a break. A little ticked off, peed off. So many good players. A need on the board. We took an unneeded receiver. I get it. I think a lot of people, struggle with some of the 49ers picks. And I think it's going to be interesting where Jacob Cowing fits, right? Because you got Pearsall and you're like, oh, well, that solves the the return issue. So you thought return type guy was off the board, and then here comes Cowing. I mean, 49ers aren't against doing that, but Floyd the Barber says, do you think Mustafa pick takes them out of Justin Simmons? I don't think it takes him out, but it all depends on Hufanga. I know he's supposed to be ready for training camp, but I mean, what is Simmons' number? I think that's the key. What is Simmons' number? But anytime you have a chance to upgrade your team, you do. And so I think they'll look at it. And, you know, we don't know what Jair Brown's going to be, but I mean, they got some money loaded up into Odom. It could, I don't know. I would say probably never take you out of any situation. But you know, you never know. Josh says, I think we may have took Rice over Cowing, but Rice did state he really didn't want to play for the 49ers. Yeah, I had heard that as well. And maybe that's the case. You know, maybe he didn't want to play for the 49ers. He didn't want that pressure, and you know, that's okay. You know, I don't know how Jerry feels about it, but you know, I get it. That would have been a lot, and maybe that is part of the reason that he wasn't picked by the 49ers because yeah. So now the second pick is in for what the 49ers traded, and it's Quantez Stiggers, a cornerback from Toronto of the CFL. So he played for the Argonauts, and he goes. So now we're going to be heading on to round 6 of the NFL draft, pick 177. Minnesota's on the clock. Quantez Stiggers ends up being the guy. And, you know, I heard a little bit of conversation about him. You know, I've watched him a little bit. You know, he was a guy I didn't think was an option for the 49ers. But here you go. You got the Jets who play, you know, a similar system going ahead and going after Stiggers. So 49ers traded up to get a running back. And with it, the Jets take a running back, and then they take a cornerback in Quantez Stiggers. So that was the trade value. Isaac Guaranado is the one that the 49ers took. Isaiah Davis and Quantez Stiggers end up being who the Jets take. So that was your basically change. You're 2 for 1. I think the 49ers came out okay on that. You know, I mean, I like both players, but you know, I mean, it was shocking. The 49ers traded up to get a running back at the time. After the push on the running backs, like it makes more sense. So yeah, I mean, I'm not hating on it right now. We'll see how it ends up working out. But I was, you know, if they would have got a player that we really liked, I think it would have got our attention a lot more than what it just did. Lou says, Ant, do you really see Cowing making the 53? I honestly don't know. I mean, the fact that they took him, there's an opportunity there. But, I mean, I think when you get to these mid-round guys, there's no guarantee they make the team. One of those guys is going to make it. It's going to come down to Cowing, Danny Gray, and Ronnie Bell. One of them is going to make the team, and the other two are probably going to be gone. So it's interesting. But, you know, he's a guy, like Josh says here, he's a slot-only wide receiver with kick return, punt return upside. And, you know, I don't know, with the way that kick return is going to be now, the new way of kick return, is he going to be a real good kick return guy? I like running backs more in the kick return area for me. But, hey, maybe. And right now we got Walter Rouse just went to the Vikings, the offensive tackle. So that just happened. So Rouse is off the board. And like JLE said, he liked him later. So trying to keep up on the board as much as possible. You know, let me know if you guys see anybody that ends up going. But we're moving along. 49ers do have a pick in the 6th round. They're going to be picking at 215. And there's still lots of, you know, interesting talent on the board. You know, other guys that have been mentioned around the 49ers that we haven't talked about, Christian Boyd, defensive tackle, Northern Iowa, somebody still on the board that a lot of people have, you know, discussed for the 49ers. So he's potentially a guy they could be interested in. And I think Tyler Davis is a defensive tackle. If you're still thinking defensive line, those guys are possibilities. Mekhi Wingo, defensive tackle. James Williams. Oh, that's a linebacker. Sorry, I missed him. Leonard Taylor. I went Miami, but the wrong Miami guy. So those guys are all still potentially available if the 49ers are going there. Jayla says, sorry, Aunt, just putting the ones I care about. Hey, no problem. Nick says, marathon draft talk. Love it. Thanks, Aunt. Yeah, we're a complete marathon. We're over 4 hours in, which means I've hit 4 hours day one with John Chapman, almost 5 hours day two with John Chapman, and now today, 4 hours on day three. It's a marathon. It's a lot of fun. I hope you guys are enjoying the interaction as we watch the draft and have some fun. And Lee goes to Pittsburgh, the defensive tackle. So Logan Lee from Iowa, 6'5", 291 pounds. So Walter Rouse, 6'6", 323, and then 6'5", 291 defensive lineman Logan Lee goes next. So some interior guys, some guys that are going to be on the trenches go, but a defensive lineman that goes ahead of the guys that I just mentioned, kind of interesting. You get Lee. We'll see what happens next. Looking at the board, we got New England next. Satoa Lomia is just went off the board. The Utah interior offensive lineman, 6'4", 311 pounds, to the Seattle Seahawks. So the Hawks get one of the guys that we were talking about earlier. He's off the board and pretty close to where I had him ranked. Let's see what pick he actually went. He went pick 179. I had him ranked 173. So pretty good. He was a good prospect. I definitely seen him as an interior offensive lineman in the NFL. And so here we go. Seattle Seahawks continuing to try to improve on the outside and on the inside. New England now goes with cornerback Marcellus Dial out of South Carolina. So Marcellus Dial is now off the board. And I mean, the draft is picking up steam, everybody. As we're rolling through the sixth round, a lot of these picks are probably just pretty much, ready to roll. So, yeah, that was a tough one, Floyd. They're building. The thing is that all the teams that you find in the NFC West have been trying to build an offensive line, defensive line. They're trying to find ways to compete with the 49ers. They have to have the offensive line to hold up to the 49ers defensive line. They have to have the defensive line to stop Christian McCaffrey in that running game. You also got to get corners. It's interesting. And Josh says, I hate to admit it, but our division has had a hell of a draft. And they have. They've done a really good job so far. I want to hate on them, but I can't. They've had a good draft. I feel like Philadelphia had a good draft. I feel like Dallas had a good draft. Of course, that's always the concept, right? Most of these guys end up not working out, but initial look in is like, hey, they're drafting guys that fit. And I think there's been a change of philosophy, in Seattle and in Arizona that's definitely helped in the way that they draft. And they're getting some players that are going to make it a little bit more difficult, for the 49ers, when they're competing. So definitely something I want to see. The 49ers got to keep getting better. And we got Floyd the Barber says James Williams from Miami would be the typical 49ers project linebacker with a safety background type. Exactly. You speak my language, Floyd, because let me go to my draft gems. I have him on my defensive draft gems chart, and I'll go over him real quick. James Williams, linebacker, Miami. You're talking a guy that is 6'5", 230 pounds, but runs a 4.65, 21 years old. He went to the Senior Bowl. He's a downhill tackler. He's got the frame, the strong hands, can close quickly on routes underneath, but he plays like a linebacker, and he's transitioning to linebacker. So it's projection, but he's physical, great route recognition. I think he'd be a problem as a linebacker covering tight ends. I think tight ends would struggle with him. I think you could use him in a couple of different areas. He's able to cover tight ends and running backs in space, but he's going to have to learn how to transition to the position. But yeah, good point. And that was one of my guys that definitely I liked. Not a fan. Shavar says the Niners had a terrible draft. I don't know if it's been terrible. I like the top four picks a lot. And so, I've been a fan of them. Were they the big names that everyone was talking about? No. But I think Renardo Green, Dominic Puny were definitely on my radar and probably some other people's radar as well. So those guys, made a lot of sense for me. So I kind of like that. Vidal goes to the Chargers. So another guy comes off the board at the running back position with Vidal from Troy. So good selection there. And I think you said it was the Chargers. Yeah. There you go. 5'8", 100 or 215 pounds goes to Jim Harbaugh. He's going to build this team through tight ends, offensive line, and running the football. And he gets himself another running back. He'd already made two free agent signings at the position, and now he goes there. And now Tennessee goes Jaquan Jackson, wide receiver, Tulane. So Jaquan Jackson is now off the board. And I just saw him a second ago on here when I was going over my board. So Jaquan Jackson no longer available. We're getting closer and closer. So Tulane, Jaquan Jackson off the board, goes in the 6th round. Next up is the New York Giants at 183, and then the Miami Dolphins. Those are who are coming up next. Not terrible. Last 2 picks have been questionable for sure. Yeah, I don't think it's terrible at all. I mean, I love the first 4 picks. I think people, if they wanted to pick at them, would argue where you took them. But I think all of them have the potential to be starters, and that's all you're ultimately looking for when you're drafting players. Top 4 makes a lot of sense for me. I think when it came to the running back, I think it's the trade up that got everyone's attention. You're expecting them to go big with a position like, offensive line or edge rush, something like that. And they didn't. They went running back. And it's not like the running back was a surprise. 49ers have been linked to Isaac Arenado for a long time. 4.3 speed, 220 pounds, big physical running back. I think it was the trade up that got everyone's attention. And then it's a running back. And because of what's happened to running backs with Trey Sermon and some of the other ones, that has been interesting. So Kyle even made light of it on KNBR. So I think that's the big reason why. But to me, I mean, I've been okay with it. I think the Cowing one, I want to see what they're talking about when they talk about what he's going to do. But interesting to see how they decided that they wanted to go with that. Josh has just noticed Puny's brother played for Dallas in 2018 as a tackle. I did not know that. So interesting stat for Josh comes up with. That is very interesting to see. So thanks for coming up with that. I did not know that. Did not know that at all. Let's see what Luke said here. And I like Isaac, but like I said earlier in the show, I would have loved for the 49ers to spend good capital on Ashton Genty next year. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to running back, they might be willing to go running back again. I mean, Elijah Mitchell could be gone. We don't know what's going to happen with Jordan Mason. I mean, he should be a part of the team next year. But 49ers have had a lot of changeover at running back over the last several years. Guys like Trey Sermon, TDP, they were here for a year, sometimes 2, and then they're gone. And, I think that the 49ers just continue to try to find guys that fit the back end of the roster. Doesn't always work. Probably will sign an undrafted free agent as well. So we'll see what they ultimately do. Floyd says, do you think there's a chance they go quarterback with one of the next 2 if he keeps falling? Michael Pratt from Tulane sounds like a Purdy type. Yeah, I think it's a possibility. There's quarterbacks available. You bring up Pratt. He's my highest ranked quarterback left. And the quarterbacks fell. Once those top guys went, pretty much every other quarterback fell. It was good to see the Jets come up and get, Jordan Travis. It was a guy that I really liked. But after that, I mean, you're talking Austin Reed, as a potential guy, Devin Leary, those guys, quarterbacks that they could come up and get. So, wait and get, Sam Hartman. A lot of people don't really like Sam Hartman, but he was at least a gradable quarterback for me. And I think he's a 7th round prospect. So, yeah, I mean, if they waited, especially if they waited till 251 and one of those guys were available, to me, that would make some sense if they decided to go that way. So let's see what we got here. Darius Masau from UCLA went to the New York Giants. And then Malik Washington goes to who else? Miami Dolphins, 5'8", 191 pounds. So, pick your guy. Here's another one of those guys that goes. And you've got another speed guy going to the Miami Dolphins. And that's why you saw how excited Mike McDaniel was to get Malik Washington. So they just keep adding guys there. It's so funny that they just go so much speed. Everything Miami does is speed, even on defense. It's just how they build their roster. It's very Raider-ish in the old days with Al Davis, but very interesting. They get their guy, though, and, he's a guy that a lot of 49er fans were very, very high on, and they were able to get him, in the 6th round. I'm sure they feel very fortunate that he was still available with his speed and athleticism and the ability to create in the open spaces. I'm sure that they really did think that he would be gone by now. So that kind of shows why they were so excited to be able to go ahead and grab him. So Miami adding more speed. It's like they didn't have enough already. Wow. Interesting. I mean, it just the way these guys build their teams is everybody does it differently. Even Miami, same system pretty much as 49ers. Little differences here and there as far as scheme philosophy, but how they draft is definitely different. So pretty interesting. Lou says our division got better on D and we stay status quo on O-line starters, probably why we seem to always come up short. I think you have to pick where you pay. And the 49ers are paying Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel and George Kittle and Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, and you have to pick where you pay. And the 49ers are paying Trent Williams a lot of money to play left tackle. When you have a premier, the best left tackle, you're going to pay him a lot of money. And it means you have to skimp other areas. And that's what they've chosen to do. And they haven't really addressed it in offensive line with the draft, which a lot of teams do, like Kansas City's trying to do. And they just haven't been willing to do that. They like to draft guys in the mid to late rounds, guys that are tackle converts. And that's what they do. So, and Lou said, conference and not division, but either way it holds up, right? I mean, that's just kind of what their philosophy is, but it's where your need meets your best player available. And, they went puny, but, I know a lot of people wanted them to draft multiple offensive linemen. I don't think multiple offensive linemen had a chance to make this team, and multiple offensive linemen didn't have a chance to start. Realistically, there were players that could have stepped in day one and started that were in this draft, but they were all guys that were going to go in day one. And when the 49ers didn't get one of those guys day one, whether it was because those guys went ahead of them or because they decided to go wide receiver, we don't know. But once that happened, then it was less likely that they were going to address offensive line in the 2nd round, and more likely they were going to address it in the 3rd round with some of the guys that they're getting. So, and the Newt says they have to keep up with the track meet arms race with Kansas City. You're right. I mean, if you're going to get through the AFC, you got to be able to do those things and make some plays. And Floyd the Barber says Johnny Wilson to Florida State. You're right. Florida State, Johnny Wilson to Philadelphia. So he finally goes off the board. That's a lot of value in size. A big guy. I mean, that's 6'6", 3'8", 230 pounds and runs a 4.52 with the wingspan that he has. Elite traits across the board as far as size. He moves pretty well for his size as well. My top receiver that was left on the board goes to Philadelphia. Now they have A.J. Brown. They have Devontae Smith. And they have a very, very talented wide receiver in Johnny Wilson. So they got tall. I mean, that's a matchup. That's an interesting matchup right there. So they went out and got him. I mean, it was kind of that time. And Jay Ellie says, no alert. Yep. We're at pick 186, and that's Jace McClellan, running back, Alabama, goes to the Atlanta Falcons. So we're about 13 picks from 200. And the 49ers picked 215, so we're 28 picks away of getting there. Jace McClellan is the pick, Alabama running back. There were some couple Alabama running backs that were expected to go late. And I'm looking for them on my board. Lots of names. But, yeah. Oh, look, Kittle's on the TV. So pick 187 is in. Was Atlanta picking back-to-back? And they took Casey Washington, a wide receiver from Illinois. So back-to-back picks for the Atlanta Falcons. Jace McClellan, running back, Alabama. And then 187, Casey Washington, wide receiver, Illinois. So, we've seen one wide receiver go. Now we see two wide receivers go. So 2 in the last couple picks. Yeah, they were. Floyd says Johnny Wilson and Aeneas Smith in this draft late. They were there still. And right here, Josh. Rather they take Wilson over Rice. And what is going on with that? Jerry Rice, son, Brendan Rice, still available in the 6th round. I'm legitimately shocked about. I didn't see anything in the medical. I didn't see anything in the film that made me think he wasn't already going to get drafted. I thought he was going to go in the 4th round. So very interesting. Lou says Burford, Moore, Zakel are nothing special. At least one is expendable to develop an offensive tackle. Well, the truth is Burford is probably going to make this team. And, Moore is the left tackle they feel confident with because they've been developing him. He's one of their guys. Is he special? No. But where were you going to get a guy that was special that could step in? Maybe Kingsley Suamatia, a lot of people liked. Did they feel he was a fit? It probably was Roger Rosengarten. They probably liked him a lot. And maybe they were hoping he was going to fall into the 3rd where they could come up and get him. But Rosengarten went a pick before they picked. So it could have been Roger Rosengarten the whole time. He would have been a developmental tackle. But when he went, then your next best option is Dominic Puny. And so I think that's the issue, is finding that guy that you really feel can develop into a starter. And I think once you got past, that area, the Roger Rosengarten, I didn't think a lot of those guys, I know a lot of people are high on Blake Fisher. I wasn't that high on him. So I didn't think he was a guy that you could develop into an eventual starter. And I think that's part of the question, is just how good those guys obviously are. But I get the concerns about the offensive line. And yes, they need to improve the depth, but you have to. They did improve the depth with Dominic Puny on the inside. An offensive tackle usually want to carry one offensive tackle that's a swing guy, and then you have your other guys that can play there in the pinch, and that's what Burford and Dominic Puny can do. So, that could be what it is. They need to do something. Josh says I can see McGregor being at UDFA for us like Wagee was last year. Oh, I'd love that. I'd love for him to go. I love there. Floyd says, hell, I would have kept Ilm Manning on the 53-man roster. A lot of people super high on Ilm Manning. Ilm Manning, the problem with Ilm Manning was he's length of arms and size. The guy doesn't have the length to play offensive tackle. And when they moved him inside, he wasn't able to, do the things they did. I wasn't one of them or was extremely high on Ilm Manning. Don't mind Ilm Manning. But, I like some of the other guys a little bit better. But I get it. There was a lot of hype surrounding Ilm Manning, enough so that Arizona, took a shot. But the fact that he didn't work out in Arizona, and then when he came back to the 49ers, didn't work out, they just didn't feel that. Now, with Nick Zakel, that's the guy who spent all year on IR, basically. I don't know. Right now, him or Ben Barch are off this team because of the amount of talent now you've added. I think Spencer Burford, they're still high enough on him. He started a lot of games in his rookie season. And did he make a mistake between year 1 and year 2? I know that he dropped some weight. That could be something. So just remember that. That's how it goes. And JLS is Antoine's winners. I want winners. I want people that want to win. Yeah, exactly. And I'm a hard judge on offensive line. I am. I am hard on them. I still like Burford. Okay. I know Burford didn't play good last year, and I'm not going to defend his play. He had a lot of struggles last year, but I think he showed enough in his rookie year that you don't give up on him yet. Now he has to come in and compete. All those guys are on notice. You better compete or you're not going to be on this team. And that's ultimately what you want is competition. So BB50 says the Niners have had the worst draft positions this year. It seems like eternity between picks. I guess it comes with success. And when you trade away 2 5th-round picks and you don't pick forever, that definitely makes it a little bit more difficult. Like Josh said, trading both fifths didn't help. 100%. It definitely does. So Jamal Hill, linebacker, Oregon, goes to the Houston Texans at pick 188. So we're going to be on 199. The Detroit Lions are up next. I think they've had a pretty good draft as well. So Jamal Hill off the board, a linebacker from Oregon. And I do remember watching Jamal Hill a little bit of film. I didn't get into it too deep, but I did watch him. And so I get the fit. I remember thinking that he fit with what that defense, the 49ers, like to do. So ultimately what, D'Amico and that team likes to do, I think it makes sense. So yeah, I get it. I did not see this about Puny got knee issues. I know that he played a lot of football games. He didn't miss football games, and he looked really good when he played football games. And maybe he does. And and that I don't know. I don't have the medicals on any of these players, but I like Dominic Puny, and he's a stud when it comes to anchoring. So you anchor and you make some things happen. So Josh says right here, Puny only missed one season with a knee issue, played the next 2 without missing a game. And so, yeah, that's the thing. It's 2 years is a long time, to move on from a injury. So I get it. I really do. I think that's far enough along that you can feel pretty comfortable with the medical. But, like I said, we don't know what the medical looks like for half these players, so that's why when you see guys that fall, you get that, thought process of maybe they have an injury. What did you not like about Christian Mahogany? To me, he didn't look as impactful as I thought. Maybe it was because I had a preconceived notion of who he was because I'd heard him getting talked up so much, but I thought I was going to see someone more physically imposing, and I felt like he wasn't. And then I questioned a little bit of his lateral quickness. To me, he didn't seem like a great scheme fit for the 49ers, and that's what I'm looking for when I'm watching. Now, if I was for another team, like I said, I probably would have evaluated him a little bit higher because he would have fit into a different scheme a lot better. But those were some of the things that, I didn't see there. I thought his technique was decent. I thought he had a pretty good base. He's got some pretty good hands, but he's got some work to do in some areas. And so I felt like he wasn't an ultimate fit for the 49ers, but I thought he'd fit really well with other teams and other schemes. Now, it did get brought up in chat that he had knee injury concerns, and it's probably why he's still falling. But they haven't decided to go, with Mahogany in this draft, anybody really. And there goes Mekhi Wingo. Thanks, JL. He says defensive tackle goes to Detroit. So Mekhi Wingo goes off the board, and he's been brought up a few times. And I had him ranked at 130, 5th-round pick. He goes in the 6th round, so pretty good value there. The top defensive tackle I have left on the board is Leonard Taylor from Miami, and he's still sitting there. So not very many Miami guys. I mean, even when you had a high Miami guy, he still dropped a little bit in Cameron Kitchens. So Miami players, kind of slipped a little bit, but still some valuable players on the board. Guys that, I'm sure other guys have ranked pretty late, and still not another quarterback since Spencer Rattler. Michael Pratt still available. If you're looking for a center, Bo Limmer still available. Tackles, tight ends, you got guys that can receive the ball. Jaheim Bell, tight end Florida State, and Dalton Holker, tight end Colorado State. Both of those guys still available at the tight end position. You want a balanced tight end, Tanner McLaughlin, tight end Arizona, could get better at blocking, could put on more size. He's available. Also, McAllen Castles, tight end Tennessee, formerly of UC Davis. Those guys still available at the tight end position, but yeah, we're seeing a lot of guys go off the board as here we are close to 190. We got the Eagles on the board next. They went Quinion Mitchell, then Cooper DeJean. Boy, did they get 2 first-round talents in the secondary. Then Jalix Hunt, and then Will Shipley. So edge and then running back. And I like the Shipley pick. I thought he fit pretty well. And then Aeneas Smith, guy that can operate in space, good return guy. Jeremiah Trotter Jr., the bloodline runs deep there. Linebacker at pick 155, which I thought was good value. Then they get Trevor Keegan out of Michigan, and then Johnny Wilson. Wow, all the way at 190. I did not see Johnny Wilson going at 190, of course. That was interesting. And Jelly says Jordan Travis. Yeah, Jordan Travis was a nice pick. Dylan McMahon is the pick, NC State center. So he goes ahead of Bo Limmer. He's the pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. They do a pretty good job drafting offensive linemen, 6'3", 299 pounds. So, yeah, Jordan Travis to the Jets. I liked that pick. I wanted to see Jordan Travis get taken. So, interesting. AJ Epinesa is Puni's cousin as well. I did not know that. Bloodlines. So that's interesting. And for those of you who are wondering, Dylan McMahon, on his way to play for the Philadelphia Eagles, the center prospect. And so, a guy like Bo Limmer, who a lot of people like, is sitting there and people are passing him up. Scheme fit wise, maybe, he didn't meet the necessary requirements for what certain teams are looking for, but he's still available. I think he's the best, offensive center that's available. Mahogany still sits there on the board as well. So the interior offensive line is starting to look pretty picked over. I mean, there's still some guys available, but interior offensive line has definitely been something that people have been going after as I mark Dylan McMahon off my board. But lots of players that were thought to be ranked higher. Guys like Kalen King, Leonard Taylor, Christian Mahogany, Brendan Rice, still available. DJ James, James Williams, Bo Brady, the safety from Maryland, Gabriel Murphy, edge, UCLA, Jaheim Bell, tight end, Florida State, thought to be a 5th round pick. Michael Pratt, 5th round pick, not available or still available. Bo Limmer, Dallin Holker, Tyler Davis, the defensive tackle, Clemson. Those are some guys that are still available. Then you get down a little bit further. You got a guy like Johnny Dixon, cornerback, Penn State, available. Garrett Greenfield, names and then we start getting into guys like I really like some of these late round guys like Carson Steele, running back, UCLA. 49ers already went running back, so I doubt that happens. But to me, that's an interesting one. Arizona's pick is in. Seattle Seahawks are on the clock, so back-to-back NFC West selections coming up. Very, very interesting. Josh says Malik Mustafa, Bob Sanders type build. Yeah, I think that's true. He's a guy that's very compact. 5'11", 208. I mean, he's built. He's muscular. The thing that he does though is he carries that weight really well. Transitions quickly. He's in and out a lot faster than you would think from a guy like that. But the shorter height, but 49ers like anywhere close to 6 foot tall for the defensive back. So 5'11" makes a lot of sense. But yeah, Bob Sanders, that's a nice comp when it comes to size. That makes a lot of sense for who he is as far as his size and what he's able to do. And Tejon Palmer from UAB is the pick at 191 for the Arizona Cardinals. So Tejon Palmer, the guy, you're going to start getting names. Like, I don't know how familiar I am with Tejon Palmer, to be honest with you. So we're getting names now that there's no way I could possibly have went through them. There's some of these guys I will, and there's a lot of these guys I won't. And, I did have him as an undrafted free agent guy, so he's not going to be an undrafted free agent guy. He's drafted, and he went 191 to the Arizona Cardinals. So Seattle Seahawks pick is in. We're going to find out who the Seattle Seahawks decided to go with here in a second. And then we'll see what's going on with the NFC West. Let's see. Floyd says, why is Leonard Taylor falling? Our lads had him ranked super high. I had him ranked pretty high too, actually. I had him all the way at pick 66. So I was with our lads. DJ James just goes. I had him ranked pretty high as well. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, sometimes teams just don't see it, or there's medical, or there's off the field, or there's something else you just don't know. And I can't speak on any of that because I'm not aware either. So DJ James goes, but that's probably what's going on with Leonard Taylor. There's something we don't know about. With Kalen King, I knew what it was. It ended up being his speed. A lot of teams worried about his 4.6 that he ran in the 40-yard dash. I'm sure that's a big reason why they didn't go with him. 4.6 corners, tough in the NFL in today's world. So, but here you go. You get the Seattle Seahawks getting another, bigger cornerback to go with who they normally get. And Josh said he had Taylor in his late 4th. So you had him ranked lower than I did. And, Josh seems to be more correct on what's going on with Taylor and why he's still falling. But here we are. We're in the 6th round. We're probably in the middle, pretty close to the middle of the 6th round, and he's still on the board. So we do have DJ James. You had cornerback. They're changing over a little bit, but they've spent a lot of draft capital on defensive back. They need a lot of help in the secondary still. So adding players is important, and they know they got to compete. They got to compete with the 49ers, and the 49ers went out and added some more firepower with Ricky Pearsall. So they got to make sure they get some guys. So looking at the board, updating the board a little bit, and DJ James off there. So the number 1 corner for me left, Kalen King, but he has the speed concerns. So if you're a team that values speed, he's not going to be a guy, or you value length. He's not tall either. Those are all concerns and things that can help you, move down the boards. If you're not, one of those things, fast or tall. Johnny Dixon, cornerback, Penn State, still available if a team is looking for a cornerback. I think those are my top guys. And then, of course, one of my sleeper guys, Micah Abram, cornerback, Marshall. I like him. I mean, he might go undrafted. He's probably he probably is likely to go undrafted, but there's some guys that I like. Ooh, Joe Milton is the pick for the New England Patriots. Woo, they got themselves an athlete. Joe Milton is a solid athlete. I did rank him. He's just so athletic that you wonder who he's going to be. I had him ranked 172. He goes 193. Tanner McLaughlin, one of my tight ends that I liked, just went off the board. Balanced tight end. He goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. So we got a couple of picks there in a row. Milton, then McLaughlin go. So McLaughlin, balanced tight end. The 49ers were thinking about going tight end. The best tight ends available now are guys who are just receiving threats in Jaheim Bell and Dallin Holker. As far as balanced tight ends, you have to start getting down the list a little bit, and you get into some guys that are not as talented down the stretch as you would think. You're talking about Brevin Spanford out of Minnesota. He's a tight end that I think could go in the 7th round or undrafted. So if you're looking to go tight end, Isaac Rex, he got brought up earlier. He could be an undrafted tight end, but if you're looking, you want to make sure you grab someone you don't have to worry about battling for them in undrafted free agency. You might think about that. So those are a couple of guys that are still available that are more balanced, but right now the talent when it comes to tight end is for those receiving only options. So it's interesting that those guys are there. Josh says, I honestly have no idea why Rice is falling. He's better than most of these wide receivers being drafted. I agree. I don't understand it either. This is pretty crazy, actually. Maybe we'll find out more, but this is like a huge fall. So yeah. Floyd says, actually, I read Taylor's love of the game was questionable, but his highlights were disruptive. Well, then that'll definitely drop him off boards, and especially the 49ers. If you don't have a love for football, you're not even going to be on the 49ers board. They're going to take you completely off. So that makes sense then, Floyd. If you read that, and that's, if that's accurate, then that makes a lot of sense. The teams want guys who want to play football, that love football. If you don't, you're either not going to give the effort or you're going to kind of check out. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So let's see. We got Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in, and then NFC West strikes again as the Los Angeles Rams will be on the board the next 3 picks. So Ryan Watts, cornerback, Texas, 6'3", 206, heads to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Ryan Watts is the guy. And this is when this is when you start getting those names. I mean, you get guys that you weren't expecting to go at this time, and you start wondering, but hey, let's see what these guys can do in the future. So who's up next? We got Ryan Watts going to Pittsburgh. Rams are on the clock. And then you've got Atlanta Falcons and Miami Dolphins coming up. And the 49ers' next pick is at pick 215. So inching closer to that right now, 19 selections away from the 49ers. It's been a long wait. It's been a long wait since the San Francisco 49ers picked at pick 135. So we're going to get there, but it's going to take a minute to do so. And so let's see what we got going on as far as positions. If we were talking earlier about what the 49ers could potentially need, I think interior defensive line would be something. Now, Leonard Taylor, you're probably taking off the board because, of what Floyd said, if that's the case. You weirdly got Brennan Rice available, but I don't think the 49ers take 3 wide receivers. James Williams would still be an option, a safety that's transitioning to linebacker, 6'5", runs a 4.6, good in coverage. That would make some sense. So he could be somebody. Gabriel Murphy, edge rusher, UCLA. To me, he's somebody. And then, hey, do you go one of those tight ends? You bring in a guy to make sure that if Cameron Latu can't catch the ball, that you have a guy that's a receiving threat. I think that could be interesting. So we'll see who the Rams end up picking here. They're about to pick. We got all kinds of look like animals on the stage for a second. Let's see. BB50 says the Rams have been active this draft. They have. They really have. And Jay Ellie says, if I hear another Eminem song, it will be too soon. Good for me. I'm watching it in silent because I'm kind of just trying to keep up with it a little bit. I have the NFL Network on. I'm watching it there, but, mainly just to get the idea of who's getting picked. And I also have the CBS draft tracker going so I can see who's going to get selected or when they get selected. The Rams pick is in, and then the Atlanta Falcons are up. Sometimes it's funny because they go through all these highlights and it's all for the TV, just how long it takes. The draft could definitely go a lot faster, but they're trying to string this thing along to make it last. So we'll see what the Rams end up doing. Rams have had a pretty good draft, and you know what? When they hit on guys like Puka Nacua and some of the guys that they have, you have to think that they have a good shot. So of getting a guy that can make plays. And Floyd says, have you done any study on Nelson Caesar from Houston? He's an edge with size and production, a 49er type for sure. I did do a little bit on Nelson Caesar. I actually watched him a little bit. So I got kind of turned on to him a little bit late, but he was a guy that, it got my attention. I think he's a late round guy, but you're right. He has those necessary traits to be a late round draft pick for the 49ers. And I thought that if they addressed it in the 6th or 7th round with Nelson Caesar, it makes sense. I thought he had enough skill to be able to bend the corner. He's got pretty good hands. He needs to put together some secondary moves. Right now, he doesn't have that. A little bit of technique flaws that I seen on film and a little bit of balance issues. But, yeah, I mean, he's a guy that he's here for, at this part of the draft for a reason. But you're right, Nelson Caesar could be an option for the 49ers at some point. And I think in the 6th round, 6th or 7th round, anywhere around there, Nelson Caesar would be pretty good value. As a player, for the 49ers, I think you're right. He's got the right intangibles that you're looking for at the position. And like Josh just said right here, they met with him at the Senior Bowl. So anytime that happens, you got to go ahead and pay attention to it and see what happens. But I think he would potentially be a guy the 49ers would target late. I think there's a lot of edge rushers 49ers could go. The question is going to be, with any edge rusher that they get, what's the value that they believe? Can he make this roster? Is he better than Drake Jackson? I think that's the question mark, but they could also draft these guys and plan on sneaking them to the practice squad. I think that's always possible as well. So, yeah, Nelson Caesar would be a name to watch, especially once we get to 215. Potentially, we'll keep an eye on him. I think he's one of those guys. And, he's sitting there on the big board. But right now, the draft coverage is lagging as far as these picks. I feel like they go through blocks where they release a bunch at a time, and then they kind of like hold off. But we know the Rams pick is in. The Falcons are on the clock. And as soon as the Rams pick comes in, we'll acknowledge it. And we're getting really close to the 49ers, 19 picks away. And it's going to be nice. It's going to be nice when the Niners pick again. And then we get to wait till 2:51. So waiting is the name of the game here when you're talking 49ers. This is like one of the longest breakdowns I've seen between groups of picks. It's like I guarantee picks are probably in for the next like 3 teams. It's pretty funny. Charles Davis. Let's just make the pick, guys. Let's just make the pick. Get it done. And you don't have a up-to-date draft graphic. Which graphic are you talking about exactly? Are you just talking about who the 49ers have picked in this round? If you're talking about who they've picked this round, no, I haven't updated any graphics. I haven't I've been live the entire time. So I haven't, worked on anything else as far as graphics wise. If that's what you're talking about, I'll go ahead and put, exactly what you're talking about in the chat so I can rounds, picks, teams, etc. No, I don't have a graphic. Sorry about that. So my apologies to see that. I just been using the Rams took Tyler Davis, the defensive lineman from Clemson. So that's a pretty good one. But I've just been using the draft tracker from CBS. It updates to the minute of what the picks are, who's trading up, who's available. Atlanta Falcons pick is in, Miami's coming up, but you got Tyler Davis, the defensive tackle out of Clemson, that just went off the board. And so once again, the NFC West and the Rams add to defensive line. So, Aaron Donald's gone. They went Braden Fisk. Now they went Tyler Davis. Of course, Jared Verse in the first round. Whew, they're definitely getting it done with adding guys that can help in those types of areas. Pretty good. Thanks, Al. Appreciate it. I like this from KNDR. Is there an auto pick option like in Madden? Yeah, that's what I wish. Let's get that for everybody else. Zion Logue is defensive tackle. Georgia is the pick for the Atlanta Falcons. So Zion Logue is the pick. And I don't even think I looked at Zion Logue, to be honest with you. So I won't have anything as far as ranking on him or where he was supposed to be. So he gets drafted here. And so we go back-to-back defensive linemen. The Rams, first off, with, a name we know in Tyler Davis. And then Logue. I don't know if Josh broke down Logue at all, but he wasn't somebody that I paid a ton of attention to. It wasn't one of my prospects that I ended up being able to look at. So I won't be able to give too much insight on him. But, when you're talking about Davis, I think that was a good pick. The Rams, once again, you got to get those guys. There goes Patrick McMorris. So he was a guy I thought I had him ranked in the 7th round at 193. He goes 198 to the Dolphins. I thought he could be a potential UDFA for the 49ers, safety from California, but he's gone. So Patrick McMorris off the board. Floyd says, too bad Shanna Lynch don't use the shotgun approach to O-line. Bill Walsh shotgun the secondary in 1981 and started the dynasty. Yeah, just go ahead and take all offensive linemen, with every single pick. Yeah, he struggled. Bill Walsh had struggles with that offensive line, 79 and 80. And, he knew he had to go get some guys, and he got some really good ones. Ronnie Lott, Eric Wright, Carlton Williamson. Those were great picks to go along with Dwight Hicks. So, that's one way to go about it, right? Just draft an entire position a ton of times, and the Rams go 4 defensive linemen. hey, somebody's got to work out, right? And I believe they went defensive line a little bit last year too. I remember they took somebody I liked the last pick there. They had a guy that was Mr. Irrelevant that I really liked. He was from a small school. I'm going blank on the name, but explosive player. So yeah, they've invested that way for sure. Are there any centers worth drafting? I think when you're looking at the center board, I think the number one guy is going to be Bo Limmer. You know, I mean, he's available. I think he's the highest ranked for most people on the board as far as the center position. And, you know, I mean, as far as a guy that can make the team, I think it would be tough with the 49ers interior offensive line the way it is. I don't think you could keep, you know, two centers and Aaron Banks and Feliciano and Bo Limmer. I just, you know, I don't think they're going to interior offensive line. But I mean, he's a guy that's an actual center, you know, I mean, the dude's strong. And so he would be the next guy. But I mean, my guess, if I was guessing, the next two guys should be guys with big traits that have upside that maybe aren't like the other picks that we've got. But these are guys you're hoping are going to work out that have something special about them. I would think that those guys would kind of be, you know, what we're talking about. So Christian Boyd is the pick for the New Orleans Saints. So another guy 49ers were connected with. Christian Boyd goes off the board. He's from Northern Iowa. And I had him as my 169 ranked player on my board. And so another guy gone. New Orleans off the clock. We're now at pick 200, which means 49ers pick at 215. We're getting really close, 15 picks away from the 49ers selecting again. Christian Boyd, I'm sure, got a lot of people. Josh says didn't do much on Logue. Yeah, I didn't either. So that's what happens when you get into the late rounds of the draft. The truth is, finding the time to go through all of the late round guys is very difficult. Every once in a while, you either get recommended to somebody or you stumble on somebody by watching somebody else's film, and then you have a chance to watch them. But I just didn't. So it makes sense. If Floyd says 200, the Tom Brady slot. Is this the spot? Right. I mean, we got who's on the board. Let's see who's on the board. Indianapolis Colts. What are they going to draft? I don't think it would be a quarterback, but wouldn't that be interesting if it was Michael Pratt? Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a quarterback. So interesting, though. You're right. The 200 spot is the Tom Brady spot. And we've crossed 5 hours on live. So thank you for everyone that's on right now. I appreciate you. If you're on and you haven't liked, please like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I appreciate all the subscriptions that have come through. You guys really are fantastic as we roll through day 3 of the NFL draft, and it's been one fun weekend. So I appreciate you all doing what you do and watching. So thanks so much. And we're gonna keep rolling here. So let's see. The Indianapolis Colts are up next, but the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. So I thought it was the Colts that are picking 200, but it's actually the Carolina Panthers. So I misspoke. It always takes a long time for them to go ahead and make their picks. He's waving a terrible towel? Okay. I'm not listening, so I don't know who these guys are, but I saw the terrible towel and I was wondering, got a Carolina announcement coming, but they're doing a terrible towel. Thanks so much, Josh. Josh says, like and subscribe. Ant's the best. Appreciate that. David comes back and says, Ant's still going strong. Unbelievable. Great job, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is the marathon. And thanks so much for the subscription. Really appreciate it, Floyd. So Floyd subscribing to the channel. Appreciate that. Welcome to the Cutback crew. And glad I was able to earn your subscription. And we've had, people jumping on today, subscribing. So I really appreciate that. It means a lot. You guys, the subscription doesn't cost you a thing, but it does help me out a lot. Kicks me out of the algorithm and opens, the door to more people to be able to discover the content. So thank you guys so much for all that. I appreciate it. And like always, we're trying to do the best content we can, and try to have intelligent conversations the best that we possibly can. So I appreciate all the support that everyone gives. You guys are really good, and the picks are stalling at this point. I mean, I know they do all the extra stuff. I don't know what they're doing. I don't want to be disrespectful to whatever they're doing, but I mean, it definitely just stalls, and so it makes me have to go through my board and start looking at some of the guys that I like, that are coming up, and I wonder, what's going to happen with Brendan Rice, guys. I mean, did anyone think he was going to make it to pick 200? I think people were mocking him like 100 picks ago. I really do. I think a lot of people thought he was going to be a late 3, early 4, the McCaffrey type area. I don't know what caused this to happen. And Jaden Crumedy just went. That's a good pick. We were talking about him earlier with Jay Ellie. So he goes off the board, and that was a late round possibility for the 49ers. And so he goes, you're talking nearly 6'4", 301 pounds, ran a 4.940. So athletic defensive tackle. Goes the Carolina Panthers. And that's a pretty good pick there. So interesting. Oh, so Al's not surprised. He said, I thought it was a toss. Oh, very surprising. Okay. Very surprising. Yeah, it is. It was interesting. Josh had him as a 4th round guy. And Kevin says they had him in a 5th or 6th round. Ooh, I didn't know that. I was seeing him, most of the time when I didn't watch a lot of the national. I didn't watch a lot of Mel Kiper or any of those guys this year. And sorry, guys, got my attention. I was just talking about him earlier. My cornerback from Marshall that I liked, Micah Abram, who I said I would love if he went undrafted for the 49ers to be able to get. Just went to the Indianapolis Colts, and it caught my attention. He was a guy that I found late, and I really started to like him. Had a 6th round grade on him, and he's gone in the 6th round. Man, you get these guys that you find, and you're like, man, I wonder who else is onto them. And he was. So that's a pretty good pick for the Indianapolis Colts. I liked him. He was smooth. He was able to stay on top of routes. A guy that played bigger than his size, doesn't have elite speed. That's probably the reason he continues to fall, but was a pretty good player. But yeah, I mean, Rice being in the 5th or 6th round, I hadn't seen him kind of going, that low. Maybe some guys did, and I didn't see it because I didn't pay attention to the national media. But I mean, some of the draft sites that I went to, some of the mock draft sites that I was on, everyone kind of had him between rounds 3 and rounds 5. I didn't see him going down this far, so pretty interesting. 49er Gal says, did Jerry give a list of places his son would go to? That I don't know. I think that it's been Deion Sanders that has been saying that, this guy and that guy, Shador and his other kids, they're only going to go to these places. I don't know if Jerry Rice did that. I don't know if that's smart. You know what I mean? Brendan Rice was thought of a mid-round guy. So, and that's what Al is saying here. I think that was Deion, and that's what I think so as well. I think Deion's the one that was saying that. I think Jerry's been kind of more open to this process and just letting it play out and kind of letting his son, and everything that's going on with his son play out. But, and Kevin says his speed is what hurt him. His size and hands aren't great. You're right that he's not like a top level wide receiver in this draft, but I thought his speed was 4.5. He had good enough hands. He wasn't really dropping the football, was pretty good as far as contested catches. I get it. I see that he doesn't have anything like elite about him, but I thought he was a pretty consistent, guy with the ball in his hands. I thought it was fine, but Luke says, and I thought Rice wouldn't be a 3rd round guy, though I like McCaffrey, the Niners in the 5th more, but we grabbed a better version of Luke with Luke Pearsall, of Luke in Pearsall, but Rice sliding is a shocker. I get it. That's one of the things that's interesting about the draft is Travis Glover tackle from Georgia State just went to the Green Bay Packers. They continue to load up on offensive linemen, but I think that's what's interesting is you can get 100 people that watch a player and you can get 75 different opinions. Like you'll have some consensus, but it's always interesting that people just see different things. When I would coach, me and the other coaches, like sometimes we would see different, sometimes we see the same thing. And then a lot of times we would see different things, different traits, different intangibles. It's really interesting. I'm always interested. That's why I never take it serious when people have differing opinions or like kind of, come at me about picks. It's like, yeah, everyone kind of sees things differently. And then of course, because I'm covering the 49ers, I've tried to morph my opinions into what Kyle and John do, what their characteristics are, what kind of team they're trying to put together. So I kind of morph it that way. So it definitely has a slant. So maybe my opinions on some guys, if I was covering another team, would be a little bit higher, but that's just kind of how I do it. But yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. And Luke says Caleb Williams is probably surprised Rice slid this far. He's probably on the phone with the Bears as we speak. I mean, yeah, at this point, and we do get Minnesota takes Will Ricard from Alabama. It's a good kicker. Once again, there are some guys in the UFL who are phenomenal kickers. So I'm kind of surprised you're drafting a kicker, but this is a spot you do at 6th, 7th round. But yeah, I mean, there are some dudes that you could potentially get. So let's see what I missed. You had Travis Glover. I went over him. So now we got Buffalo's on the clock at 2:04, and then we're going to have the Houston Texans. So once we get to the Houston Texans, the 49ers will be within 10 picks, and we continue to have some interesting names that the 49ers could be eligible to get. The board is starting to play out, and the 49ers went wide receiver twice. If the 49ers would have only went wide receiver once, I would be clamoring for Brendan Rice at this point. But the fact that they only went once is probably the reason, why it doesn't happen. I have no idea what's going on. This is interesting to me. I like this from Nick. Bears drafted an entire offense this year. They're trying. They're doing the best they can for Caleb. That was funny. That got me. Drafted an entire offense. You're right. That's what they had to do. David Rice said it's been a long haul waiting for pick 211. It has. For those of you who stuck around with me the entire time, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It has been a long haul waiting for 211. I thought it was going to be a little bit more juicy. You're going to have, a couple picks in the 4th round, a couple picks in the 5th round, the pick in the 6th, and then you'd have the long wait for the 7th round pick. But I mean, when the 49ers traded those 2 5th round picks, it was exciting to see what player they're going to get. And then the realization set in like, oh, we're going to wait for a while. Bo Brady is falling. I had him as my fallback to Mustafa in the mock drafts, another hammer type. Yeah, it's crazy you say that because let me look to see exactly where I had him. But I know I had him higher than he should be. So I had Mustafa and ranked 102, and I had Bo Brady from Maryland ranked 107, and he's still available. But you're right. I had them pretty close together as guys that I really liked. And you're right. Another guy that's a hammer. He brings the wood when he hits. So it's impressive. And I like this. JD says, I am Iron Ant-Man. JD in the house. What's up? And Kevin says, see, they might take an edge. And if Brendan is available at 7, they'll take him. There you go. If he's available in the 7th round at 251, like you have to, right? You have to make sure Jerry Rice's son gets drafted. I don't know how he's not drafted. Right now, Buffalo's on the clock at 204. This should be Brendan Rice. Buffalo needs wide receivers. This would make sense for them to go Brendan Rice. They went Keon Coleman yesterday. The fact that Josh Allen runs around so much, and then you get a guy that knows how to read and react to what you're doing and catch the ball in the scramble drill. Brendan Rice did that at a high level in college, just a high level. So, I mean, I could see him going right now, but you're replacing Diggs, you're replacing some guys. So we've got Houston on the clock, Cleveland and Seattle with the next two picks. We're getting closer to the 49ers at 2:15. But yeah, we're still in a waiting game, and they're on commercial. And there we go. Tillon Grable ends up being the prospect, and this is a guy that I kind of like as a developmental prospect. So Tillon Grable, for those of you guys who aren't really aware of the prospect at a UCF, he's 6'6". So I mean, right away he's got that imposing nature. He's well over 320 pounds. I think the thing that was interesting about him was he didn't have the arm length that you would expect. He wasn't like a 35 or 36-inch arm guy. He was a 34-inch arm guy, which is plenty enough to play in the NFL. And he played left tackle, but I felt like he was a little herky-jerky, a little bit of a waist bender, didn't have the fluidity and flexibility in his hips, ankles to be able to bend the knees. So I thought that there were some things that needed to work there. I thought he was a decent athlete, not a great athlete, but he was a guy that if you were going to take a shot late in the draft for a guy you could develop, he was a guy that you could possibly go with. So I had him ranked in the 6th round. He goes in the 6th round. So to me, that's a pretty solid pick as far as you're looking for someone to potentially develop. No guarantees, but they go Tillon Grable with that pick. So they needed to grab somebody. And let's see right here. Thank you, Sonny. Sonny says, Ant, you are the best. You provide great insight and knowledge and do respectively all the time. Thanks. I appreciate that, Sonny. I really do. And it's easy when we got a lot of great people that are in chat. You always get the occasional negative comment, but you take it in stride. And a lot of times I learn from negative comments because people have different opinions. That's why I always tell people, like, just, you don't have to be negative. Just say your opinion, and it's great. Like, conversations are great, but I always appreciate the nice things. Thanks, Sonny. And always want to keep it respectful and always want to have good conversations. That's what it's about. There's no way for all of us to see football the same way. It's just impossible. But the fun part is we can all have our opinions and talk about it. I mean, right? If I wasn't doing this with you, I'd be sitting around with friends BSing about football anyways. That's just kind of how it goes. So it's a lot of fun. And so Luke says they disrespecting the GOAT and trying to make his son UDFA. Whew. I did not see him as a UDFA. And I don't think anyone really in chat saw him as a UDFA. And Terrell says Seattle would draft Rice just to spite San Francisco and us fans. Yeah, I'm starting to watch for the Dallas Cowboys the next time they pick. They actually pick, I think, after the 49ers. So they pick 216. Yeah. I could see the Rams, possibly taking him in a couple picks. Las Vegas is coming up. That's a possibility. Kansas City, they might be able to, they need a new Rice. Maybe they go that direction. And we just got Jawar Jordan, running back, Louisville. Josh says, hey, the Browns, they could use Rice. You're right. The Browns could use Rice. Go back to the home state of Eddie DeBartolo. Enough a connection, right, that you can make it work. So Jawar Jordan out of Louisville is the selection. I had him as a potential undrafted free agent, but here he goes in the 6th round. And like we talked about, when you get to these anywhere from 4 through 7 or undrafted, the grades are going to be vast different. And so, I mean, he might be way higher on some people's boards than others. It's always interesting. I think it's kind of a cool thing. So Cleveland's pick is in. I'm curious to see what they do. And, like Josh said, I'm at this point, I'm just cheering for someone to take Rice's son. And, I never thought he was going to go to the 49ers. And, that was just because I didn't think they were going to fit where they were going to pick and position. Nathaniel Watson, dang you, Cleveland. So if you guys listen to my channel a lot, Nathaniel Watson has been one of my guys. And Nathaniel Watson just went to the Cleveland Browns at pick 206. That's pretty much his value. I had him a 6th round grade. Here he is in the 6th round. Dude's a stud. 6'2", 230 pounds, can run, can hit you, and that's what I like about him. Physical force. Dude hits and he hits hard. He's a fun dude to watch and knows for the football. A better run stopper than pass coverage, but solid player. So Nathaniel Watson, now Seattle's on the clock. Man, Watson. And then we got Josh saying, hey, kind of want Gabriel Murphy at this point. There'd be a lot of value there. I mean, Gabriel Murphy, depending on where I've seen him ranked a lot of places. I had him ranked a lot better than this, but that would I think that would make sense. Luke says, please don't let Rice go to the Chiefs, Eagles, Cowboys, Seahawks. Send him to Houston, Detroit, a team that's harder to hate. Yeah, Mike Jarrell from Findlay just went off the board to the Seattle Seahawks. There's no way I broke him down. I'll just tell you that right now. 6'4", 309, 494. So athletic profile. This guy can move. So athleticism is there. He was in the GMAC Offensive Lineman of the Year. Gotta love that. But I did not break him down. So I'm just gonna keep that right there clear. I'll be honest, like if the 49ers don't draft him, I'm with you. I'm rooting for Houston. I like rooting for DeMeco Ryans. I like rooting for CJ Stroud. So I wouldn't mind him going there with Tank Dell and Nico Collins. Like, yeah, that'd be kind of fun. I root for Houston. So, but that's completely because of DeMeco Ryans. I never rooted for Houston before. But yeah, I wouldn't mind that. B. Fitz is Ant. Do you see Caleb Williams as a can't miss prospect? I don't really know if I put anyone as a can't miss prospect because there's always the opportunity. But I think there is less of a likelihood of him being a bust than him not. And I think that some of the abilities he has are great. I think he's going to have to get better from winning from the pocket consistently. I think right now he moves too much. He gets out of the pocket, all that creativity. That's awesome, right? You see it with Patrick Mahomes. It's great. But Mahomes' feel of things is uncanny. And his ability to win in the pocket is better than Caleb Williams right now. I think if Caleb grows in that department, though, he's going to be a real problem. I just feel like if he gets outside the pocket and tries to do the things he did at USC and holds on the football too much, the NFL athletes are too good, and they're going to get him to the ground, and he's going to get hit a little bit too much. So I wouldn't say he's a can't-miss prospect, but I think he's a bona fide stud prospect that you're expecting to be a big-time quarterback in this league, and I like him a lot. So I never say can't miss, though. So Dylan Lobb goes off the running back New Hampshire. Good selection there. So Dylan Lobb was a guy that, I had a 5th-round grade on. Pretty good value here to the Las Vegas Raiders. So it's always weird when you're saying good value to the Raiders. But I want to get to this question, too, by Floyd the Barber. What was your opinion on Robert Beal, Winters, and Graham last year? Are they promising or cuttable fodder? I will say this. Robert Beal Jr., I love his speed. I love his size. He's a guy that I'm a fan of. And I like him. And I think Robert Beal Jr. has a real chance to be a player for the 49ers. I think he can set the edge pretty good. When it comes to Winters and Graham, I think they're developmental guys who got better during the season. Do we know where they're at now? No. But I expect them to be a lot better this year than last year. And I've seen improvements from D. Winters from the beginning of training camp to the end that were special. He got a lot better. Is he there? No. He's got a long way to go. But I think you saw Jalen Graham come in a little bit better initially against the run, and D. Winters kind of start catching up. It's the consistency. They got to get there. And so I wouldn't throw those guys out. I kind of like those guys, but I wouldn't give up on those guys yet. And JLE says, Ant, almost time. Yeah, it is almost time. We got to start looking at it. Rams pick is in. After this, you're going to have Detroit, Kansas City. So they go kicker. Joshua Cardi, Stanford. All right. Cool. I like it. One less worry for the 49ers. So it's Detroit, Kansas City, Jacksonville, Rams, Cincinnati before the 49ers. So we're at pick 210. So 210, we're almost there. So guys, what are we looking at here? Josh says Beal was one of my favorite players in the draft last year before we drafted him. I'm still high on Beal personally. I like the speed and athleticism on the outside. So now that we got a kicker off the board, we got to start looking at our board to see who it could be. They've addressed wide receiver, 2 wide receivers already. I think probably no wide receiver. I never want to say never, but I think probably no wide receiver. They've addressed interior offensive linemen. I don't expect it to be an interior offensive lineman, but I wouldn't throw out Bo Limmer or someone they think there's huge value on, but I don't think it's going to be interior offensive line. Tight end, I think the tight ends, the really good ones, are probably gone unless you want one of the receiving tight ends. So that means you got Gene Bell, Dylan Holker, you got Culp from Washington. If you want a receiving tight end, if you're looking at tackle, I don't think they're going to draft a tackle, but if you did, Garrett Greenfield from South Dakota. I think those guys, potentially. You're looking at defense. They went safety already. I don't expect them to go safety. They went corner. They haven't addressed defensive line at all. So defensive lineman, edge defender could be the case. When you're looking at edge defenders like Josh has brought up, you got Gabriel Murphy. He's a possibility. So he could be a guy that they ultimately go with. I mean, he's the number one. You got Braden McGregor. He's my number two that I got left on the board. But I mean, it's kind of becoming slim pickings. Christian Mahogany just went off the board to the Detroit Lions. So Detroit Lions got themselves what a lot of people believe was a very high draft pick here in the 6th round. So getting value. So when we're looking at other positions, it could also be linebacker. We know that this is a spot to kind of go after a linebacker. You got James Williams. We know he's a translation. I've been talking about him the whole time. So we already know who he is. I don't have to give too much breakdown of that. You got Curtis Jacobs from Penn State. He's a guy that I had a 6th round grade on. And then when you start getting into other linebackers, it starts getting a little bit tougher. So, I mean, I think Aaron Casey might have went earlier. I'm not sure. Some of the guys I haven't been able to keep up on. So if I say someone that went, just let me know. But I also had a grade on DeAndre Hunter, linebacker, Georgia State. So those are some guys. So Mahogany goes now, potentially. Yeah, Nelson Caesar from Agent 49. People have been bringing up Caesar. I like this. Luke Luna likes Holker. There's guys. And Floyd says, you may not like him too much, but I would have ran the card up from Christian Mahogany. Well, at this point, whatever his knee concerns are, you're going for it. And the Kansas City Chiefs just selected Kamal Hayden out of Tennessee. So Kamal Hayden goes off the board, cornerback, Tennessee. So, I mean, yeah, at this point, for sure, like that would have been a guy you run up and go get because it's tremendous value at this point. Now, the medical obviously had to be the issue for him to fall this far. There's no way it was a situation where it was just his play. His film was too good for that. So there must be inherent risk with drafting him. So it makes sense, that they would go ahead and wait a little bit. So, yeah, I think that Mahogany, is a great selection there. 49ers may have been interested in him. I don't know. I mean, they could have taken him off the board depending on what his medical was. So that's pretty interesting. So we got Hayden off the board. Now the Jacksonville Jaguars are up. They're picking 212, Rams 213, and the Jacksonville Jaguars pick is in. Rams 213, Bengals, and then 49ers. And then the Cowboys after that. So we're definitely in the part now. And yes, Michael Pratt is still there. So it's interesting. So a lot of people are saying that we've got some, my money's on D-line from Nick. Oh, I like this from Kevin. Miles Cole, what I'm thinking. I haven't heard about Miles Cole from Texas Tech yet. That's potential. Jay Ellie says edge. It could be. And 49ers Gal says, can you imagine Rice as Mr. Irrelevant? I can't. I can't. So let's talk about the edge defenders that are still available at this point. Gabriel Murphy has to be the number one guy, on most people's boards, but you got Gabriel Murphy, Braden McGregor. He's still available. So both of those guys, at this point would be pretty good value. Miles Cole, that was just brought up in chat. Well done. Edge, Texas Tech. He's a guy that could be available that is available that the 49ers could potentially target. I'm finding some guys that I missed earlier, so I'm updating my board as we're going through this. Those are the edge rushers that I see. You got, some other guys as well coming up. I'm looking Solomon Byrd, USC potentially. He's, Nelson Caesar, that was brought up in chat as well. All those guys, 6th and 7th round grades, potential for the 49ers. And Josh says Miles Cole is huge, 6'6". So that's one of those guys that could get the edge. And Josh says kicker again. No, Josh, it's time for the long snapper, right? They brought in the long snapper. There you go. I believe McKinley Jackson got drafted earlier, I believe. I'm pretty sure he did. I thought I seen him come off the board earlier in the draft, and I remember thinking, oh man, but yeah, I think he did get drafted. I'll try to find out if I see where he was drafted, but I'm pretty sure I remember him coming off the board. Because I remember he was somebody that I was paying attention to at the time because he had met with the 49ers. But yeah, I'm pretty sure McKinley Jackson came off the board as a little bit earlier. Oh, Jay Ellie says yesterday he got drafted. Ooh, I remember he did. Floyd says, holy shnikes. Mike Tomlin is on TV and actually smiling. He loves their haul. Are you sure it was Mike Tomlin and it wasn't Brandon Ayuk? I'm just saying. That was all funny when it came out about that. Then Brandon Ayuk kind of put that out there. It was like, you know what? Sometimes they do. It's like when they have hoods on and stuff, like it's close enough where you could think they were related a little bit. I don't know if they're identical, but there's a little bit of relation there. They got, Ayuk's got those dreads though. I mean, it's definitely different. And so here we go. Yeah, McKinley in the 3rd. Yeah, I thought I had seen him go. It's hard. You keep track, and I'm trying to keep track of like the guys. And I remember seeing some of the names, and then like all of a sudden I come across them on my board, and I'm like, man, I'm pretty sure that guy was drafted. I didn't have a chance to mark that off. So thanks to everyone in chat for throwing that. Hey, McKinley in the 3rd round. And that was a good player and a good relation to the 49ers because he was, he was in meetings with them and stuff. So Rams are on the clock right now. Cam Little, the kicker from Arkansas, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Rams, then Bengals, both similar offenses to the 49ers, and then 49ers. So yeah, we're almost there, guys. And Chantivi says, I want Murphy. Which one? Him or his brother? Just being a little bit of a punk. But yeah, Gabriel Murphy, great, really great. His brother's not as good. I mean, Grayson's not bad, but he's definitely not Gabriel. A little bit different players, but I like Gabriel. I'm with you on that. I think he's a very talented guy. I think in this part of the draft, he would be a fantastic value for the 49ers. And, I think that I see some tremendous value players available if you just want to take a chance. And I still keep hoping that somebody's going to take a chance on Brendan Rice. This I don't know. Let's see right here. Jay says, isn't there also a Murphy at North Carolina? I'm not sure. Maybe there is. Luke says, and then we can start worrying about Rice to Dallas if he isn't taken. Don't love him to the Rams either. Yeah, I don't love him to the Rams either. I think Sean McVay would figure it out with him. So, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that happening. At some point, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what everyone saw that's seen on film. And Agent 49er says this order: Limmer, Caesar, Jacobs. There you go. Pretty good. So, Ant, who would be your 3 picks here? So let's go ahead and look. Well, first off, I love James Williams, the linebacker translation, as far as the 49er fit. I see it. I see the things you could do with him. I'll say him being 1. I think Gabriel Murphy being 2. And let's see. There's parts of me that see different players, and it's like, where are they going to go? But I want to pick guys at different positions. So I would say those 2 guys, and let's see if I throw in a 3rd one. I don't think they're going to go interior offensive line. I think it's going to be somebody that's a little bit of an athlete with some ability to do some other things. So went with those two guys, Gabriel Murphy, James Williams, and I need one more guy. And you know what? I'm just going to throw it out there. Why not get a tight end that's a complete athlete, someone that can create in space, someone that can go make plays, someone the 49ers have met with that looks like a power slot, and just ensure that, hey, if something happens right now, what's the point? Okay, he's not a good blocker. What about Jaheim Bell, tight end, Florida State? Is he a blocker? No. Is he 6'2", 48 pounds that can run? Yes. Can he create in space? Yes. Can you run quick screens to him? Yes. Why not? Put him out there, let him compete, see if he can get better as a blocker, use him as a move tight end. Why not? I kind of like guys potentially at this point that have elite traits or upside. I think this is where you take shots. The other guys, you want to get guys that are going to be solid eventual starters, but these guys, you're taking shots and getting guys that you probably liked earlier, and maybe you don't like something about them. With Bell, don't really like it, like some of the other guys, but Floyd says love Bell. I like him too, and that's why I would kind of take a shot at it. And could it have been him coming out and saying he doesn't want to go to San Francisco because he views himself as a number one? San Francisco has that already. I mean, it was an innocent comment, but what else could it be? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, what else did he say in the meetings? I don't know. And I don't think there's any medical. I haven't heard anything, but it doesn't mean it's disclosed. I don't know anything about him. Like character-wise. Jordan Whittington just went. Whittington just went to from Texas, just went to the Rams. So they got themselves their Jawan Jennings, right? 6 foot 205, not as big as Jawan, but that kind of guy. He does the dirty work, catches those balls for first downs. And so interesting. They go Jordan Whittington here, and the pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. The 49ers are now on the clock. Go ahead and put who you guys think who it's going to be in chat. I mean, just give it a guess. I gave you guys the three guys, but to be honest with you, don't hold me to it. At this point in the draft, it gets really hard to narrow things down. I think it was a little bit easier later. Josh says Gabriel Murphy would be tremendous value at this point. He picked great value. I said tremendous value. I think he would. I think that's what you're looking for. You're looking for value upside. That's why I said Jaheim Bell is one of those guys that I'd be interested in, but also I really like Gabriel Murphy and James Williams. And Williams' projection, but 49ers love doing this at linebacker. And you're talking about a guy that's 6'5" and can run sideline to sideline. Now, would he have the vision to be able to operate closer to the line of scrimmage? It's always a question mark. But he hits a ton. He's a good tackler. He's really good as far as coverage in space. Not a safety, but if you see him as a linebacker, he's possible. So just a couple of guys that could also take a shot. If you're thinking they might go offensive tackle, Garrett Greenfield would be the most obvious for me. A couple like wild card ones. Here's a wild card one for you. Carson Steele, running back, UCLA, some guy you eventually see to play a fullback role. He's just something different. He's very elusive in open space. So those would be a couple guys, but I'm just going to go through what everyone else is saying here. I like this for 49ers guys. Someone that's not on everyone else's list. That's how it feels sometimes with the 49ers. Floyd says, hope it's James Williams. I like that one. That's good. BV50 says the linebacker you mentioned. So James Williams. Dallas is going to take Rice after our pick. Unfortunately, I think you might be right. Floyd says would love Bo Limmer or Johnny Dixon too. Another cornerback potentially. So Cole Edge from Kevin could be the case. Cedric Johnson to the Bengals. So Cedric Johnson is the edge that goes to the Bengals. Terrell says Jack Westover is the selection that he wants. So the 49ers pick is in. We're about to find out who the 49ers selected. This is going to be very interesting. dark horse. I mean, some people are saying it could be Leonard Taylor, but if he said he doesn't like or is not like in love with football, I don't know if he could be a 49er guy. And they took Jarrett Kingston, interior offensive lineman from USC, 6'4", 305. So if you had Jarrett Kingston on your bingo card, congratulations. Jarrett Kingston is the pick. I gotta go ahead and look him up. I don't remember breaking him down. So we're going to find out a little bit together about Jarrett Kingston. So he was an offensive tackle. So he's a guy translating. Maybe he can play O tackle. So 6'4", 306. It ran a 5 flat 40, a 4.47 shuttle. So we know Kyle Shanahan talked about that, having that ability to get there. Athleticism there, 31-inch vertical leap, 111 broad, 7.533 cone for a 300-pounder, 36 bench press reps. So this guy's a workout warrior. And the struggle with him is arms, 32 1/8, which makes him an interior offensive lineman in the NFL. But I mean, all the other things are there. That's very interesting. Just crazy. So because I haven't broken down, I'm going to read. This is a scouting report from Draft Buzz because I Googled it and this was the one that came up. It says strengths, outstanding on reach blocks, showing good initial quickness and flexibility to seal backside. He's a heady player who is quick to recognize and react to twists and stunts up front, and Kingston shows a good sense of timing on combo blocks. At his best, mauling in the run game, playing with nasty demeanor, and consistently keeping it going through the whistle. Gotta love that. The nasty demeanor, keeping it going, playing tough. I like that. Smooth athlete with terrific mobility and footwork. Staying light on his feet, has the lateral range, natural shuffle movements, and lower body quickness to mirror speed rushers. Solid positional run blocker who flashes the nasty demeanor and killer instinct scouts covet. Awareness is above average for his limited experience. Sells trap block and can turn to seal. Fluid getting to and adjusting to the second level. Consistently keeps his feet sliding while maintaining power when dealing with speed. Often sending speed rushers flying past the pocket. Interesting. So his weaknesses. Lacks ideal movement skills in the run game. He'll get to the second level, but Kingston tends to lock onto a path toward his target and then struggles if he has to adjust. Needs to work on his technique in pass protection, using more consistent leverage and continuing to move his feet. Plays with poor balance, doing too much reaching and lunging when his initial punch is ineffective. Trying to mirror against quickness will be a problem for him. So they had some contradictions there where they said he was really good to mirror and then said he was going to struggle to mirror. But, hey, you're getting an idea of who the player is. So that's pretty interesting. And we'll see what some people say in chat. I'm going to go ahead and go through them real quick. Floyd the Barber says Jarrett Kingston. He likes it. Surprising pick, Josh said. So those are possibility. Those are some things that are interesting. Wow, the Cowboys didn't take Brendan Rice, but took Ryan Flournoy, and then the Rams took Bo Limmer. But we're going to go back to focusing on this pick right here. Hey, they drafted someone from USC. Yeah, they did. So let's see. Josh says, Jarrett Kingston has played tackle and guard, but projects inside of the next level. He has good quickness to get out of his pulling assignments and mirror laterally. Yeah, so that's pretty good. And so Josh also says he does a good job of adjusting his feet when engaged in pass protection, but can do a better job of adjusting his hands. Kingston has good ankle flexation to absorb contact. Kevin thinks he's going to move to center. So they do get a couple of guys. Yeah, Floyd says do a crash eval the next day or so. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check him out. That's for sure. But the thing is, the inside is where they've been spending a lot of their attention. Pretty interesting. So Devin Leary gets drafted by the Baltimore Ravens. So that comes off the board as well. So the 49ers, they go offensive lineman with Jarrett Kingston. And I didn't expect him to go interior offensive line, but they've got some sort of idea of what they're doing. We'll see how this plays out. But I mean, at this point, they must have felt he was pretty good value. But you look at the measurables, the metrics of what he is as an athlete. This is what we're talking about with elite traits, right? I mean, you're talking about, the 5 flat is pretty good for an offensive lineman. Rosengarten ran a 4.9. These guys are like extremely close as far as speed goes. But the 4.47 shuttle, they said that's a really good metric for reach blocks and being able to get to the second level. So that's huge. 31-inch vertical leap shows the explosion, but the 10-yard split, 1.73. Those are some of those elite traits. You throw that into the fact that he benched 36 reps. That's a top 99 percentile. That is some strength for your behind. I mean, that is amazing strength. So it looks like they may have drafted him because of all those types of things, the elite traits that he has and those abilities. So, yeah, I mean, it makes sense when you look at that. You want guys with elite traits. This guy definitely flew under my radar. I hadn't looked at him at all, so I'm going to have to, look at him, watch some of his film, and get a really better idea of who the player is, because they felt convicted enough to draft him here, and I'm curious to see how they feel. If it's like was said in chat, maybe they see him as a center prospect, maybe they see him as a guard prospect. But there's going to be a lot of competition on the interior part of the offensive line. I had him listed as an undrafted free agent. I did not review his film, so I must have saw him talked about, because I have him listed as undrafted free agent and I did not watch his film. I'm just full transparency. I don't know him. I'm going to have to watch him. But I'm glad that I got something I get to do, right? I get to go watch him and see what he can do for the 49ers. So I'm excited about that. Let's see. Matt Barrows thinks he will be used at center. So there you go. David says Matt Barrows thinks he's going to be used as center. It could be, and now they've addressed it. The bench is 225. So they bench 225 however many times. And, for him, that's a lot of reps. 36 reps at 225. I mean, that's beast mode right there, BB50. I mean, that's tough. How's it going, David? Thanks so much. That's just a quick check-in. Ant still crushing it. Yeah, we're riding this thing out. We're 5 hours and 45 minutes in to the live stream. It's 2:45 in the afternoon on Saturday, and we are still rolling. And the 49ers are going to be picking again at 2:51. Right now, Buffalo pick is in at 2:19, and we'll see how that thing plays out. But we got a new player potentially that could make some plays in. We'll see what Jared Kingston does. If you're looking for guys who fit the 49ers, elements that they look for in an offensive lineman, it makes sense. He's out of Anderson, California, so up north. That's where he's from, and so he was a senior. It was a Hula Bowl invitee, so gotta love that. But the guy's got some traits. Let's see what they have for player comparison. Trevor Reed from Louisville, Jordan McFadden from Clemson. So those were the player comparisons, similar level. We looked at some of the other things that have to do with him, but so the two guys they decided that they were going to draft in this draft, offensive line wise, Kingston and Puny are both interior offensive linemen. And a lot of people were pushing really hard for the 49ers to draft offensive tackle. But I think that was part of the worry, was a little bit of the offensive tackle, depth in this draft. I think that was a little bit of concern. So that could be some of what's going on here. So other picks that just went, of course, Devin Leary went to Baltimore. He was from Kansas, quarterback. Daquan Hardy, very athletic cornerback, just went 219 to the Buffalo Bills. And now the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are about to make the last pick of the 6th round. And we're going to be heading to the 7th round. And I'm going to get to some more of your guys' chats here. And David says, I hope it's Bo Richter in round 7. That would be interesting. Agent 49er brings this up. Competition breeds excellence on the O-line. I like it. Yeah, I mean, they walked away with 2 offensive line. And that's what you're looking for. Randy says multi-role interior offensive lineman, and that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to double up at positions. Both guys, interior offensive lineman. I didn't expect it. I think a lot of people thought it would be Bo Limmer. Bo Limmer went literally the pick right after the 49ers picked. I believe Bo Limmer went. Let me double check when Bo Limmer went. Yeah, he actually went 2 picks later to the Los Angeles Rams. So 49ers go with Kingston, and this is what CBS has to say about it. I read what Draft Buzz is. It says chippy, high energy blocker with big time length or size, but carries out his duties with plenty of consistency. Can play any position up front. Good getting across the line of scrimmage on zone plays. Stays square at the line of scrimmage. Not a people mover power wise. So that's kind of what you're seeing with him. He was graded a B+. But hey, I mean, it's interesting. I have no film study on this guy, so that's something that I'm going to have to do. But just reading what they say, sounds like he fits like what the 49ers like, versatility. And that's what David says here. 49ers love versatility on the offensive line. And Agent 49ers says, I have to admit this draft seems like one of our better drafts since Kyle has arrived, but we'll see. It's interesting because they've kind of just kept addressing certain positions. Elijah Klein from UTEP just got drafted by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and we're going to be turning the page from round 6 to round 7. So pick 221 coming up, and that'll be what's going on next. Josh says he earned the best run blocking grade among all Pac-12 offensive line and the 8th best in the country by PFF. Woo! So there you go, guy that can run block. Now, the interesting part was, right, they said that he's not a people mover. So he's definitely a guy that fits the zone scheme. And Luke is saying, hey, Rice to Tampa Bay, it didn't happen. Tommy says, we drafted no D-line in this class. I'm worried about the run defense. And yeah, I mean, I think it's another one of those cases where I think we're a lot more worried about the run defense than the 49ers are. I think that them addressing Renardo Green is them helping the run game in some fact, because they were getting beat on the edge a lot. I think they believe that signing Jordan Elliott is going to help with the defensive tackle spot. But I don't know. I don't know how good Malik Collins is going to be against the run. If he's able to penetrate, split double teams, and stop the run, 49ers are going to be set. They're going to be solid. If he's not and he gets double teamed and pushed back, you're right. We're going to have concerns. Now, is there still some guys you could potentially get? It's slim picking. So you're right. They haven't addressed defensive tackle in 2 straight drafts. At some point, they're going to have to. But they haven't felt like they've needed to yet. And maybe they will address it in undrafted free agency. There's probably going to be some guys there. So it's going to be interesting. Thomas says relative athlete score is crazy. Yeah, dude is athletic. That's one of the things you like to read about when you're seeing a guy. And Thomas says this, played a lot as well. 49ers have been looking for guys that play a lot of football, and he played a lot of snaps. So this is definitely something they like. And BB50 says the best tackles are swooped up by the second round. They are. I think that run at the end of the second round, you had Roger Rosengarten, who I'm sure the 49ers liked, and then you had Kingsley Suamatia, who I don't think they had as high a grade on as everybody else. Once they went, that was kind of the break. You already had other guys that went earlier in the draft. So it was going to be harder to find an offensive tackle that really fit the bill unless you were going with guys late that you could develop. And those development guys, you don't really have the roster spots for them. So if you're going to get a developmental guy, get a guy you can put on the practice squad and see what you can get out of them like they've done with some other guys. So it makes it a little bit tougher. Luke says Gross Matos to help with the speed on the edge and versus run as well. You're right. Gross Matos getting a solid nickel where they can set the edge. You got to have the alley defender like Renardo Green, like some of the safety help with Jair Brown. They got to be good and being alley defenders, the force defenders, those corners. If Lenore's on the outside as a force defender, you got to feel a lot better. Even Isaac Gedem compared to what we were getting from Ambry Thomas, more solid force defenders followed by those alley defenders making tackles, and being in the right spot and run fits are so important. And those will help a lot on the edge. Gross Matos as well, setting the edge. You set the edge, you string plays along, you force the play in, you make the play up the alley with the defensive player that's available there. That's kind of how it all works together. So you're right. Players, those players are all going to help. Gross Matos is filling the role of Cleveland Farrell. Farrell was a very good run defender. 49ers missed him in the Super Bowl in that category. But they had a real struggle when it came to alley defenders making plays consistently. Isaiah Oliver could do it, but then he was a liability in coverage. So they're definitely trying to address those areas. And then with the offensive line, they're trying to get athletic with guys who have the ability to anchor. That's one thing I want to watch when it comes, to Jarrett Kingston is, does he have the ability to anchor consistently? We know Dominic Puny does, and that's been one of the issues for the 49ers when they find these athletic offensive linemen is they don't have the lead in their pants to be able to sit and anchor and not get pushed back. Jake Brendel gets pushed back a lot. And so I want guys that are able to hold a pocket so that way you don't get any internal push onto Brock Purdy, and he's able to step up into his throws and make his throws. And also he doesn't get balls batted down, and he's able to see his receivers because he's got some separation. So that's one thing I'm interested to see with Jarrett Kingston is how he handles that type of situation. That's for sure. So just looking at 7th round here, let's kind of look at what's going to happen here. Buffalo Bills pick is in. And then the Washington Commanders are going to pick. And so we've got 30 picks until the 49ers pick again at pick 251. Now, there's no guarantee they make this pick. They could always go ahead and trade out, but you might go ahead. Travis Clayton from the International Pathway Program is the draft pick for Buffalo. 6'7", 301, and ran a 4.8 40. So elite traits is what teams are going for right now. And Travis Clayton is the pick from the International Pathway Program, appears to be from Great Britain. So congratulations to Travis Clayton for being the selection for the Buffalo Bills. Interesting guy there. Zero Buck says, Puny got that good anchor. Yeah, he does. I mean, that's why I liked him so much when I was watching him. He was at the Senior Bowl, and he's going against Byron Murphy, and Byron Murphy hits him, and he just anchors him. I mean, it was solid. And one-on-ones are so hard to win, and he was winning consistently against bigger defensive tackles, faster defensive tackles. And I was like, oh, man, this guy's going to be nice on the inside. And when you get to his film, you start watching him. The speed rush guys could present a problem when he's playing tackle, but on the interior part of the offensive line, he's fantastic, and he anchors so good. So those are the techniques that you're looking for. Tom says, Niners draft strategy seems to have changed using analytics more. Yeah, what's interesting is I think John Lynch talked about a little bit about their R&D department. And so I think they've been putting together their analytics to go along with coaches' decisions and scouts. And I think they're trying to come up with a consensus. So they're trying to find where everything meets up. With all things, you're trying to get better and better at the process. And I think you're right. I think they're finding a way for the 49ers to get better at the process. And you got to like, what they're doing so far. But these are interesting. I kind of like, when it's not the kind of guys that you're expecting. I definitely wasn't expecting this one. I liked Renardo Green. I liked Dominic Puny. Those were my guys. But here you are, you're in a guy where I didn't even know who he was. So I always like that. You find guys you never knew who they were or where they were going to go. And you get a guy that could fit the 49ers and their system. I love the athleticism. So it's pretty cool. Floyd says, interesting that 2 big fallers in this draft are from the University of Miami, Leonard Taylor and James Williams. Yeah, it's interesting. I get it a little bit with James Williams. He's changing positions. So, if you saw him as a safety, he was a late round undrafted safety. If you saw him as a linebacker, well, then, there's a possibility there. But now you're talking about projection. So where do you project him at? And I think that's one of the interesting things. But you're right. Both of those guys were thought to have gone a lot higher than they are. And they're still on the board. They're still hanging out. So Commanders pick is in. Raiders are on the clock. And I'm looking at my board, and you're right. I see Leonard Taylor still there. A guy like Gabriel Murphy still there. James Williams. Still haven't had another, Michael Pratt go. He's still there. Leary went, but Pratt's still there. Both receiving tight ends, Jaheim Bell and Dallin Holker, they're still available as well. So there's still some talent. And I know we had some guys go off the board there for a second. I'm going to have to try to update my board. I remember I thought I saw Daquan Hardy go off the board. I'm going to have to look here. So Travis Clayton was the pick for Buffalo. I'm going to have to go back to round 6 and catch up real quick because we were talking 49ers, which we should. But it got me behind my board a little bit. Elijah Klein from UTEP, Hardy, Leary, Limmer. Good players that are still available. I mean, there's some guys here. I mean, we're starting to get deep. You know, I mean, you're getting deep on some guys, but there's still some guys that you could like with some of these picks that you feel like have some traits that you could potentially develop into, you know, a guy that can help your football team. And I think that's ultimately what you're always looking for, is a guy that can help your football team. And now we're getting an idea too, as we move through this round, you know, what the players on the, you know, who's going to be undrafted free agent and what they look like. So that's becoming a clearer picture as we move through the draft. And as I'm marking through these guys, I mean, some of those guys you maybe thought were going to be available aren't available. Some of those guys are gone. I think that's interesting. I always think it's interesting to see, you know, where everyone goes. But see Ryan Watts, I forgot him earlier. Now I'll jump back in and get back on track to where I was. But Kingston, the pick for the 49ers at pick 211. Oh, so Javonte Jean-Baptiste, defensive lineman from Notre Dame, is the next pick. So that's the next one. Portola, what's up, Portola? How's it going? Portola says we have 2 UDFA make the 53-man roster last year, Deshaun Jameson and Ilm Manning. Yeah, we did. I mean, we had a talented undrafted free agent room last year. Of course, you know, both of them were picked up. Ilm Manning ended up getting cut by the Cardinals and by us, but we've had guys before too. You know, even Quantrez Knight, he was a UDFA from the year before. He made a roster as well. So those are some guys. $0 is which of last year's UDFAs do we potentially bring back, if any? Oh man, I don't know. You know, I mean, I was as high as any, you know, on some of the guys, and I don't think so. I don't think they're going to bring anyone back. They've kind of toyed with it a little bit, but I mean, I don't think any of those guys are coming back. I think Deshaun Jameson was one of the best, but I don't think he's coming back. You know, and Ilm Manning, I think they gave that a try, and now they're addressing interior offensive line. So I don't think any of those guys come back. You know, they still got Taylor Hawkins from a couple years ago. I like Taylor Hawkins. He was one of my favorites from that year. It was Taylor Hawkins and Quantrez Knight for me. Those were 2 of my favorite guys from that draft. And so that's always a possibility, you know, with things. So, yeah, I mean, it's continuing to find guys. But Javonte Jean-Baptiste goes to Washington, 6'4", 260. So Adam Peters, you know, finding another guy to put on his defensive line. We know what they're looking for is they're looking for guys that, you know, can be stout against the run and play physical, but building in the trenches is exactly what they're trying to do. And Jean-Baptiste is one of their guys now. So good pick. And let's see where we're at. We've got Las Vegas on the clock, and then we're going to have the Cincinnati Bengals and then the Los Angeles Chargers. Those are the picks that are coming up, and it's just going to be just a little bit before we get to the 49ers. So should be interesting, you know, what we see with the 49ers coming up pretty soon. Just crossed 6 hours being live. Thank you everyone that has been joining me. Really appreciate it so much. You know, if you're watching and you like it, please like it. I appreciate it. If you haven't subscribe. You know, I appreciate you doing that. So thank you guys so much for that. And we're waiting on the pick to come in. Las Vegas at 223. Of course, both, you know, the channel is on commercial break, so we get kind of stuck in that period. So I'm going to go over my board and I'm going to see which players are still available. That could be big time players for somebody else, and maybe even potentially the 49ers, because there are some guys that are still, I think everyone expected Brendan Rice to go already. And here we are in the 7th round. Frank Gore Jr., I think we all anticipated was going to be a UDFA. Tariq Owens, we expected was going to be a UDFA. But Brendan Rice flirting with it now. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened when it came to Brendan Rice. And I think, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but it shocks me every time I see him potentially, on the board. A guy like Bo Brady, from Maryland, Michael Pratt, Jaheim Bell, Dallin Holker, still available. 3 of my guys still available. Trey Taylor, Miller Bradford, both those guys. Trey Taylor, more traditional safety. Miller Bradford, a nickel guy, could go undrafted. I wouldn't mind that. So the Niners could pick him up. Braden McGregor, edge Michigan, never lived up to expectation, but 6'5", 265 pounds. 49ers met with him. So those are some guys. Oh, okay. Did I miss it? I must have missed it, guys. Sorry about that. Where did I miss that? You guys are saying Brendan Rice was drafted. Rice just went to the Chargers. Okay, thank you guys for pointing that out. Yeah, on mine it's late. So whatever you guys are seeing, it's definitely different than mine. So I don't know what you guys are watching, but I'm glad he got drafted. So thank you guys for pointing that out. I really appreciate it. Brendan Rice goes off the board to the Chargers, and not a bad spot for him to land. Catching pass from Justin Herbert, Jim Harbaugh. Like, I'm okay with that. I wanted him to find a nice landing spot, so that works out. So yeah, thanks guys for putting that in there. Really appreciate you guys doing that, because where I'm at, it does not show that pick yet. So thanks so much, Luke. With a super chat, says, good idea. Let's tip this man. I really appreciate it. Luke, means a lot. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. I always value everyone's comments and stuff. And thanks for the tip. It's huge. Appreciate the gift. Josh says 90th percentile in the 40-yard dash, 87th percentile in the vertical, 81 percentile in 3-cone, 93rd percentile in broad jump, 99 percentile in bench press, 80th percentile in 10-yard. Kingston's ranks. Elite traits. So I'm telling you, end of the draft, you're looking for elite traits. And that's exactly what they got there. Josh says he's ranked 3rd in terms of athleticism out of all offensive linemen in the draft. You're getting one of those guys. Okay, so Jamie says, watching ESPN coverage. I might have to flip over there because I'm not enjoying having to wait more than everybody else. So I'm gonna look to see what's going on. Got the NFL draft switching over, and you're right, they're ahead. So they're killing it right now compared. So Trey Taylor, one of my guys, went to the Raiders. So I missed that as well. Deshaun Anthony, another guy that's been pretty good. And a lot of guys have been talking about he went as well. So we have Deshaun Anthony going to the Bengals, Trey Taylor, safety Air Force, going to the Raiders, and Brendan Rice going to the Chargers. We're on pick 226. So I missed all those. So thank you guys for telling me that. I switched channels because I got tired of being behind. So all those guys go, and I got to find Deshaun Anthony. I know I have him on here. I just got to find him. And those are all guys that go right here in the 7th round grade on Deshaun Anthony. And I had him ranked at 215 or 218, and he goes right now. So Cleveland Browns pick is in. We'll find out what the Cleveland Browns pick is momentarily. Arizona Cardinals pick, if I might have missed it. So if you guys saw who the Cardinals took, go ahead and put that in chat. Let's see. Lou says, Ant, the Iron Man, about time for a steak dinner, cold beverage. Amazing. Cold beverage, steak dinner. That sounds, man, I think everyone loves that, right? After this, I can tell you right now, I got like this little kink in my neck, that's my first thing to take care of. Apparently, sitting down for this long is probably not good for my body, but hey, things you got to do for the draft, man. But then after that, yeah, food, beverage. Keep getting texts from my wife like, hey, drink more water. So I'll try to do that. Probably not drinking enough water. It's a real problem these days. So let's see what's going on. Jaden Davis, cornerback, Miami goes. So Jaden Davis off the board. So a Miami guy goes. Cleveland Browns pick is in. Baltimore on the clock. We'll end up seeing what happens with Cleveland's pick, but JLE says, good luck, Rice. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to cheer for him. I mean, I wanted him to go to Houston because that was an easy way for me to root. But, being with the Chargers, being with Harbaugh, being in LA, I mean, he's not going very far. And, I hope it works out. And thanks so much. The Newt says Cards took Jay Davis. So thanks so much for throwing that in chat. Appreciate it. We're going to keep updating the board. So Jaden Davis, cornerback, Miami, off the board. And, I mean, there are some players that, I think still have 49er ties that are available that I'm interested to see, what they do at pick 251, but I'm also interested to see what they do. I don't know how you guys are, but I like to jump on and get some of the free agent draft trackers. It's always interesting to see who they end up signing. And of course you always have the guys that you think you got, and then they kind of bail. But to me, it's always interesting to follow which guys they go. I think it was a little bit more important in previous years because they had more roster spots available. Not as many guys come in, but they're definitely looking for guys that can help make this roster. So I'm always interested to see who they get in those situations. And we still have some guys that are 49ers bloodlines, Ron Stone Jr., Frank Gore Jr., those guys available. Tariq Owens still available. So those are some guys. When you're talking guys with 49ers ties, Trent Jones, tackle Michigan, and he's still available. They liked him, but he might be an undrafted free agent type. So some of the linebackers, Kalen DeLoach, Tatum, Bethune, both from Florida State, they're both available. So those are guys with 49er ties. I think we brought up earlier, Brady McGregor had met with the 49ers. If you're just talking about guys who have those ties, those are some guys that do. I like this. Yeah, Josh is feeling the same way I do. I can cheer for Rice since he's with the Chargers. Yeah, we could cheer for him to beat the Chiefs. Could cheer for him to beat the Raiders, right? I mean, that makes it easy. I like that. Thomas says, it's insane we got Purdy with the last pick. Absolutely crazy. What was crazy is I was live, and I think we got to like the 6th round, and all of a sudden everyone started filling up chat. Brock Purdy, Brock Purdy, Brock Purdy, Brock Purdy. And I'm like, really? Everyone thinks it's going to be Brock Purdy? And we were kind of like having a fun conversation about it. We got about 5 picks away, and I'm like, who are we going to take? Everyone. Brock Purdy, Brock Purdy, Brock Purdy. I was like, okay, it's going to be Brock Purdy. And sure enough, it is Brock Purdy. So it was fantastic. Luke says, Ant, we can still cheer for Rice. Chargers are in Chiefs division rather them than Chiefs. Agreed. Agreed. So that's it. And thanks so much, JL. He says, Ant knows ball. Appreciate that so much. I do my best learning football, and hopefully everyone's enjoying themselves and we're having fun on this. So Miles Harden is the pick, and I just saw him on my board, cornerback from SD. So Miles Harden goes off the board. I was gonna look. I gotta also say where he came from, or where he went. He went to Cleveland. So Cleveland at 227. Baltimore takes Nick Samak, Michigan State, interior offensive lineman, Michigan State. So Miles Harden and Nick Samak are the last 2 picks, both to the AFC North, Cleveland and to Baltimore. So Miles Harden, though, that was one that stuck out to me right away. I was like, okay, yeah, I could see that. Miles Harden, pretty solid player at this point in the draft from South Dakota. Go ahead and take him off my board, and we're seeing a lot of players off the board now. So starting to get to that point. I think if there was a thing that I was more surprised, thing that was a little less surprised than Brendan Rice still falling is the fact that Kalen King and Leonard Taylor are still falling. I think those ones are interesting. So MJ Devonshire just went, the cornerback from Pitt. He just went. So MJ Devonshire off the board, the cornerback from Pitt. A player that I'm sure people have kind of seen around. He's got a little bit of ability there. Didn't see him as an overall target for the 49ers, but a 7th round grade. So he's kind of going right where you kind of expect him to go. Let's see. Eric says, Kyle Shanahan going to draft himself a wide receiver. There you go. Right. Kyle's like he reminds himself of, Ricky Pearsall. That was so funny. I mean, he just said it completely tongue in cheek because he doesn't want to do any sort of comparisons after he said Brandon Ayuk was Isaac Bruce. I mean, he doesn't want to do that. You had Kalia Davis with DJ Jones from John Lynch. Like, you just don't want to do that. And so he reminds me of me. And it's like, oh no, Kyle. Oh no, Kyle, what are you doing? But yeah, I mean, yeah, Kyle could draft him some Kyle at wide receiver. He definitely had the work ethic. We'll give him that. But I think that's funny. That is a lot of funny. Minnesota Vikings have their pick in. New England Patriots are on the clock at 2:31. So we're officially 20 picks away from the 49ers making their next pick at 2:51. After the 49ers pick, there will be 6 more picks, and the draft will conclude. The New York Jets hold Mr. Irrelevant as of right now. So last year it was the Rams. The year before it was the 49ers, of course, where they selected Brock Purdy. And this year it is the New York Jets. And so Vikings pick is in. We're waiting for that to be announced. Of course, ESPN is on, still they're a little bit behind. I went ahead and started watching the CBS app a little bit more to make sure that I could try to keep it updated. So you guys are seeing, guys, if you're watching ESPN, like Miles Harden, who I already reported, those guys are coming up. Yeah. Josh says horrible comparison. It was a horrible comparison. He should have just said no comp. Like, he just said, I don't really want to do a comp. I don't have a comp. So you potentially, you could go there. And Thomas is there on pick 231. Yeah, that's where I'm at too. I'm on 231. Pick is in for Minnesota, but they haven't quite said it yet. We'll see what happens. But I know the Raiders picked MJ Devonshire. They've been going with a lot of corners. You got to be able to cover Kansas City Chiefs, especially. You're going to have to help there. You're going to have to help, with that conference overall. So those are things that still need to be done. Minnesota's pick is in. We're going to find out what that is momentarily. It's going to go Minnesota, then New England, and then Minnesota again. So Minnesota's making 2 of the next 3 picks coming up here. Let's see. Floyd says, if a team or drafts or signs running back Cody Schrader and gives him a fair shot, he'll make a team. Great vision, surprising power, sweet hands, perfect for a zone run scheme. All he lacks is 5th gear. So there you go. So, I mean, if you haven't watched Cody Schrader, it's time to watch some Cody Schrader film. And, that's the thing. You hear about players all the time. They're like, man, I haven't got the chance to watch this guy or that guy. And you always find more. So, yeah, Cody Schrader, if you haven't had a chance to watch him, give him a look. Interesting. Let's see what we got here. Nick B says, Jarrett Kingston played 6 years in college, started at 4 different positions. Versatility, athleticism. Michael Jurgens, center from Wake Forest, just got drafted. So, interesting. And Jay Ellie says this. Why isn't Jay Bell not drafted? Why isn't Jaheim Bell drafted? It has to be because he's only a receiving threat. Dallin Holker is the same sort of player, and he's still available. So that's the only thing I could think of is people aren't really looking for a guy who's going to be just a power slot. They're looking for a guy, that's going to be able to do both and be more balanced. Balanced tight ends have been the ones that people have went to. Even Jatavion Sanders dropped a lot all the way in the 4th round. So they're looking for guys that can do both, guys that are balanced, because as teams shift to the nickel, now you want bigger, balanced tight ends that can block, so that way you can run the ball against nickel. And you got to have guys that can do both now. And I think it's getting a little bit more difficult, even though, why not? I mean, right now is a good time to take a shot on one of those guys that can work out in the slot. And Luke says, if anyone hasn't liked the video, Ant is at 99. Let's go over 100. Appreciate that. So yeah, we're at 99 likes. If you haven't liked it, go ahead and like it. Get that 100 like. I really appreciate that so much. I appreciate it. So we had Michael Jurgens go, the center from Wake Forest, 6'4", 311. He goes to Minnesota. And there goes Jaheim Bell on cue, JLE. Jaheim Bell to the New England Patriots. So the New England Patriots get Jaheim Bell, my number one tight end left on the board, and they take a shot with an athletic guy. They're getting a little bit of help for Drake May. So, I mean, you're getting a guy now that can help there. So he goes off the board finally in the 7th round. You asked the question, and there it goes. Can't believe it. Null alert. Yep, JLE with the null alert. We just talked about Jaheim Bell, and there it is. I mean, Jaheim Bell goes off the board right now, and he's, I think the type of player he is the reason he's still on the board. And now you've got another one just like him. I mean, not as explosive, but still quick area space in Dallin Holker from Colorado State. He's not as explosive as Jaheim Bell. Jaheim Bell can catch a screen pass and house call it. He's a guy that's really good at that kind of thing. He's a dangerous player over the middle of the field. But Holker's a good player to catch the football and then make you miss and get some extra yardage after that. So that's the next receiving tight end that's potentially available. After that, tight end, I mean, it's to the point now. It's pretty slim pickings for guys who are draftable players. The next set of guys that I have are all undraftable guys. I mean, guys that I have undrafted grades on. Isaac Rex, tight end from BYU. He could potentially, be one of those guys. Brevin Spanford, tight end from Minnesota, would be another guy, that's undrafted, potentially go with. And I'm sure there's plenty more, that are potential, but the guys that I actually got my eyes on, those are kind of some of those guys. And this is exactly right. Patriots are helping May. That's what they're trying to do. That's what your job is. If you're going to get a quarterback early, you need to put people around them. And JLE says Jaheim Bell has some good hands. He does. Okay, the Minnesota Vikings at 232 select Levi Drake Rodriguez. Defensive lineman from Texas AMC. Okay, I can tell you right now, Levi Drake Rodriguez, not on my, on the top of my head of what he is or who he is. Next up, Nathan Thomas goes to Dallas. Interior offensive lineman from Louisiana. Someone I did get a chance to watch a little bit. 6'5", 334 pounds. So defensive line, then offensive line after Jaheim Bell. We're at pick 234. Indianapolis Colts are selecting. So Nathan Thomas goes off the board with that selection. So moving through this, now we're starting to kind of pick up steam. They're kind of going through parts where they build up like 4 or 5 picks, and then they kind of just run them all out there at once. So those guys are off the board. But there must be some real concerns about Leonard Taylor. I'll say that because he's still on the board. I look at now that I switched over to ESPN, I see Mel's got Keaton Slovis as one of his top guys available. I don't think Keaton Slovis is getting drafted. Mel once had Keaton Slovis going in the top 10 picks when he was an underclassman. So maybe it's some of that, but yeah, I don't know about all that. That's pretty interesting fact right there. So Colts pick is in, and then Denver's on the clock at 235. So yeah, Jamie says Bell just went to New England. Crap. So they're getting some guys, you got to give them credit. And you know what? If you're going to get players that you like, that you think are pretty good players, let them go to the AFC. Let them all battle it out over there. Josh says, just grab an edge to make me happy. There's still some good edges. There really is still some good edges available. Believe it or not. I mean, you still have Gabriel Murphy's available. Braden McGregor, I like him. I think those two guys, you still have those guys that are available. I'm trying to see if there's any Edges, Cedric Johnson, Ole Miss. Did he get drafted? I might have missed him if he got drafted. And if I did, go ahead and let me know. Miles Cole, edge from Texas Tech. You got Nelson Caesar, edge, Houston. Those guys are all available. For whatever reason, I'm thinking Cedric Johnson from Ole Miss got taken, but let me know in the chat if he did or not. I can't remember. And yes, David, McGregor is still on the board. He's still available. So thanks, JLE. JLE does let me know that, yes, he did go. So that must have been one that I missed. Cedric Johnson, he went to Cincinnati. So thanks so much, JLE, for that. Get him off my board. And now there's still guys, some of the quarterbacks, if you wanted to go quarterback, still linebackers potentially, I still say you take a shot. Some guy you think is going to be an extreme athlete that you can go ahead and grab. And I think that's the way you go about it. So we're going to have Indianapolis, Denver, Jacksonville, Cincinnati. Those are the next picks that are coming up in the group. We're at pick 234 of the NFL draft, 7th round. So it's going. Juanito, how's it going? It says, what do you grade the draft so far? So I can't give it an honest grade, Juanito. First off, we drafted a player in Jarrett Kingston that I did not break down. So I'm going to have to go to the film and watch Jarrett Kingston before I can ever potentially even have an idea how to grade this draft. That's number one. And then number two, I just want to kind of to take it in on what they did and get a good idea. So I think number one, that's the first case. I can't really grade it. I don't know, Kingston too much. I liked what they did. I would lean towards a higher grade right now. I don't know exactly where. What would I do to improve it? I think I want to find out too what they were doing when they just tried to draft Cowling. I want to know, or Cowens. I want to know what's going on with Cowling. Is what kind of role do they have for him? What kind of thing are they going to do with him and his positioning? And I think once I find that out, it'll give me a better idea of kind of where they're at. But yeah, I couldn't honestly draft it. I probably would refrain from doing so until I had a better understanding of what they're doing in that certain situation. So waiting on the Colts pick to come in. They're showing highlights of Jaheim Bell, and boy, was he fun to watch at Florida State with Jordan Travis and Keon Coleman. They had Trey Benson. I mean, just fun to watch. And that's a fun player at this point in the draft. Power slot, could be some matchup problems if you get him out there in the right looks. So that's a good one. Paul says, what does John Chapman's draft guide have Kingston in it? That I don't know. Josh would probably know that. I have not looked at John Chapman's draft guide, but Josh might be able to fill in the blanks for that. Everything that I have, I'm going completely off my own breakdowns that I did. So I don't know where he had Kingston. But Jonah Laulu went to the Broncos. So I mean, yeah, we're getting some guys now that they're guys you don't even some people haven't even heard of. I'm sure some people know who they are, but this is where you get to that point where it's like you could be ranked 500 and be drafted right now because everyone has different grades on these guys that are in this part of the draft. So it's always fun to see. So we got that going. We'll see what else we get. Indianapolis made their pick. Waiting on Denver. They go Devon Vele, wide receiver. Oh, big wide receiver. I actually watched this guy. Devon Vele, a big wide receiver. Got pretty good catch radius, physical guy. So interesting prospect with him. I did just watch him this last week. I wouldn't say I watched a lot of film on him, but just enough to get familiar with him. 6'5", 210 pounds. So yeah. And so that was the Broncos at 235 getting the big wide receiver. And now the Jacksonville Jaguars pick is in. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock at 237. So we're getting closer. 49ers almost there. Josh says that he just added it to his draft book. He was projected as a UDFA, lacks length and hand size. So there it is. Yeah, I mean, I didn't break him down either. So it's not a huge surprise. I mean, when you look at the athletic profile, it makes sense. But there were other guys that I found athletic profiles for that I liked. Just you trying to find the right guy. Like, how are you going to find this guy that fits the right profile that you're looking for? Let me see. Let me talk about the guy. Like, I had found Cole Spencer. He had a lot of injury concerns though, so I thought he was an undrafted free agent. But 6'4", 300 pounds, and he had a 30.5-inch vertical leap, and he was 31 bench press reps and a 40-yard dash at 4.89. So he started 50 college games. His first 44 at Western Kentucky, he started, and then he started having injuries. So when he went to Texas Tech, he wasn't able to play at that level, or I think he would have definitely been a mid-round pick. But that's the kind of guy you're looking for, and that's kind of the profile you're looking for when you're talking about Jerry Kingston, is a guy with that kind of athletic profile, but no injury concerns, and that's always huge. Matt Lee from the center from Miami just got drafted, so Matt Lee is what it is. And then JL says, yeah, Caden Slovis shouldn't be drafted, just switched over to ESPN. Yeah, he shouldn't be. I don't see it. That is for sure. So Matt Lee goes to Cincinnati. Houston Texans pick is in. New Orleans Saints are on the board. So yeah, New Orleans pick 239 will be coming up. We'll see. Leonard Taylor still listed on Mel's, best available. The fact he's still there is crazy, but there's something there. There's something going on that we don't know about. Floyd says, Ant, how many gold helmets do you think Shannon and Lynch got? I'm guessing every pick until Kingston, since many were surprises against the grain. If I had to guess, I would probably say they got 2. I mean, it might seem that they got, more than that. Maybe they did. They had 16 gold helmet guys. I would say that even some of the guys they got early that they really like might not be gold helmet guys. So I'm going to say 2. I don't know if they'll ever tell us how many they got. But even other years, they had guys, they just got Talanoa Hufanga. So maybe though. And thanks so much, Thomas, for the subscription. Really appreciate it. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Helps out a lot. DJ says, I'm curious about your way too early wide receiver depth chart. Lombardi has Danny Gray behind Chris Conley and Ronnie Bell, but you had Gray looking really good in preseason, right? Yeah, he definitely was. And I don't think anyone can honestly say they went to training camp last year and didn't think Danny Gray was outperforming Ronnie Bell. The problem is Danny Gray got hurt. And so we saw Ronnie Bell play better. Now, Chris Conley for sure has to be ahead of Ronnie Bell. But I'm not sure Ronnie Bell and Danny Gray aren't coming in pretty equal. Now, they play a lot of times different positions. I think that Danny Gray is going to play outside and play X, with Brandon Ayuk. But to me, I think it's going to be interesting. Now, I don't know what he's going to be. I don't know what his injury is going to look like, but he was way better. I mean, way better in preseason last year. He understood where he was actually supposed to be, which is rookie season. He was lined up on the wrong side. He was going the wrong way in motion. It wasn't pretty. And so I do think he made a lot of improvements, but they've also made a lot of selections that are going to make it tough for either one of those guys to make the roster. Now, Chris Conley, they like Chris Conley, but they don't want Chris Conley to make this roster. If Chris Conley makes this roster, their wide receiver room didn't improve as much as they wanted it to. And it's nothing against Conley. Conley was a good physical blocker who made the occasional catch, but they want dynamics. And so that's what they're trying to get. You got Cowling, you got Danny Gray. They got dynamics when it comes to speed. And I think that's what they're looking for. So it's going to be interesting for sure. And Josh says, huge fan of Conley on this team. I like him. I just, I don't think they want him on the team when it comes down to it. So the chat said Miles Cole just went. Miles Cole goes 236 to Jacksonville. Yeah, he did. I missed that one. So that one got by me. Matt Lee, Miami. Solomon Byrd, he goes defensive lineman, USC, edge defender, goes to the Houston Texans. And he was another guy that, I liked for the 49ers potentially later. I had a 7th round grade on him. He goes in the 7th round. So, that makes sense. So Solomon Byrd there. So we're getting through there. But yeah, I get it about Conley. But last year, Conley didn't make the 53-man roster. They carried him on the practice squad. And then he ended up coming up when they were getting inconsistencies in blocking from Ronnie Bell. I think that it's going to be a competition. I honestly think they're going to give, those guys that are kind of at the end, not the top 4, but the other guys, equal opportunity. Saints just took Josiah Ezerim offensive tackle, Eastern Kentucky. But I think these guys are going to battle, and they've got an idea of who these guys could be. Kyle Shanahan is looking for guys that can make plays. And when it comes down to it, Ronnie Bell is a good receiver. He can catch the ball, but he struggles to create separation at times. He struggles to catch the ball in traffic. Lots of balls tipped off his hands for interceptions, and he struggles to block consistently. We don't know what Danny Gray is going to be, but he better figure it out real quick. Because if he don't come out like gangbusters in training camp, you're right, he won't make this team. They've done a really good job. So, and DJ says, I'd rather have Conley on the team too, but I'd rather have him on the practice squad if possible. I think that's the exact way to look at it. Jamie says, how have the 49ers gone through this draft and not drafted a D lineman? Amazing. Didn't see that coming. Biggest surprise of the draft for me. They haven't been willing. They haven't. And, that's it. And, Josh says, Ronnie Bell makes me nervous. Yeah, Michael Barrett just got drafted linebacker, Michigan, goes to the Panthers at 240. But Ronnie Bell is interesting because, lots of guys are really high on him. And when I went and watched his film, when he was at Michigan, one of the first things I noticed was, to me, he was a guy who ran through zones a lot. He was a guy that didn't have the feel to learn and sit down. And I know he's a coach's son, so I was optimistic. But I thought what we saw in preseason was that balls across the middle that need to be caught were sometimes tipped in the air. Now, I loved all the great plays. He made great plays. For every bad play, there was a really good play. I thought we just didn't get that consistency. And when you have a player like him and you're on a team that's as stacked as the 49ers, your targets and your opportunities are very limited. You have to seize the moment. I thought there were times he did and times he didn't. So, I think the 49ers are questioning the Ronnie Bell thing. And they didn't invest a lot. A 7th round pick. They didn't invest a lot in him. So they would be willing to pull the cord. And you know what? Now they've shown already. You're a 3rd round pick. You don't step up, Danny Gray. We'll pull the cord. Ask the running backs, Trey Sermon, TDP. So I still like Danny Gray. I thought he was much better in training camp last year. Much better. I wish we could have saw it in preseason because I think people would have a little bit different feeling. They would be like, oh, maybe. But right now, a lot of people have wrote him off, and that's okay. He hasn't showed you anything. He's been injured. Rookie year was definitely nothing that got your attention. So I understand it right now, but I think he's a guy still that you take a look at. Now they've drafted to prepare in case Danny Gray can't do anything. But I think it'd be interesting if Danny Gray did make this roster with that speed. You could potentially, go ahead and carry a guy because he's so good on special teams with speed. So potentially he can help there as a gunner. We'll see what happens. I don't know. So let's see what we've had with drafts. Michael Barrett was the last draft pick to the Carolina Panthers. And now we're at pick 241, Miami Dolphins. And so far it's been fast. So if you're looking for someone with speed, this would probably be the pick to go. It could also be edge rush. They had so many edge rush injuries last year. I think they're going all in on edge rush. They went with Kamara earlier. So that would make sense for them to go edge rush again, just to make sure. Then you got Cleveland, Dallas, Green Bay, and Tampa Bay. And the 49ers are at 251. So inching closer, about 10 picks away for the San Francisco 49ers to make their final selection of the NFL draft. We've been live for 6 hours and 30 minutes now. So pretty crazy. Josh says, so do the Niners carry 4 running backs on the 53? I think so. Now with the selection that they just made, I think they do. I think they keep 4 because I think they're actually going to use running backs as kick returners. I think with the new way of setup, kick return, using those guys makes sense. 5, including Juice, is what they've been doing. think they keep 4, like that 5 on the active roster, and then they have 3 of those guys that are active for games. So, yeah, I think they do. That's kind of been the norm. Kyle's felt the most comfortable doing that ever since they had some of the injury concerns. So I would think that's the way they go. And we'll see. I think a lot of versatility on the offensive line means they could maybe lose an extra spot there, maybe even an extra defensive tackle like Kalia Davis gone. We'll see. I think they're going to have to make some decisions. So it could be. And DJ says, it was 5 last year. Yeah, it was. It was 5 last year. They've kept 5 for a while. Even last year, it was TDP for a long time. And then I think they ended up cutting TDP and put him on the practice squad at one point. So, yeah, that's something that they do. Let's see, Josh says, Isaac mentioned the 49ers talked to him about kick return duties. Taj Washington, wide receiver, USC, just went to the Dolphins. But, yeah, I mean, the way that it's set up now with everyone so close, it's more built and inclined for a running back to handle it, where you're looking for a little hole to be able to go through and you're reading the blocks. When it comes to wide receiver doing it or kick returner, it was a lot better because they had space. They were able to change direction, the speed. So I think it's a little bit of a different type of thing, but you're right. And there you go. Floyd says James Williams to Tennessee. So James Williams goes to Taj Washington, then James Williams. That's a little bit tough. James Williams was a guy that I really, really liked. And once again, Ran Carthon, a 49ers guy. You're getting a 6'5", 215-pound player who's translating from safety to linebacker, and it fits. The pick is in for Cleveland. They'll be coming up. So that's unfortunate when you have guys around this league that run similar things or have been the personnel department with you. They're going to see players similarly to the way that you do. Now, in the 7th round, you had plenty of opportunities to draft that guy if he was your guy, but wanted to see that one. And, Floyd says that one hurts. You could tell that was the guy you wanted for sure. That was the guy you wanted. And yeah, that does hurt a little bit. James Williams is a guy that I was a fan of as well. And so now we're on 243. Pick is in. So we're going to have 244 is Dallas, 245 Green Bay, 246 Tampa Bay, and then 247 Houston. So we got the next set of picks that are going to be coming up, and we'll get a pretty good idea. Dallas coming up here in a second. Just refreshing the big board here a little bit. Kalen King and Leonard Taylor, for whatever reason, look like they're not going to be drafted. And then same with Bo Brady. He's the number 1 guy on Mel Kiper's list. He's still undrafted. Gabriel Murphy, one of the top 10 on that list as well, undrafted. Michael Pratt, still undrafted. Dylan Holker, one of the guys that I think could get drafted, but maybe goes undrafted. Interesting player. Miller Bradford, I didn't think he was a Niner possibility after the 2nd round pick. Brady McGregor, edge, Michigan. So, I mean, it's there. Another guy that I love, I don't think the 49ers will take 2 running backs, but Carson Steele. If he went undrafted, yeah, I would like that. Thanks so much, Brian, for the subscription. I really appreciate the subscription. Means a lot. JLA says, crawling closer to our last selection. Yeah, we're almost there. We're getting close to the 49ers making their last pick, and we're waiting for Cleveland's to be announced. Over on ESPN, Mel Kiper is pretty much talking real hard. Field Yates had his mouth open with a weird look on his face. Pretty funny, but they're still amped going into day 3. You gotta love that. And so, I mean, yeah, there's still some good players available, and waiting for the Niners to be able to make their selection. And Josh says Curtis Jacobs is a versatile player. Yeah, Curtis Jacobs is a versatile player, linebacker, Penn State. I watched him a little bit. I think it was last week. I was able to kind of look at him a little bit. Didn't do an extensive breakdown of him, but enough to get an idea of where he should be placed And I do like Curtis Jacobs. He would be an interesting linebacker choice for the 49ers in this category right around now. So, I mean, if you're looking for linebackers, to me, he's the number one linebacker on my board right now is Curtis Jacobs. He's number one. And then after that, Omar Spates, linebacker LSU. Those would be the two linebackers that I have as my top two guys on the board. And then it starts getting a little bit, more interesting. But another guy I like is Deontre Hunter. I like him a lot. And if you want a guy that's just athletic, is Kalen DeLoach. But they also got Tatum Bethune as well from Florida State. Both of those guys potentially are guys. So we'll see what happens. So we got Cleveland going with Jawan Briggs, defensive line from Cincinnati. The Dallas Cowboys go Justin Rogers, defensive line, Auburn. So two defensive linemen back-to-back go off the board. Green Bay Packers pick is in, and then it's Tampa Bay is on the clock. So here we go. We're rolling through Jawan Briggs, Justin Rogers. Both of them go off the board, and we inch closer to the 49ers. We're almost there. I know it's been a long wait. It was a long wait to go from round 4 to round 6, and it's been a long wait, believe it or not, to go from 215 to 251. Not quite as long, but still pretty long along the way. So thank you guys all for hanging in there. We're going to keep going through these picks, and Green Bay's on the clock. Green Bay's pick is in. Tampa Bay's on the clock, and hopefully they'll announce these two in a couple of seconds, and we'll get an idea, of what they're doing when it comes to these picks and see who's still available for the 49ers. We want to get the 49ers an idea of who they're going to get. And right now we're waiting for some of these picks to go off the board so we can get a better idea. Of course, there's still all those guys that were bloodline guys that people were extremely high on. Those guys are all available still. So those guys could be guys that go off the board. So Green Bay Packers go Michael Pratt. So Michael Pratt goes off the board here. I think that's a good selection of system fit for the Green Bay Packers. And they get a lot of talent there and solid player. Wonder what everyone's thinking about Pratt. Potentially being the guy. Jay Ellie says Fabian Love, FSUTD or DT, yeah. And Nick says, yeah, David says, I hope we take Ants guy Bo Richter. I would love Bo Richter. The speed is there. Nick says tight end or D-line is our final pick. Could be. It definitely could be. Those are two positions they haven't addressed. The question is which tight end. Dallin Holker is a receiving threat. If you're looking for a receiving threat, when it comes to balanced tight ends, usually it's undrafted free agent guys that are left. So I don't know. Floyd says mine, Leonard Taylor, Bo Brady, and Michael Pratt. And Pratt just went. So yeah, that hurt. And Josh says long snapper for our last pick. Oh boy, long snapper. Yeah, it's funny that they met with the long snapper, right? I mean, it's got to be an undrafted free agent type signing. But I mean, I think you're pretty set at the position. I don't really think you have to go anywhere. Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick is in. The Houston Texans are on the clock, and 49ers pick at 251. So we're at pick 247. And then we'll get to see what the 49ers do. Gotta love the people are still rolling at the draft. People still hanging out and checking it out. Garrett Greenfield still on the clock, offensive tackle, or still on the board, offensive tackle. One of my favorite guys, Carson Steele. We talked about Curtis Jacobs a minute ago. One of my favorite late round quarterback prospects, Austin Reed, Western Kentucky, probably going to be a UDFA guy. And so those guys are all available. I think the biggest fallers, still left. We talked about earlier, Leonard Taylor, he's still available. Bo Brady, Gabriel Murphy, both those, all those guys. And then, we knew it was going to be interesting with Dallin Holker. When you're talking about guys who are mainly receiving threats at tight end, it looks like the league wants balanced guys that can do both. So Those guys still on the boards make it interesting to see what the 49ers do. David says Tabor Pepper is elite. LOL, joking. Like that. Watch Houston snipe us one last time. They might, they might, because Houston's going now, and then Houston's going at 249. So they've got those. Tennessee comes up right after the 49ers. So, I mean, there are some teams here that could definitely snipe the 49ers from who they want to get. That's a possibility. And then JLE says Taylor, Murphy, tight end. So those are your choices. Josh says Murphy would be my pick. Yeah, I mean, I want to get somebody that has a shot. I mean, give someone that has a shot. I think he's one of those guys that has a shot at potentially getting there. I think if I had to choose between Murphy and McGregor, I would take McGregor. I liked him a little bit more because of the length. You're 6'5". You got that really, really big length, and he's over 260 pounds. He's a big physical guy. Where Gabriel Murphy's a little bit shorter and that sort of thing. But I like them enough that I'm not going to hate either one of the pick. Just preference. I prefer a little bit more length when it comes to my edge rushers, and so I kind of liked him a lot as far as his film, but I had Gabriel Murphy ranked above Braden McGregor because I knew that there were some concerns about Braden McGregor. So either one of those guys I would like as an edge defender. And, I think we've brought up before, lots of people really like Nelson Caesar. He's still available. As far as tight end too, another guy I did miss because I just came across him, McAllen Castles, tight end, Tennessee, who was formerly at UC Davis. And he's more of a balanced tight end, needs to get better at blocking. He's average athlete, good enough, but you're talking 7th round. I don't know. I like elite trait guys. So find somebody that's elite. A guy like Deontre Hunter, Georgia State. I liked his film a lot. So those are the kind of guys I like. If you want to take a flyer with the receiver, it would have been someone like DeCorian Clark. You want to take a little flyer on a defensive tackle, Davier Levelston from SMU. If you want to see swim moves galore, go watch his film. Guy swim moves like it's going out of style. So Marcus Harris, defensive tackle, Auburn, off the board to the Houston Texans. That was the next pick. I missed this one. Devin Culp, tight end, Washington, goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So they like themselves some Washington players, so they go there with Devin Culp. Marcus Harris, D lineman, Auburn, goes to the Texans. Kansas City Chiefs pick is in. Houston Texans are on the clock. Then it goes 49ers. Then it goes Ravens, 49ers. So Devin Culp. Jamie says, who will be our 4th quarterback? It'll probably be a UDFA. They will probably sign a UDFA, or they'll just have some guys they invite to rookie minicamp. They'll get us through rookie minicamp. Usually there's a veteran there too, but that'd be my guess. The 49ers definitely won't carry 4. The only way they would have 4 on the roster is if they had 1 on the practice squad. So a UDFA quarterback is a possibility. That could definitely happen. There'll be some guys you bring in. You definitely want someone to handle rookie minicamp, and your second-year guy can handle it. They don't have anyone. All the guys are experienced. So sometimes they'll just invite guys to come in to handle that. So we'll see. Some guys will probably get a tryout with that. So they might not sign a guy, but there will be a rookie that's going to be around for the Niners. Agent 49er says Nelson Caesar edge still there. He is still available. And, CJ Hansen from Holy Cross just got drafted. The interior offensive lineman, 6'6", 305, to the Kansas City Chiefs. So Chiefs, I think this is the 3rd, and I might be underselling it, offensive lineman that they've selected. They're making sure they get multiple guys at the position that they can bring in and see what they can do. So they're stacking players. So the pick is in for Houston at pick 249. Baltimore is on the clock. So it's time. 49ers are a couple picks away. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be that the 49ers take? As Josh says, does Owens kid even get picked up as a UDFA? Somebody. will probably give him an invite to come in to rookie minicamp for a workout. I think he'll get an invite to rookie minicamp. I don't know if that will turn into him getting signed as UDFA or as an undrafted free agent, but I don't think he's going to get more than just an invite. That would be my opinion. But we'll see. We'll see what happens with him. Who do you guys think is going to be the player that the 49ers select, or what might be easier is what position do we think the 49ers are going to go ahead and get? I think it's a little light on tight end besides Dallin Holker. So they'll probably look to go a different position. Edge would make sense. Gabriel Murphy, potentially a guy, linebacker that could still go. Curtis Jacobs, Omar Spates, those are guys you could be interested in. DeAndre Hunter. And maybe they'll go with Bo Richter, the speed edge guy, a guy that I'm a fan of. Ladarius Henderson, interior offensive lineman, Michigan, goes off the board to the Houston Texans. So Ladarius Richardson is that guy that they went with. So we're one pick away from the 49ers potentially going. I don't want to miss it. 49ers are on the clock. Baltimore has made their selection. So we're getting there, guys. We're almost there. Frank Crum is Agent 49's prediction. Edge's best value. We are on the clock for the last time. David Wright says, Floyd says, I can see Baltimore taking Taylor here. It could happen. So we are on the clock. We are waiting. I'm going away from chat so I can see this as it happens a little live. It's interesting to see what the 49ers try to do. Now, it said their needs coming in were offensive tackle, D-line, edge, safety, linebacker. They did not touch D-line or edge. They did touch offensive line. They went there twice. They handled safety with Malik Mustafa. I mean, they could go there again. I don't think they would, but stacking at the position isn't the most crazy thing. But I hope they take someone that has some sort of elite trait. The way they did with Kingsley, I hope they do that again. I'd be interested to see who they end up selecting here. And, maybe it's going to be a guy they take a flyer on. And I don't think there's a player right now besides Bo Richter that I'm like over the moon wanting to get at the spot. Maybe Miller Bradford, because I like him a lot. He's one of my guys, but it'll be interesting. And could it be a quarterback? Maybe the 49ers go with quarterback. And I think it's going to roll here pretty quick. They're going to show Baltimore's pick, and then it'll be the 49ers pick. And we'll be ready to go. And I'm curious. Baltimore went Leary earlier, so they're not going quarterback. Oh, shoot, they went back-to-back quarterback. I didn't even realize. Oh, no, that was New England. New England with Joe Milton. I was looking at the graphic all completely wrong. I was like, oh, back-to-back quarterback. Still waiting. Freddie McTray wants Storm Duck. And Mr. Croy says, I'd be shocked if this is a wide receiver. There you go. And Jalis is probably going to commercial again. Same with Josh. Every time we pick commercial, it does feel that way right now. It's been feeling like that every single time. Waiting on this pick. It seems like they take this thing to like a slowdown period. It's kind of fun. I know they're trying to break down all the picks. Baltimore Ravens pick is in, waiting for it to be announced. 49ers have several players on the clock. I'm sure they liked Randy Taylor, the clock. There you go. We're on it. Any high athletic linebackers left? There's a couple of guys. Omar Spates is a guy that's pretty athletic. So he's available. Linebacker wise, there's a couple of guys, and so potentially, they could go there. The other guy, Curtis Jacobs, pretty athletic guy. So yeah, I mean, Jacobs, Omar Spates, I wouldn't say they're like super, super athletic. If you're looking super athletic, Kalen DeLoach, but he's undersized. He's only like 215 pounds, but he is fast. So he's athletic. So you could go there, but I liked a couple other guys as well. Linebackers, there's definitely guys on the board. And this is kind of the range that they would go. I'm not sure that's the position they're looking to go after. Seen a lot of tight end. Greenfield is still available long time. So no, he's still there. Holker, Greenfield are both available. both, make sense. Greenfield, would they go a third offensive lineman? I mean, Kansas City did. So maybe they do that potentially. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys available that they could go for. So it's getting close. And safety Kane to Baltimore. So waiting to see Sanausi Kane from Purdue goes off the clock. Niners, we're just waiting to see what the 49ers pick is. Let's see, I'm waiting for an update. Haven't seen it yet. Here we go. It's going to be any time now. 49ers are going to pick. It says they're on the clock, but I see that the pick is in, and 49ers pick is in. We'll see what it ends up being. Very curious. It's time, boys. It's time. Tatum Bethune, linebacker, FSU. So those of you that guessed linebacker, you were right. We kept bringing up Caden Bethune as one of those guys with Kalen DeLoach. He met with the 49ers. So if you picked linebacker, you were correct. So there you go. And JLE says null alert. And the 49ers hit 2 nulls in this draft. So there you go. Linebacker is a guy. And, Bethune, he's a fun dude too. So yeah, we'll look up Caden Bethune and we'll go over all of his stuff, all of his write-ups, interesting players. You get guys that are athletic, but he met with the 49ers, and that's always a key when you're talking about guys who are going to be, potentially fitting the 49ers. They like to meet with their guys, but it was interesting because John Lynch kind of let us in on the fact that he went to Derek Brooks for some insight, his buddy Derek Brooks, and Derek Brooks gave him an insight. So Tatum Bethune, 6 foot, 229 pounds, went to Florida State. He was a senior, of course. He ran a 4.69 40, so a little bit slower. That's what we were talking about with his teammate. Kalen DeLoach, crazy fast. Bethune, not so fast, but 4.69. I feel like he's got enough speed, 229 pounds, not the biggest. 16 bench press reps. I mean, you're taking him at this spot. He doesn't have any elite traits at all. And, that's what you're looking at, with the guy. But 5th-year senior, we've been talking about that. He played in 12 games. He had 489 snaps. He made 40 tackles, 16 assisted tackles. While in coverage, he made 1 pass breakup. He had 1 interception. And when he was targeted, he only gave up 38.8% of completions. As a pass rusher, when he blitzed, he had 10 total pressures, including 9 quarterback hurries and 1 quarterback hits. No sacks. So this is the scouting report on him. Good in coverage, which pretty evident by what we just seen. Great feel in coverage. So he understands what he's supposed to do with who he's supposed to cover and how to hand people off when they're in zone. He handles misdirection really good. Stays home. And that's always a problem with some of the linebackers, but he comes downhill quickly and makes tackles. I like him a lot. He's a guy that has fluidity in the hips to turn and run, is able to handle running backs. He's able to handle tight ends in man coverage. So that will be really good for him. He's very intelligent. So a guy that could play Mike because of his intelligence, football intelligence, that could be something huge. But once again, lack of size could be a concern when it comes to how he's going to be able to translate to the NFL. Some of the weaknesses, that he's going to deal with is he doesn't have the length to be able to consistently get off blocks. That's going to be a little bit of a problem with him, as sometimes his hand placement's not the best. So he's got to work on that. And just like with all things, he's a guy that's going to have to work on his eyes and making sure he's getting in the proper gap in the proper window and getting downhill. So, but that's how we wrap it up. That's how we get it done. We get that guy that's going to be, a good player. Mr. Corey says no Michigan players. David Morazzo said cool. So this is another Florida State fan, or Florida State guy. Marvin says, thank you, Ant, for the coverage. Appreciate it. Of course. Says great analysis as usual. I appreciate that so much. Mark says, who'd we get? We got Tatum Bethune, linebacker from Florida State. 6 foot, 229 pounds. A little bit slower 40 than you'd like, 4.69, but still athletic. So solid player. And, they addressed another thing, linebacker. Now, that's a late linebacker, developmental linebacker. But another guy that went to school for a long time. He was a fifth-year senior. These are kind of guys that they like to do. I like to get. So Diamond says, good work today. Kudos, man. Yeah, I appreciate it, Diamond. Thanks for coming through. It means a lot. And Floyd says, yep, great coverage and insights. Appreciate that as well. I appreciate everyone. I mean, we just crossed 7 hours just a minute ago. So thank you guys. Some people have been riding with me, Jay Ellie, and some others have been riding with me the entire time. And I appreciate it so much. Mark says, great. Thank you again, Ant. Great job. Appreciate it. Jay Ellie, always good, Ant. Thanks so much. Thomas says, thanks. Appreciate it. I appreciate all of you. And I know a lot of you are about to, start going out. So I will tell you guys all, thank you guys so much for joining me. I appreciate it so much. You guys made it a lot of fun. I had a great time. And, the guys who are riding with me the whole time, I appreciate the guys who came in and out, ladies who came in and out. I really appreciate you guys too. I'm glad you guys love draft as much as I do. So thanks so much for that. Josh said, Ant killed it today. Absolutely dog you are. Appreciate it. Just trying to be a dog like my guy, Renardo Green, got to get on that level. Rookie and friend says, thanks, Ant. You dominated the draft. I appreciate that so much. Mr. Corey says, Ant, take Jake Brendle's job. Not in shape for that. I'm not in shape for that, but I appreciate that. Randy Taylor says, appreciate the coverage. Yeah, thank you guys so much for coming through. Just to update everyone on what happened after the 49ers, Jalen Harrell, linebacker, Michigan, went to Tennessee. Cornelius Johnson, wide receiver, Michigan, big physical guy, goes to the Chargers. That fits. And now the Rams are about to pick. There's a 4 picks left in the NFL draft. And it's cool. So we got some more here. Jamie says, Ant, thank you for the hustle all day, man. Great job, great insight. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. I hope you have a great day. Jay Ellie, like always, same to you. I applaud you. Jay Ellie's one of my favorites, man. We roll through Knowles. We bring it down, so we got to keep it going. DJ, thanks so much. You were great in chat all day. Appreciate it. Always happy to catch you live, man. Yeah, it's not always easy for me to get live, but when I get the opportunity, I appreciate it. I have a fun time interacting with everyone. So you guys are the best. I really do appreciate it. So thank you for coming through. And we're winding down here. We got KT Leviston, offensive tackle, K-State, that just went to the Rams. So they go offensive tackle, 6'5", 330. So big guy. We're going to have Green Bay, Denver, and New York. So that is pretty interesting. That's the way to go. Now, 49ers, of course, started this day 4 off at pick 124. Malik Mustafa, the safety out of Wake Forest, good pick. Then all of a sudden, we get the surprise jump up 129. They go Isaac Garriendo, running back, and big guy, 230 pounds, 4'3", 40, physically a crazy individual. And then they're at 135, and they go ahead and they get Jacob Cowling out of Arizona. Interesting player, fast, 5'8", 168. And when you run a 4.38 like that, you get people's attention. So he's going to be a dynamic player out in space, a guy that can do some things for you. Then you had to wait a long time. You had to wait till 2:15, and they took Jarrett Kingston, an offensive tackle out of USC that's going to slide inside tremendously. Number 3 athletic, according to Josh, in the draft at the offensive line position. That was great. And then, of course, at 251, Tatum Bethune, linebacker from Florida State. And 49ers go Florida State a couple of times. Something there. Derek Brooks might be the reason, but they met with him. So this wasn't a shock. He was a guy that I put in the 7th round because, I liked him enough. I watched a lot of his games, of course, because I'm a Florida State fan, but he was a guy I liked enough that I thought he was going to be draftable, and I thought the 49ers might take a shot at him. I wish everyone could see my draft board because I'll have to end up showing everybody. But literally 2 of the last 3 guys are guys I thought the 49ers could take a shot at the end. Tatum Bethune was my 3rd to last guy in the 7th round. The last guy was Trent Jones, who I talked about earlier. I just thought those guys were potential shots for the 49ers. So it's going to be interesting. Let's see. We got a lot more stuff going on here. Mark, thanks so much for coming through. Mark says, thanks for all the work you put in. Ant. Yeah, appreciate you coming through too, Mark. You're one of the best. Mark Pfeiffer says, since you're still here, Kingston any good? I can't find him anywhere. I'll be honest, this is one of the guys I didn't break down. So we read up on him, and Josh kind of got into it a little bit as well. But I got to go find film of this guy. I had him ranked as a UDFA because I didn't really get into a lot of film, but I've seen other people did that. And if I don't have a chance to get film on him, I kind of went with consensus. And so the truth is I got to go break down film and watch film of this guy before I can give an accurate depiction. But I like the athleticism. So we'll see how it translates. The one concern, 32-inch arms, that means an interior offensive lineman. He can't play outside with 32-inch arms. I'd be really surprised. Floyd says the Packers take Kalen King. Didn't know he was still available. Yeah, he was. Kalen King was the number 1 guy left on my board. So he goes. So yeah, Kalen King off there. That's a good pick. I liked Kalen King. I liked his film a lot. The question about Kalen King was speed, and everyone was getting worried about his speed. What's up, Lou? Lou says great job and also outstanding job day 1 and 2. Appreciate it, Lou. Always enjoy when Lou comes through. Pushes me, and I like that. I like having our conversations. Rookie and Friend says, I think Niners make OTA UDFA priority. I think that's a solid bet. I think there's a couple of guys that they could go get. Floyd says they haven't made OTA priority in years. Might as well in UDFA. There you go. I like that spin on it. What's up, Tammy? Said, I'm new to your channel. Well, I appreciate you coming through. Thanks so much. I hope you'll continue to come through and check it out. And we'll have some interactions, especially on live. So always jump through. Where's the draft next year? You know what? I don't think I've paid attention enough to know where it's at next year. But and Tammy says, great job, Aunt Ben, on the whole 7 hours. Let's go Niners. That is dedication right there. That's how you join a channel. You come in and you watch for 7 hours. I appreciate you being with me the entire time. That's impressive right there. So Doors says it's going to be Green Bay. So thanks, Doors, for coming through and having, the what's going to happen in Green Bay next year. That'll be interesting. I didn't see that one coming, but I didn't pay attention. So Mr. Corey says it is in Green Bay next year. And so thank you guys so much for filling that in. And we're on Mr. Irrelevant. I know they're going to do the whole probably big deal with it. Jets are on the clock. Okay, now the pick is in. So we're going to find out who Mr. Irrelevant is. Mark says, okay, again, thank you, Ant. Take care, all. You have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I hope you guys all have a good one. Kylie said, Ant here doing the thing. Always doing the thing. 7 hours and 11 minutes and still counting. We'll see where this thing winds up. And of course, I'm going to eventually have a breakdown, of the 49ers draft picks, especially the picks they made in 4 through 7. We'll see how that goes. I'm definitely going to use a little bit of time to recover, but I'm going to get something out. And but I got to go check out some film on our guy, Jared Kingston, and make sure that I know who he is and break him down, because I don't want to rely on what other people say. I want to go ahead and find it out my say, or what I think and say. So 49ers guys said, loved all 3 days coverage and midnight here. So early night. Woo! Yeah, midnight. That is an early night. Yeah, for sure. Man, that's dedication right there. I mean, but the draft is something interesting. It's something fun. DeJuan Johnson from Toledo was the guy that was the guy. I really liked him last year. And I was actually mad when the Rams drafted him as Mr. Irrelevant, because I wanted him to be the 49ers undrafted free agent or one of the guys they signed. I really liked him. He had a lot going there. He's very impressive. And I think Mark knows me. He says, go get a giant burrito. You deserve it. Mexican food all day. I love Mexican food. And so, yeah, burrito, right? Just go hit up the taco truck. Gotta love that. Jess with the TCC, hit that like button. Let's get Ant to 100% likes before the live stream ends. Appreciate that. Yeah, and thank you everyone that liked and subscribed. You guys are the best. Josh said, can't thank you enough. Ant. No, thank you, Josh, for coming through. always enjoy our conversations, but thank you for your insight and your help and everything that you brought. It's been a lot of fun. So thank you there. And then Jay Ellie says, tacos, burritos. Yeah, Jay Ellie knows what's up. On game day, it's tacos. It has to be tacos, right? Sometimes when I did the app this year, I wasn't able to eat tacos. Not my favorite moment. But the Jets are about to make their selection. And it's going to be, just to spoil everyone, it's going to be Jalen Key, safety, Bama. So Jalen Key is Mr. Irrelevant. And there were some players that got left on the board, guys. There were some guys that are going to be some really good players at UDFA. I don't know what happened with Leonard Taylor. That one's interesting to me. Gabriel Murphy became a UDFA. Bo Brady became a UDFA. My guy, Miller Bradford, I wanted him to become a UDFA. Braden McGregor, Garrett Greenfield, just to name a few guys that are going to stand out. Omar Spates, Carson Steele. These are some guys that are out there. Kayla Deloach, Nelson Caesar. So Andrew Rame, the offensive center from Oklahoma. There's some guys. There's some interesting guys. DeAndre Hunter, of course, Trent Jones. So let's keep an eye on this. I'm interested to see what happens, with all those guys. At BV50, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you becoming a member and joining the Cutback crew. Of course, BV50, longtime friend of the program. Been coming through for a long time, so I appreciate you coming through and doing that. So Jay Ellie says Bo Richter. I can't forget my guy Bo Richter, right? I mean, as far as priority free agents go, Cole Spencer would be one of my guys that I would love to see. Trent Jones, just from breaking him down. Some of my guys that were draft gems that didn't get drafted. Let's see, Taylor McLaughlin, he was one of my draft gems. He got drafted. Devin Colt, he got drafted. Jaheim Bell got drafted. Carson Steele, undrafted. Bucky Irving got drafted early. So not a lot of guys that I had on my gems that are available. I mean, most of them got taken. That's good. I mean, that good news for them. Miller Bradford's still available, so we did talk about him. But yeah, everybody else is gone. Bo Richter and Miller Bradford, the only defensive players that I had in my draft gems that, that didn't go there. And tight end. Okay, let's take a look at tight end real quick. Let's see who the tight ends were that were still available. I think Dallin Holker is still available. So, I mean, that's a receiving tight end. Other tight ends that are available, McAllen Castles, UC Davis, maybe there's that connection. He's so close. So that's potentially a possibility there. As far as tight ends, I mean, it starts getting down there. Besides there being some guys that come out of nowhere, Brevin Spanford out of Minnesota, possibly. So, yeah, I mean, not a lot of tight ends they could go there, but the 49ers might have to address it in free agency if they feel that's still a need. It didn't seem like it was such a big need, though, since they didn't go for it earlier. So, Doors fan says, great stuff, Ant. Have a great weekend and look forward to your upcoming breakdowns of the draft picks. Thanks so much. Appreciate that, Doors. Jay Ellie says, Ant, 100% fire. Appreciate you guys. And, guys, I'm going to hop out 7 hours and 15 minutes later, and we've had a lot of fun. So I appreciate you guys all coming through. I'm going to catch you guys all on the next one. Until then, stay safe. And remember, the right way is always the 49ers way.